Prologue. The Triumph of Death. He speaks in your voice, American, and there's a shine in his eye that's halfway hopeful. It's a school day, sure, but he's nowhere near the classroom. He wants to be here instead, standing in the shadow of this old rust hulk of a structure. And it's hard to blame him. This metropolis of steel and concrete and flaky paint and cropped grass and enormous Chesterfield packs aslant on the scoreboards, a couple of cigarettes jutting from each. Longing on a large scale is what makes history. This is just a kid with a local yearning, but he is part of an assembling crowd. Anonymous thousands off the buses and trains, people in narrow columns tramping over the swing bridge above the river. And even if they are not a migration or a revolution, some vast shaking of the soul, they bring with them the body heat of a great city, and their own small reveries and desperations, the unseen something that haunts the day. Men in fedoras and sailors on shore leave, the stray tumble of their thoughts, going to a game. The sky is low and gray, the roily gray of sliding surf. He stands at the curbstone with the others. He is the youngest at 14, and you know he's flat broke by the edgy, leaning look he hangs on his body. He has never done this before, and he doesn't know any of the others, and only 2 or 3 of them seem to know each other. But they can't do this thing singly or in pairs, so they have found one another by means of slidey looks that detect the fellow foolhard, and here they stand, black kids and white kids up from the subways or off the local Harlem streets. Lean shadows, banditos, 15 in all. And according to topical legend, maybe 4 will get through for every 1 that's caught. They're waiting nervously for the ticket holders to clear the turnstiles, the last loose cluster of fans, the stragglers and loiterers. They watch the late-arriving taxis from downtown, and the brilliantined men stepping dapper to the windows, policy bankers and supper club swells and Broadway hotshots, high-aura'd, picking lint off their mohair sleeves. They stand at the curb and watch without seeming to look, wearing the sourish air of corner hangabouts. All the hubbub has died down, the pre-game babble and swirl, vendors working the jammed sidewalks, waving scorecards and pennants, and calling out in ancient sing-song. Scraggy men, hustling buttons and caps, all dispersed now, gone to their roomlets in the beaten streets. They are at the curbstone, waiting. Their eyes are going grim, sending out less light. Somebody takes his hands out of his pockets. They are waiting. And then they go. One of them goes, a Mick, who shouts, "Geronimo!" There are 4 turnstiles just beyond the pair of ticket booths. The youngest boy is also the scrawniest. Cotter Martin, by name. Scrawny tall in a polo shirt and dungarees, and trying not to feel doom-struck. He's located near the tail of the rush, running and shouting with the others. You shout because it makes you brave, or you want to announce your recklessness. They have made their faces into scream masks, tight-eyed, with stretchable mouths, and they are running hard, trying to funnel themselves through the lanes between the booths, and they bump hips and elbows and keep the shout going. The faces of the ticket sellers hang behind the windows like onions on strings. Cotter sees the first jumpers go over the bars. 2 of them jostle in the air and come down, twisted and asprawl. A ticket taker puts a headlock on one of them, and his cap comes loose and skims down his back, and he reaches for it with a blind swipe. And at the same time, everything's at the same time, he eyes the other hurdlers to keep from getting stepped on. They are running and hurdling. It's a witless form of flight with bodies packed in close and the gate crashing becoming real. They are jumping too soon or too late and hitting the posts and radio bars, doing cartoon climbs up each other's back. And what kind of stoops must they look like to people at the hot dog stand on the other side of the turnstiles? What kind of awful screw-ups? A line of mostly men beginning to glance this way, jaws working at the sweaty meat and grease bubbles flurrying on their tongues, the gent at the far end going dead still, except for a hand that produces automatic movement, swabbing on mustard with a brush. The shout of the motley boys comes banging off the deep concrete. Cotter thinks he sees a path to the turnstile on the right. He drains himself of everything he does not need to make the jump. Some are still jumping, some are thinking about it. Some need a haircut. Some have girlfriends in woolly sweaters. And the rest have landed in the ruck and are trying to get up and scatter. A couple of stadium cops are rumbling down the ramp. Cotter sheds these elements as they appear, sheds 1,000 waves of information hitting on his skin. His gaze is trained on the iron bars projected from the post. He picks up speed and seems to lose his gangliness, the slouchy funk of hormones and unbelonging, and all the stammering things that seal his adolescence. He is just a running boy, a half-seen figure from the streets. But the way running reveals some clue to being, the way a runner bears himself to consciousness. This is how the dark-skinned kid seems to open to the world, how the blood rush of a dozen strides brings him into eloquence. Then he leaves his feet and is in the air, feeling sleek and unmussed and sort of businesslike, flying in from Kansas City with a briefcase full of bank drafts. His head is tucked, his left leg is clearing the bars, and in one prolonged and aloof and discontinuous instant, he sees precisely where he'll land and which way he'll run. And even though he knows they will be after him the second he touches the ground, even though he'll be in danger for the next several hours, watching left and right, there is less fear in him now. He comes down lightly and goes easy gating past the ticket-taker, groping for his fallen cap. And he knows absolutely, knows it all the way, deep as knowing goes. He feels the knowledge start to hammer in his runner's heart that he is uncatchable. Here comes a cop in municipal bulk, with a gun and cuffs and a flashlight and a billy club all jiggling on his belt, and a summons pad wadded in his pocket. Cotter gives him a juke step that sends him nearly to his knees, and the hot dog eaters bend from the waist to watch the kid veer away in soft acceleration, showing the cop a little finger wag, bye-bye. He surprises himself this way every so often, doing some gaudy thing that whistles up out of unsuspected whim. He runs up a shadowed ramp and into a crossweave of girders and pillars and spilling light. He hears the crescendoing last chords of the national anthem and sees the great open horseshoe of the grandstand and that unfolding vision of the grass that always seems to mean he has stepped outside his life. The rubbed shine that sweeps and bends from the raked dirt of the infield out to the high green fences. It is the excitement of a revealed thing. He runs at quarter speed, craning to see the rows of seats, looking for an inconspicuous wedge behind a pillar. He cuts into an aisle in section 35 and walks down into the heat and smell of the massed fans. He walks into the smoke that hangs from the underside of the second deck. He hears the talk. He enters the deep buzz. He hears the warm-up pitches crack into the catcher's mitt, a series of reports that carry a comet's tail of secondary sound. Then you lose him in the crowd. In the radio booth, they're talking about the crowd. Looks like 35,000, and how do you figure it? When you think about the textured histories of the teams, and the faith and passion of the fans, and the way these forces are entwined citywide, and when you think about the game itself, live or die, the third game in a 3-game playoff, and you say the names Giants and Dodgers, and you calculate the way the players hate each other openly, and you recall the kind of year this has turned out to be, the pennant race that has brought the city to a strangulated rapture, an end shudder requiring a German loan word to put across the mingling of pleasure and dread and suspense. And when you think about the blood loyalty, this is what they're saying in the booth, the love of team that runs across the boroughs and through the snuggled suburbs and out into the apple counties and the raw north. Then how do you explain 20,000 empty seats? The engineer says, "All day it looks like rain. It affects the mood. People say to hell with it." The producer is hanging a blanket across the booth to separate the crew from the guys who've just arrived from KMOX in St. Louis, have to double up since there's nowhere else to put them. He says to the engineer, "Don't forget, there wasn't any advance sale." And the engineer says, "Plus, the Giants lost big yesterday, and this is a serious thing because a crushing defeat puts a gloom on the neighborhoods. Believe me, I know this where I live. It's demoralizing for people. It's like they're dying in the tens of thousands. Russ Hodges, who broadcasts the games for WMCA, he is the voice of the Giants. Russ has an overworked larynx and the makings of a major cold. And he shouldn't be lighting up a cigarette, but here he goes, saying, "That's all well and good, but I'm not sure there really is a logical explanation. When you deal with crowds, nothing's predictable." Russ is going jowly now, but there are elements of the uncomplicated boy in his eyes and smile, and in the hair that looks bowl-cut, and the shapeless suit that might belong to almost anyone. Can you do games? Can you do play-by-play almost every day through a deep summer and not be located in some version of the past? He looks out at the field with its cramped corners and the overcompensating spaces of the deep alleys and dead center. The big square Longines clock that juts up from the clubhouse. Strokes of color all around. A frescoing of hats and faces and the green grandstand and tawny base paths. Russ feels lucky to be here. Day of days, and he's doing the game. And it's happening at the Polo Grounds. A name he loves. A precious echo of things and times before the century went to war. He thinks everybody who's here ought to feel lucky because something big's in the works. Something's building. Okay, maybe just his temperature. But he finds himself thinking of the time his father took him to see Dempsey fight Willard in Toledo. And what a thing that was. What a measure of the awesome. The 4th of July, and 110 degrees, and a crowd of shirt-sleeved men in straw hats, many wearing handkerchiefs spread beneath their hats and down to their shoulders, making them look like play Arabs. And the greatness of the beating Big Jess took in that white-hot ring, the way the sweat and blood came misting off his face every time Dempsey hit him. When you see a thing like that, a thing that becomes a newsreel, you begin to feel you are a carrier of some solemn scrap of history. In the second inning, Thomson hits a slider on a line over third. Lockman swings into an arc as he races towards second, looking out at left field. Pafko moves to the wall to play the carom. People stand in both decks in left, leaning out from the rows up front, and some of them are tossing paper over the edge, torn-up scorecards and bits of matchbook covers. There are crushed paper cups, little waxy napkins they got with their hot dogs. There are germ-bearing tissues many days old that were matted at the bottoms of deep pockets, all coming down around Pafko. Thomson is loping along. He is striding nicely around first, leaning into his run. Pafko throws smartly to Cox. Thomson moves head down towards second, coasting in, and then sees Lockman standing on the bag looking at him, semi-spellbound, the trace of a query hanging on his lips. Days of iron skies and all the mic time of the past week, the sore throat, the coughing. Russ is feverish and bedraggled. Train trips and nerves and no sleep. And he describes the play in his familiar homey ramble, the grits and tater voice that's a little scratchy today. Cox peers out from under his cap and snaps the ball sidearm to Robinson. Look at Mays, meanwhile, strolling to the plate, dragging the barrel of his bat on the ground. Robinson takes the throw and makes a spin move toward Thomson, who is standing shyly maybe 5 feet from second. People like to see the paper fall at Pafko's feet, maybe drift across his shoulder or cling to his cap. The wall is nearly 17 feet high, so he is well out of range of the longest leaning touch, and they have to be content to bathe him in their paper. Look at DeRocher on the dugout steps, manager of the Giants. Hard-rocked Leo, the gas-house scrapper, a face straight from the Gallic Wars. And he says into his fist, "Holy fucking shit almighty." Near the Giants' dugout, 4 men are watching from Leo's own choice box when Robinson slaps the tag on Thomson. They are three-quarters showbiz. Frank Sinatra, Jackie Gleason, and Toots Shore, drinking buddies from way back. And they're accompanied by a well-dressed man with a bulldog mug, one J. Edgar Hoover. What's the nation's #1 G-man doing with these crumb bombs? Well, Edgar is sitting in the aisle seat, and he seems to be doing just fine, smiling at the rude banter that rolls non-stop from crooner to jokesmith to saloon-keeper and back. He would rather be at the racetrack, but is cheerful enough in this kind of company, whatever the venue. He likes to be around movie idols and celebrity athletes, around gossip meisters such as Walter Winchell, who was also at the game today, sitting with the Dodger brass. Fame and secrecy are the high and low ends of the same fascination, the static crackle of some libidinous thing in the world. And Edgar responds to people who have access to this energy. He wants to be their dearly devoted friend, provided their hidden lives are in his private files. All the rumors collected and indexed, the shadow facts made real. Gleason says, "I told you, chumps, it's all Dodgers today. I feel it in my Brooklyn bones." "What bones?" says Frank. "They're rotted out by booze." Thompson's whole body sags. It loses vigor and resistance, and Robinson calls time and walks the ball to the mound in the pigeon-toed gait that makes his path seem crooked. "The Giants will have to hire that midget if they want to win. What's his name? Because their only hope is some freak of nature," Gleason says. "An earthquake or a midget? Since this isn't California, you better pray for an elf in flannels." Frank says, "Funny." The subject makes Edgar nervous. He's sensitive about his height, even though he's safely in the middle range. He has added weight in recent years, and when he sees himself in the mirror getting dressed, thick-bodied and Buddha-headed, it is a short, round man that looks back at him. And this is something the yammerheads in the press have reported to be true, as if a man can wish his phantom torment into public print. And today it's a fact that taller-than-average agents are not likely to be assigned to headquarters. And it's a further fact that the midget his pal Gleason is talking about, the 3-foot-7-inch sportif who came to bat one time for the St. Louis Browns some 6 weeks ago in a stunt that was also an act, Edgar believes, of political subversion. This fellow was called Eddie Gadel, and if Gleason recalls the name, he will flash pair Eddie with Edgar, and then the short man jokes will begin to fly like the storied shit that hits the fan. Gleason got his start doing insult comedy and never really stopped. Does it for free, does it for fun, and leaves shattered lives behind. Toots Shore says, "Don't be a schlump all your life, Gleason. It's only one zip. The Giants didn't come from 13.5 games back just to blow it on the last day. This is the miracle year. Nobody has the vocabulary for what happened this year." The slab face and meat cutter's hands. You look at Toots and see a speakeasy vet, dense of body, with slick-back hair and a set of chinky eyes that summon up a warning in a hurry. This is an ex-bouncer who throws innocent people out of his club when he is drinking. He says, "Mays is the man." And Frank says, "This is Willie's day. He's due to bust loose. Leo told me on the phone." Gleason does a passable, clipped Britisher saying, "You're not actually telling me that this fellow stepping up to the wicket is going to do something extraordinary?" Edgar, who hates the English, falls forward laughing, even as Jackie takes a breathless bite of his hot dog and begins to cough and choke, sending quid bits of meat and bread in many directions, pellets and smithereens, spitball flybys. But it is the unseeable life forms that dismay Edgar most, and he faces away from Gleason and holds his breath. He wants to hurry to a lavatory, a zinc-lined room with a bar of untouched oval soap, a torrent of hot water, and a swan's-down towel that has never been used by anyone else. But of course there is nothing of the kind nearby. Just more germs, an all-pervading medium of pathogens, microbes, floating colonies of spirochetes that fuse and separate and elongate and spiral and engulf, whole trainloads of matter that people cough forth, rudimentary and deadly. The crowd, the constant noise, the breath and hum, a basso rumble building now and then, the genderness of what they share in their experience of the game, how a man will scratch his wrist or shape a line of swear words, and the lapping of applause that dies down quickly and is never enough. They are waiting to be carried on the sound of rally chant and rhythmic handclap, the set forms and repetitions. This is the power they keep in reserve for the right time. It is the thing that will make something happen, change the structure of the game, and get them leaping to their feet, flying up together in a free thunder that shakes the place crazy. Sinatra saying, "Jack, I thought I told you to stay in the car until you're all done eating." Mays takes a mellow cut, but gets under the ball, sending a routine fly into the low October day. The sound of Ashbat making contact with the ball reaches Cotter Martin in the left field stands, where he sits in a bony-shouldered hunch. He's watching Willie instead of the ball, seeing him sort of shrug run around first and then scoop his glove off the turf and jog out to his position. The arc lights come on, catching Cotter by surprise, causing a shift in the way he feels, in the freshness of his escapade, the airy flash of doing it and not getting caught. The day is different now, grave and threatened, rain-hurried, and he watches Mays standing in center field looking banty in all that space, completely kid-size. And he wonders how the guy can make those throws he makes, whirl and sling, with power. He likes looking at the field under lights, even if he has to worry about rain, and even if it's only afternoon and the full effect is not the same as in a night game, when the field and the players seem completely separate from the night around them. He's been to one night game in his life, coming down from the bluff with his oldest brother and walking into a bowl of painted light. He thought there was an unknown energy flaring down out of the light towers, some intenser working of the earth, and it isolated the players and the grass and the chalk-rolled lines from anything he'd ever seen or imagined. They had the glow of first-time things, the way the runner skid brakes when he makes the turn at first. The empty seats were Cotter's first surprise, well before the lights. On his prowl through the stands, he kept seeing blank seats, too many to be explained by people buying a beer or taking a leak. And he found a spot between a couple of guys in suits, and it's all he can do to accept his good luck, the ease of an actual seat, without worrying why there's so many. The man to his left says, "How about some peanuts, eh?" Peanut vendor's coming through again, a coin-catching whiz about 18, black and rangy. People know him from games past and innings gone, and they quicken up and dig for change. They're calling out for peanuts. "Hey, here, bag!" and tossing coins with thumb flicks and discus arcs, and the vendor's hands seem to inhale the flying metal. He is magnet-skinned, circus-catching dimes on the wing and then sailing peanut bags into people's chests. It's a thrill-a-minute show, but Cotter feels an obscure danger here. The guy is making him visible, shaming him in his prowler's den. Isn't it strange how their common color jumps the space between them? Nobody saw Cotter until the vendor appeared, black rays phasing from his hands. One popular Negro and crowd-pleaser, one shifty kid trying not to be noticed. The man says, "What do you say?" Cotter raises a hand, no. "Care for a bag? Come on." Cotter leans away, the hand going to his midsection to mean he's already eaten, or peanuts give him cramps, or his mother told him not to fill up on trashy food that will ruin his dinner. The man says, "Who's your team, then?" "Giants." "What a year, eh?" "This weather, I don't know. It's bad to be trailing." The man looks at the sky. He's about 40, close-shaved and brill-creamed, but with a casual quality, a free and easy manner that Cotter links to small-town life in the movies. "Only down a run, they'll come back. The kind of year it's been, it can't end with a little weather. How about a soda?" Men passing in and out of the toilets, men zipping their flies as they turn from the trough, and other men approaching the long receptacle, thinking where they want to stand, and next to whom, and not next to whom. And the old ballpark's reek and mold are consolidated here. Generational tides of beer and shit and cigarettes and peanut shells and disinfectants and pisses in the untold millions. And they are thinking in the ordinary way that helps a person glide through life, thinking thoughts unconnected to events. The dusty hum of who you are, men shouldering through the traffic in the men's room as the game goes on, the coming and going, the lifting out of dicks, and the meditative pissing. Man to his left shifts in the seat and speaks to Cotter from off his shoulder, using a crafty whisper. "What about school? Having a private holiday?" Letting a grin slide across his face. Cotter says, "Same as you," and gets a gunshot laugh. "I'd have broken out of prison to see this game. Matter of fact, they're broadcasting to prisoners. They put radios in cell blocks in the city jails.
I was here early, Cotter says. I could have gone to school in the morning and then cut out, but I wanted to see everything.
A real fan. Music to my ears.
See the people showing up. The players, going in the players' entrance.
My name's Bill Watterson, by the way. And I'd have gladly gone AWOL from the office, but I didn't actually have to. Got my own little business. Construction firm.
Cotter tries to think of something to say.
We're the people that build the houses that are fun to live in.
Peanut vendor's on his way up the aisle and headed over to the next section when he spots Cotter and drops a knowing smile. The kid thinks here comes trouble. This gatemouth is out to expose him in some withering way. Their glances briefly meet as the vendor moves up the stairs. In full stride and double quick, he dips his hand for a bag of peanuts and zings it nonchalant to Cotter, who makes the grab in a one-hand blur that matches the hazy outline of the toss. And it is one sweetheart of a moment, making Cotter crack the smile of the week and sending a wave of goodwill through the area.
Guess you got one after all, says Bill Watterson.
Cotter unrolls the pleated top of the brown bag and extends it to Bill. They sit there shelling the peanuts and rubbing off the tissuey brown skin with a rolling motion of thumb and index finger, and eating the oily, salty flesh and dropping the husks on the ground without ever taking their eyes off the game.
Bill says, next time you hear someone say they're in seventh heaven, think of this.
All we need is some runs. He pushes the bag at Bill once more.
They'll score. It's coming. Don't worry. We'll make you happy you skipped school.
Look at Robinson, at the edge of the outfield grass, watching the hitters step in and thinking idly.
Another one of Leo's country boy crowds. Now, there's a law of manly conduct, Bill says, and it states that since you're sharing your peanuts with me, I'm duty-bound to buy us both some soda pop.
That sounds fair enough.
Good, it's settled then.
Turning in his seat and flinging up an arm.
A couple of sportsmen taking their ease.
Stanky, the pug, sitting in the dugout. Mays, trying to get a jingle out of his head. His bluesy face slightly puffed. Some catchy tune he's been hearing on the radio lately. The bat boy comes down the steps a little daydreamy, sliding Dark's black bat into the rack. The game turns inward in the middle innings. They fall into waiting, into some unshaped anxiety that stiffens the shoulder muscles and sends them to the water cooler to drink and spit. Across the field, Bronca is up in the Dodger bullpen, a large man with pointy elfin ears, tight-armed and throwing easily, just getting loose. Mays thinking helplessly, push, pull, click, click, change blades that quick. In the stands, Special Agent Rafferty is walking down the stairs to the box seat area behind the home team dugout. He's a thick-set man with a mass of reddish hair, a shock of red hair, people like to say. And he is moving with the straight-ahead look of someone who doesn't want to be distracted. He is moving briskly but not urgently, headed toward the box occupied by the director. Gleason has two sudsy cups planted at his feet, and there's a hot dog he has forgotten about that's bulging out at each end of his squeezed fist. He's talking to 6 people at once, and they're laughing and asking questions. Seasoned box holders, old-line fans with their spindly wives. They see he is half-swacked, and they admire the clarity of his wit, the fine edge of insult and derision. They want to be offended, and Jackie's happy to do it, bypassing his own boozy state to do a detailed imitation of a drunk. He goes heavy-lidded and growly, making sport of one man's rag-mop toupee, ridiculing a second for the elbow patches on his tweed jacket. The women enjoy it enormously, and they want more. They watch Gleason. They look at Sinatra for his reaction to Gleason. They watch the game. They listen to Jackie do running lines from his TV show. They watch the mustard slide down his thumb and feel too shy to tell him. When Rafferty reaches Mr. Hoover's aisle seat, he doesn't stand over the director and lean down to address him. He makes it a point to crouch in the aisle. His hand is set casually near his mouth so that no one else can make out what he's saying. Hoover listens for a moment. He says something to his companions. Then he and Rafferty walk up the stairs and find an isolated spot midway down a long ramp, where the special agent recites the details of his message. It seems the Soviet Union has conducted an atomic test at a secret location somewhere inside its own borders. They have exploded a bomb in plain, unpretending language. And our detection devices indicate this is clearly what it is. It is a bomb, a weapon. It is an instrument of conflict. It produces heat and blast and shock. It is not some peaceful use of atomic energy with home heating applications. It is a red bomb that spouts a great white cloud like some thunder god of ancient Eurasia. Edgar fixes today's date in his mind, October 3rd, 1951. He registers the date. He stamps the date. He knows this is not completely unexpected. It is their second atomic explosion. But the news is hard. It works into him, makes him think of the spies who passed the secrets, the prospect of warheads being sent to communist forces in Korea. He feels them moving ever closer, catching up, overtaking. It works into him, changes him physically as he stands there, drawing the skin tighter across his face, sealing his gaze. Rafferty is standing on the part of the ramp that is downhill from Mr. Hoover. Yes, Edgar fixes the date. He thinks of Pearl Harbor, just under 10 years ago. He was in New York that day as well, and the news seemed to shimmer in the air, everything in photo flash, plain objects hot and charged. The crowd noise breaks above them, a chambered voice rolling through the hollows in the underbody of the stadium. Now this, he thinks, the sun's own heat that swallows cities. Gleason isn't even supposed to be here. There's a rehearsal going on right now at a midtown studio, and that's where he's supposed to be, preparing a skit called The Honeymooners, to be shown for the first time in exactly 2 days. This is material that's close to Jackie's heart, involving a bus driver named Ralph Cramden, who lives with his wife Alice in a shabby Brooklyn flat. Gleason sees nothing strange about missing a rehearsal to entertain fans in the stands. But it's making Sinatra uneasy, all these people lapping at their seatbacks. He is used to ritual distances. He wants to encounter people in circumstances laid out beforehand. Frank doesn't have his Dago Secret Service with him today. And even with Jackie on one flank and Toots on the other, a couple of porcos who function as natural barriers, people keep pressing in, showing a sense of mission. He sees them decide one by one that they must speak to him. The rigid grins floating near. And the way they use him as a reference for everything that happens. Somebody makes a nice play, they look at Frank to see how he reacts. The beer vendor trips on a step, they look at Frank to see if he's noticed. He leans over and says, "Jack, it's a great boot being here, but you think you can put a towel over your face so these people can go back to watching the game?" People want Gleason to do familiar lines of dialogue from the show. They're calling out the lines they want him to do. Then Frank says, "Where the hell is Hoover, by the way? We need him to keep these women off our beautiful bodies." The catcher works up out of his squat, dirt impacted in the creases that run across the back of his ruddled neck. He lifts his mask so he can spit. He is padded and bumpered, lips rough and scored and sun-flaked. This is the freest thing he does, spitting in public. His saliva bunches and wobbles when it hits the dirt, going sandy brown. Ross Hodges is over on the TV side for the middle innings, talking less, guided by the action on the monitor. Between innings, the statistician offers him a part of a chicken sandwich he has brought along for lunch. He says to Russ, "What's that wistful look today?" "I didn't know I had a look. Any look. I don't feel capable of a look. Maybe hollow-eyed." "Pensive," says the stat man. And it's true, and he knows it. Russ is wistful and drifting. And this is so damn odd. The mood he's been in all day. A tilting back. An old creaky easing back, as of a gray-haired man in a rocker. "This is chicken with what?" "I'm guessing mayonnaise." "It's funny, you know," Russ says. "But I think it was Charlotte put the look in my face." "The lady or the city?" "Definitely the city. I spent years in a studio doing recreations of big league games. The telegraph bug clacking in the background, and Blabbermouth Hodge is inventing 99% of the action. And I'll tell you something, Scout's honor. I know this sounds far-fetched, but I used to sit there and dream of doing real baseball from a booth in the Polo Grounds in New York. Real baseball. The thing that happens in the sun. Somebody hands you a piece of paper filled with letters and numbers, and you have to make a ball game out of it. You create the weather, flesh out the players, you make them sweat and grouse and hitch up their pants, and it is remarkable, thinks Russ, how much earthly disturbance, how much summer and dust the mind can manage to order up from a single Latin letter lying flat. "That's not a bush curve Magley's throwing," he says into the mic. When he was doing ghost games, he liked to take the action into the stands, inventing a kid chasing a foul ball, a carrot-topped boy with a cowlick. Shameless, ain't I? Who retrieves the ball and holds it aloft. This 5-ounce sphere of cork, rubber, yarn, horsehide, and spiral stitching, a souvenir baseball. A priceless thing, somehow. A thing that seems to recapitulate the whole history of the game every time it is thrown or hit or touched. He puts the last bite of sandwich in his mouth and licks his thumb and remembers where he is, far from the windowless room with the telegraph operator and the Morse-coded messages. Over on the radio side, the producer's saying, "See that thing in the paper last week about Einstein?" Engineer says, "What Einstein?" "Albert with the hair. Some reporter asked him to figure out the mathematics of the pennant race. You know, one team wins so many of their remaining games, the other teams win this number or that number. What are the myriad possibilities? Who's got the edge?" The hell does he know? Apparently not much. He picked the Dodgers to eliminate the Giants last Friday. The engineer talks through the blanket to his counterpart from KMOX. The novelty of the blanket has these men talking to each other in prison slang. When they switch to black dialect, the producer gets them to stop. But after a while, they're at it again, doing a couple of reefer Negroes in the fumy murmurs of some cellar room. Not loud enough to be picked up on mic, of course. An ambient noise like random dugout buzz, a patter, a texture, an extension of the game. Down in the field boxes, they want Gleason to say, "You're a dandy crowd." Russ makes his way back to the radio side after the Giants go down in their half of the sixth, still trailing by a run. He's glad he doesn't have a thermometer because he might be tempted to use it, and that would be demoralizing. It's a mild day, glory be, and the rain's holding off. Producer says, "Going to the wire, Russ. I hope I don't close down. My larynx feels like it's in a vice." "This is radio, buddy. Can't close down. Think of what's out there. They're hugging their little portables." "You're not making me feel any better." "They are goddamn crouched over the wireless. You're like Murrow from London." "Thank you, Al. Save the voice." "I'm trying, mightily." This game is everywhere. Dow Jones tickers are rapping out the score with the stock averages. Every bar in town, I guarantee. They're smuggling radios into boardrooms. At Schraff's, I hear, they're breaking into the Muzak to give the score. All those nice ladies with their matched sweater sets and genteel sandwiches. Save the voice, Al says. Do they have tea with honey on the menu? They're eating and drinking baseball. The track announcer at Belmont's doing updates between races. They got it in taxicabs and barber shops and doctors' offices. They're all waiting on the pitcher. He's a face full of boding, upper body drawn forward, glove hand dangled at the knee. He's reading and reading the sign. He's reading the sign. Hitter fidgeting in the box. This son of a buck can bring it. The shortstop moves his feet to break the trance of waiting. It's the rule of confrontation, faithfully maintained, written across the face of every slack-wit pitcher since there were teams named the Superbas and the Bridegrooms. The difference comes when the ball is hit. Then, nothing is the same. The men are moving, coming out of their crouches, and everything submits to the pebble skip of the ball, to rotations and backspins and airstreams. There are drag coefficients. There are trailing vortices. There are things that apply unrepeatably, muscle memory and pumping blood and jots of dust, the narrative that lives in the spaces of the official play-by-play. And the crowd is also in this lost space, the crowd made over in that 1,000th of a second when the bat and the baseball are in contact. A rustle of murmurs and curses, people breathing soft moans, their faces changing as the play unrolls across the grassy scan. John Edgar Hoover stands among them. He is watching from the wide aisle at the head of the ramp. He has told Rafferty he will remain at the game. No purpose served by his leaving. The White House will make the announcement in less than an hour. Edgar hates Harry Truman. He would like to see him writhing on a parquet floor, felled by chest pains. But he can hardly fault the president's timing. By announcing first, we prevent the Soviets from putting their own sweet spin on the event. And we ease public anxiety to some degree. People will understand that we've maintained control of the news, if not of the bomb. This is no small subject of concern. Edgar looks at the faces around him, open and hopeful. He wants to feel a compatriot's nearness and affinity. All these people formed by language and climate and popular songs and breakfast foods, and the jokes they tell and the cars they drive, have never had anything in common so much as this, that they are sitting in the furrow of destruction. He tries to feel a belonging, an opening of his old stop-cocked soul. But there is some bitter condition he has never been able to name. And when he encounters a threat from outside, from the moral wane that is everywhere in effect, he finds it is a balance to this state, a restoring force. His ulcer kicks up, of course. But there is that side of him, that part of him, that depends on the strength of the enemy. Look at the man in the bleachers who's pacing the aisles, a neighborhood crazy. He waves his arms and mumbles, short, chunky, bushy-haired. Could be one of the Ritz brothers, or a lost member of the Three Stooges, the fourth stooge called Flippo, or Dummy, or Shaky, or Jakey. And he's distracting the people nearby. They're yelling at him to sit down, go away, Meshuggah. And he paces and worries. He shakes his head and moans, as if he knows something's coming, or came, or went. He's receptive to things that escape the shrewdest fan. It is a stone-faced director who returns to his seat for the seventh-inning stretch. He says nothing, of course. Gleason is shouting down a vendor, trying to order beers. People on their feet, shaking off the tension and fret. A man slowly wiping his glasses. A staring man. A man flexing the stiffness out of his limbs. "Get me a brandy and soda," Toots says. Jackie tells him, "Don't be a clamhead all your life." "Treat the man nice," Frank says. "He's come a long way for a Jew who drinks. He's best buddies with world leaders you never even heard of. They all roll into his joint sooner or later and knock back a brandy with Toots. Except maybe Mahatma Gandhi, and him they shot." Gleason flares his brows and goggles his eyes and shoots out his arms in a nitwit gesture of revelation. "That's the name I couldn't think of. The midget that pinch hits." People around them, hearing part of this and reacting mainly to inflection and gesture, they've seen Jackie physically building the remark, and they knock together, laughing even before he has finished the line. Edgar is also laughing, despite the return of the midget business. He admires the rough assurance of these men. It seems to flush from their pores. They have a size to them, a natural stamina that mocks his own Bible school indoctrination, even as it draws him to the noise. He's a self-perfected American who must respect the saga of the knockabout boy emerging from a tenement culture, from back streets slant with danger. It makes for gusty egos. It makes for appetites. The pussy bandits, Jackie and Frank, have a showy sort of ease around women. And it's true about Toots. He knows everybody worth knowing, and can drink even Gleason into the carpeting. And when he clamps a sympathetic paw on your shoulder, you feel he is some provident force come to guide you out of old despond. Frank says, "This is our inning." And Toots says, "Better be, because these shit-heeled Dodgers are making me nervous." Jackie is passing beers along the row. Frank says, "Seems to me we've made all our true loyalties known, shown our heart's desire. We got a couple of old-timey Giant fans, and this porpoise with a haircut from Brooklyn. But what about our friend, the G-Man? Is it G for Giants? Fess up, Jedgar. Who's your team?" J. Edgar. Frank calls him Jedgar sometimes, and the director likes the name, even though he never lets on. It is medieval and princely and wily dark. A faint smile creeps across Hoover's face. "I don't have a rooting interest. Whoever wins," he says softly, "that's my team." He is thinking of something else entirely. The way our allies one by one will receive the news of the Soviet bomb. The thought is grimly cheering. Over the years, he has found it necessary to form joint ventures with the intelligence heads of a number of countries, and he wants them all to die a little. Look at the four of them, each with a hanky neatly tucked in his breast pocket, each holding his beer away from his body, leaning forward to tease the high scud from the rim of the cup. Gleason with a flower in his lapel, a damp aster snatched from a vase at Toots' place. People are still after him to do lines from the show. They want him to say, "Hardy har har." The plate umpire stands mask in hand, nearly blimpish in his outfitting. He is keeping the numbers, counting the pitcher's warm-up tosses. This is the small, dogged conscience of the game. Even in repose, he shows a history thick with embranglement, dust-stomping men turning figures in the steep sun. You can see it in his face, chin thrust out, a glower working under his brow. When the number reaches 8, he aims a spurt from his chaw and prepares to take his whisk broom to the rubber slab. In the stands, Bill Watterson takes off his jacket and dangles it lengthwise by the collar. It is rippled and mauled, and seems to strike him as a living body he might want to lecture sternly. After a pause, he folds it over twice and drops it on his seat. Cotter is sitting again, surrounded by mostly vertical people. Bill looms above him, a sizable guy, a one-time athlete by the look of him, getting thick in the middle, his shirt wet under the arms. Lucky 7th. Cotter needs a measly run to keep him from despairing, the cheapest, eked-out, unearned run ever pushed across. Or he's ready to give up. You know that thing that happens when you give up before the end, and then your team comes back to perform acts of valor, and you feel a queasy shame stealing over you like pond slick. Bill says down to him, "I take my 7th inning stretch seriously. I not only stand, I damn well make it a point to stretch." "I've been noticing," says Cotter. "Because it's a custom that's been handed down. It's part of something. It's our own little traditional thing. You stand, you stretch. It's a privilege in a way." Bill has some fun doing various stylized stretches, the bodybuilder, the pet cat, and he tries to get Cotter to do a drowsy kid in a classroom. "Did you ever tell me your name?" "Cotter." "That's the thing about baseball, Cotter. You do what they did before you. That's the connection you make. There's a whole long line. A man takes his kid to a game, and 30 years later, this is what they talk about when the poor old mutt's wasting away in the hospital." Bill scoops his jacket off the seat and puts it on his lap when he sits down. Seconds later, he is standing again, he and Cotter watching Pafko chase down a double. A soft roar goes up, bushy and dense, and the fans send more papers sailing to the base of the wall. Old shopping lists and ticket stubs and wads of fisted newsprint come falling around Pafko in the faded afternoon. Farther out in left field, they are dropping paper on the Dodger bullpen, on the working figure of Labine and the working figure of Branca, and the 2 men who are catching them, and the men sitting under the canted roof that juts from the wall, the gum-chewing men with nothing to say. Branca wears the number 13, blazoned on his back. "Told you," Bill says. "What did I tell you? I told you. We're coming back." "We still have to score the run," Cotter says. They take their seats and watch the hitter steer a look right up the line at DeRocher, dummying through the signs from the coach's box at third. Then Bill is on his feet again, rolling up his sleeves and shouting encouragement to the players, common words of spark and heart. Cotter likes this man's singleness of purpose, his insistence on faith and trust. It's the only force available against the power of doubt. He figures he's in the middle of getting himself befriended. It's a feeling that comes from Bill's easy voice and his sociable, sweaty gymnasium bulk, and the way he listens when Cotter speaks, and the way he can make Cotter believe this is a long and close association they share. Boon companions, goes the saying. He feels a little strange. It's an unfamiliar thing, talking to Bill, but there's a sense of something protective and enclosing that will help him absorb the loss, if it should come to that. Lockman squares around to bunt. There's a man in the upper deck leafing through a copy of the current issue of Life. There's a man on 12th Street in Brooklyn who has attached a tape machine to his radio so he can record the voice of Russ Hodges broadcasting the game. The man doesn't know why he's doing this. It is just an impulse, a fancy. It is like hearing the game twice. It's like being young and being old. And this will turn out to be the only known recording of Russ's famous account of the final moments of the game. The game and its extensions. The woman cooking cabbage. The man who wishes he could be done with drink. They are the game's remoter soul, connected by the pulsing voice on the radio, joined to the word of mouth that passes the score along the street, and to the fans who call the special phone number, and the crowd at the ballpark that becomes the picture on television. People the size of minute rice, and the game as rumor and conjecture and inner history. There's a 16-year-old in the Bronx who takes his radio up to the roof of his building so he can listen alone. A Dodger fan slouched in the gloaming. And he hears the account of the misplayed bunt and the fly ball that scores the tying run. And he looks out over the rooftops, the tar beaches with their clotheslines and pigeon coops and splatted condoms, and he gets the cold creeps. The game doesn't change the way you sleep or wash your face or chew your food. It changes nothing but your life. The producer says, "At last, at least, a run." Russ is frazzled, brother. He is raw and rumpled and uncombed. When the teams go to the top of the eighth, he reports that they have played 154 regular season games and 2 playoff games and 7 full innings of the 3rd playoff game, and here they are tied in a knot, absolutely deadlocked. They are stalemated, folks. So light up a Chesterfield and stay right here. The next half inning seems to take a week. Cotter sees the Dodgers put men on 1st and 3rd. He watches Magley bounce a curve in the dirt. He sees Cox bang a shot past 3rd. A hollow clamor begins to rise from the crowd, men calling from the deep reaches, an animal awe and desolation. In the booth, Russ sees the crowd begin to lose its coherence, people sitting scattered on the hard steps, a priest with a passel of boys filing up the aisle, paper rolling and skittering in the wind. He hears the announcer from St. Louis on the other side of the blanket. It is Harry Carey, and he sounds like his usual chipper self, and Russ thinks of the Japanese term for ritual disembowelment and figures he and Harry ought to switch names about now. Light washing from the sky, Dodgers scoring runs, a man dancing down the aisle, a goateed black in a Bing Crosby shirt. Everything is changing shape, becoming something else. Cotter can barely get out the words. What good does it do to tie the score if you're going to turn around and let them walk all over you? Bill says, "They're going into that dugout, and I guarantee you they're not giving up. There's no quitting this team. Don't pull a long face on me, Cotter. We're buddies in bad times. Got to stick together." Cotter feels a mood coming on, a complicated self-pity, the strength going out of his arms, and a voice commencing in his head that reproaches him for caring. And the awful part is that he wallows in it. He knows how to find the twisty compensation in this business of losing, being a loser, drawing it out, expanding it, making it sickly sweet, being someone carefully chosen for the role. The score is 4-1. It should have rained in the 3rd or 4th inning. Great rain drenching down.
It should have thundered and lightened.
Bill says, "I'm still a believer. What about you?" The pitcher takes off his cap and rubs his forearm across his hairline. Big nuke. Then he blows in the cap. Then he shakes the cap and puts it back on. Shore looks at Gleason. "Still making with the mouth. Leave the people alone already. They came here to see a game." "What game? It's a lambaste thing. We gotta go home." "We're not going home," Toots says. Jackie says, "We can beat the crowd, clamhead." Frank says, "Let's take a vote." Toots says, "You're tubercular in the face. Sit back and watch the game, because nobody goes until I go, and I ain't going." Jackie waves down a vendor and orders beer all around. Nothing happens in the home half of the eighth. People are moving toward the exit ramps. It's Erskine and Bronca in the bullpen now, with the odd paper shaving dropped from the upper deck. Dodgers go down on the top of the ninth, and this is when you sense a helpless scattering. It is tasteable in the air, audible in the lone wolf calls from high in the stands. Nothing you've put into this is recoverable, and you don't know whether you want to leave at once or stay forever, living under a blanket in the wind. Engineer says, "Nice season, boys. Let's do it again sometime." The closeness in the booth, all this crammed maleness, is making Russ a little edgy. He lights another cigarette, and for the first time all day he does not reproach himself for it. He hears the solitary wailing. He hears his statistician reciting numbers in fake French. It's all part of the same thing, the feeling of some collapsible fact that's folded up and put away, and the school gloom that traces back for decades, the last laden day of summer vacation, when the range of play tapers to a screw turn. This is the day he has never shaken off, the final Sunday before the first Monday of school. It carried some queer, deep shadow out to the western edge of the afternoon. He wants to go home and watch his daughter ride her bike down a leafy street. Dark reaches for a pitch and hits a seeing-eye bouncer that ticks off the end of the first baseman's glove. A head pops up over the blanket. It's the engineer from KMOX, and he starts telling a joke about the fastest lover in Mexico. Y Mexico, an amazing chap named Speedy Gonzales. Russ is thinking base hit all the way, but glances routinely at the clubhouse sign in straightaway center to see if the first E in Chesterfield lights up, indicating error. Robinson retrieves the ball in short right. "So this guy's on his honeymoon in Acapulco, and he's heard all the stories about the incredible cunning of Speedy Gonzales, and he's frankly worried. He's a highly nervous type, and so on the first night, the night of nights, he's in bed with his wife, and he's got his middle finger plugged up her snatch to keep Speedy Gonzales from sneaking in there when he's not looking." Mueller stands in, taking the first pitch low. In the Dodger dugout, a coach picks up the phone and calls the bullpen for the 18th time to find out who's throwing good and who ain't. Mueller sees a fastball belt high and pokes a single to right. Sonny's dying for a smoke, and he reaches over for a second to get his cigarettes and matches. Russ describes Dark going into third, standing up. He sees Thomson, standing in the dugout with his arms raised and his hands held backwards, gripping the edge of the roof. He describes people standing in the aisles, and others moving down toward the field. Irvin dropping the weighted bat. So then he lights up quick and reaches back to the bed, finger first. Magley's already in the clubhouse, sitting in his skivvies in that post-game state of disrepair and pit stink that might pass for some shambles of the inner man, slugging beer from the bottle. Irvin stands in. Russ describes Newcomb taking a deep breath and stretching his arms over his head. He describes Newcomb looking in for the sign. And Speedy Gonzales says, "Senor, you got your finger up my ass." Russ hears most of this and wishes he hadn't. He does a small joke of his own, half standing to drape the mic with his suit coat, as if to keep the smallest syllable of raunchy talk from reaching his audience. Decent people out there. Fastball high and away. The crowd noise is uncertain. They don't know if this is a rally in the works or just another drag-tail finish that draws out the pain. It's a high, rackety noise that makes Russ think of restive waiting in a train station. Irvin tries to pull it, overeager, and Russ hears the soul of the crowd repeat the sorry arc of the baseball, a moaned vowel falling softly to earth. First baseman puts it away. Decent people out there. Russ wants to believe they're still assembled in some recognizable manner, the kindred unit at the radio, old lines and ties and propinquities. Lockman stands in, the towhead from Caroline. How his family used to gather around the gramophone and listen to grand opera, the trilled R's of old Europe. These thoughts fade and return. They're not distractions. He is alert to every movement on the field. A couple of swabbies moved down to the rail near third base. How the records were blank on one side and so brittle they would crack if you looked at them cross-eyed. That was the going joke. He's hunched over the mic. The field seems to open outward into nouns and verbs. All he has to do is talk. Saying, Carl Erskine and fireballer Ralph Bronx still throwing in a bullpen. Pitch. Lockman fouls it back into the netting. Now the rhythmic applause starts, tentative at first, then spreading densely through the stands. This is how the crowd enters the game. The repeated three-beat has the force of some abject faith, a desperate kind of will toward magic and accident. Lockman stands in once more, wagging the yellow bat. How his mother used to make him gargle with warm water and salt when he complained of a sore throat. Lockman hits the second pitch on a low line over third. Russ hears Harry Carey shouting into the mic on the other side of the blanket. Then they're both shouting, and the ball is slicing toward the line and landing fair, and sending up a spew of dirt and forcing Pafko into the corner once again. Men running, the sprint from first to third, the man who scores coming in backwards so he can check the action on the base paths. All the Giants up at the front of the dugout. The crowd is up, heads weaving for better views, men running through a slide of noise that comes heaving down on them. The pitch was off the plate, and he wrong-weighted, and Harry started shouting. The hit obliterates the beat of the crowd's rhythmic clapping. They're coming into open roar, making a noise that keeps enlarging itself in breadth and range. This is the crowd made over, the crowd renewed. Harry started shouting, and then Pafko went into the corner, and Russ started shouting, and the paper began to fall. 1 out, 1 in, 2 runs down, men on second and third. Russ thinks every word may be his last. He feels the redness in his throat, the pinpoint constriction. Mueller's still on the ground at third, injured sliding, or not sliding, stopping short and catching his spikes on the bag, a man in pain, the flare of pulled tendons. Paper is falling again, crushed traffic tickets and field-stripped cigarettes and work from the office and scorecards in the shape of airplanes, wind-blown and mostly white. And Pafko walks back to his position and alters stride to kick a soda cup lightly. And the gesture functions as a form of recognition, a hint of some concordant force between players and fans, the way he nudges the white cup. It's a little onside boot, completely unbegrudging, a sign of respect for the sly contrivances of the game, the patterns that are undivinable. The trainer comes out, and they put Mueller on a stretcher and take him toward the clubhouse. Mueller's pain, the pain the game exacts. A man on a stretcher makes sense here. The halt in play has allowed the crowd to rebuild its noise. Russ keeps pausing at the mic to let the sound collect. This is a rumble of a magnitude he has never heard before. You can't call it cheering or rooting. It's a territorial roar, the claim of the ego that separates the crowd from other entities, from political rallies or prison riots, everything outside the walls. Russ nuzzles up to the mic and tries to be calm, although he is very close to speaking in a shout, because this is the only way to be heard. Men clustered on the mound, and the manager waving to the bullpen, and the pitcher walking in, and the pitcher leaving, and the runner from Mueller doing knee bends at third. They are banging on the roof of the booth. Russ says, So don't go away. Light up that Chesterfield. We're going to stay right here and see how big Ralph Branca will fare. Yes, it is Branca coming through the dampish glow. Branca, who is tall and stalwart, but seems to carry his own hill and dale. He has the aura of a man encumbered. The drooping lids, leaden feet, the thick ridge across the brow. His face is set behind a somber nose, broad-bridged and looming. The stadium police are taking up posts. Look at the man on the upper deck. He is tearing pages out of his copy of Life and dropping them uncrumpled over the rail, letting them fall in a seesaw drift on the bawling fans below. He is moved to do this by the paper falling elsewhere, the contagion of paper. It is giddy and unformulated fun. He begins to ignore the game so he can waft pages over the rail. It brings him into contact with the other paper throwers and with the fans on the lower deck who reach for his pages and catch them. They are all a second force that runs parallel to the game. Not far away, another man feels something pulling at his chest, arms going numb. He wants to sit down but doesn't know if he can reach an arm back to lower himself to the seat. Heart, my God! Branca, who is 25, it makes you think he exemplifies ancient toil. By the time he reaches the mound, the stretcher-bearers have managed to get Mueller up the steps and into the clubhouse. The crowd forgets him. They would forget him if he were dead. The noise expands once more. Branca takes the ball, and the men around the mound recede to the fringes. Shore looks at Gleason. He says, "Tell me you want to go home. What happened to let's go home? If we leave now, we can beat the crowd." He says, "I can't visualize it enough, both you crumb bums. You deserve every misery in the book." Jackie looks miserable, all right. He loosens his necktie and undoes the top button of his shirt. He is the only member of the quartet not on his feet, but it isn't the shift in the game that has caused his discomfort. It's the day-long booze and the greasy food. Shore says, "Tell me you want to go home so I can run ahead and hold the car door open and, usher you inside." Paper is coming down around the group, big slick pages from a magazine, completely unremarkable in the uproar of the moment. Frank snatches a full-page ad for something called Pasteurized Processed Cheese Food, a Borden's product. That's the company with the cow, and there's a color picture of yellowish pressed pulp melting horribly on a hot dog. Frank deadpans the page to Gleason. "Here, this'll help you digest." Jackie sits there like an air traveler in a downdraft. The pages keep falling. Baby food, instant coffee, encyclopedias and cars, waffle irons and shampoos and blended whiskeys. Piping times, an optimistic bounty that carries into the news pages where the nation's farmers record a bumper crop. And the resplendent products. How the dazzle of a Packard car is repeated in the feature story about the art treasures of the Prado. It's all part of the same thing. Rubens and Titian and Playtex and Motorola. And here's a picture of Sinatra himself sitting in a nightclub in Nevada with Ava Gardner. And would you check that cleavage? Frank didn't know he was in this week's Life until the page fell out of the sky. He has people who are supposed to tell him these things. He keeps the page and reaches for another to stuff in Gleason's face. "Here's a Budweiser ad, pal." In a country that's in a hurry to make the future, the names attached to the products are an enduring reassurance. Johnson & Johnson, and Quaker State, and RCA Victor, and Burlington Mills, and Bristol Myers, and General Motors. These are the venerated emblems of the burgeoning economy, easier to identify than the names of battlefields or dead presidents. Not that Jackie's in the mood to scan a magazine. He is sunk in deep inertia, a rancid sweat developing, his mouth filled with the foretaste of massive inner shiftings. Branca takes the last of his warm-up tosses, flicking the glove to indicate a curve. Never mind the details of manner or appearance, the weight-bearing body at rest. Out on the mound he is strong and loose, cutting smoothly out of his wind-up, a man who wants the ball. Furillo watching from right field, the stone-cut profile. The bushy-haired man still pacing in the bleachers, moaning and shaking his head. Call the men in the white suits and get him out of here. Talking to himself, head wagging like a street-corner zealot with news of some distant affliction dragging ever closer. Sit down, shut up, they tell him. Frank keeps putting pages in Gleason's face. He tells him, eat up, pal. Paper clears the palate. When in steps Thomson, the tall, fleet Scot, reminding himself as he gets set in the box, see the ball, wait for the ball. Russ is clutching the mic. Warm water and salt. Gargle, said his mother. Thompson's not sure he sees things clearly. His eyeballs are humming. There's a feeling in his body he's digging in, settling into his stance, crowd noise packing the sky, and there's a feeling that he has lost the link to his surroundings, alone in all this rowdy-dow. See the ball. Watch and wait. He is frankly a little fuddled, is Bobby. It's like the first waking moment of the day, and you don't know whose house you're in. Russ says, Bobby Thomson up there swinging. May's down on one knee in the on-deck circle, half leaning on his cradled bat, and watching Bronca go into a full wind-up, push, pull, click, click, thinking it's all on him if Thomson fails, the season riding on him, and the jingle plays in his head. It's the radio embrace of the air itself, the mosaic of the air, and it will turn itself off when it's ready. There's an emergency station under the stands, and what the stadium cop has to do is figure out a way to get the stricken man down there without being overrun by a rampant, stomping crowd. The victim looks okay, considering. He's sitting down, waiting for the attendant to arrive with a wheelchair. All right, maybe he doesn't look so good. He looks pale, sick, worried, and infarcted. But he can make a fist and stick out his tongue, and there's not much the cop can do until the wheelchair arrives, so he might as well stand in the aisle and watch the end of the game. Thomson, in his bent stance, chin tucked, waiting. Russ says, 1 out, last of the 9th. He says, Bronca pitches. Thomson takes a strike called on the inside corner. He lays a heavy decibel on the word strike. He pauses to let the crowd reaction build. Do not talk against the crowd. Let the drama come from them. Those big, rich pages airing down from the upper deck. Lockman stands near second and tries to wish a hit onto Thompson's bat. That may have been the pitch he wanted. Belt high, a shade inside. Won't see one that good again. Russ says, Bobby hitting at 292. He's had a single and a double and drove in the Giants' first run with a long fly to center. Lockman looks across the diamond at home. The double he hit is still a presence in his chest. It's chugging away in there, a body memory that plays the moment over. He is peering into the deltoid opening between the catcher's knees. He sees the fingers dip, the blunt hand make a flapping action up and left. They'll give him the fastball high and tight and come back with the curve away. A pretty two-part scheme. Seems easy and sweet from here. Russ says, Brooklyn leads it 4-2. He says, Runner down the line at third, not taking any chances. Thomson thinking it's all happening too fast. Thinking quick hands, see the ball, give yourself a chance. Russ says, Lockman without too big of a lead at second, but he'll be running like the wind if Thomson hits one. In the box seats, J. Edgar Hoover plucks a magazine page off his shoulder, where the thing is lighted and stuck. At first he's annoyed that the object has come in contact with his body. Then his eyes fall upon the page. It is a color reproduction of a painting crowded with medieval figures who are dying or dead, a landscape of visionary havoc and ruin. Edgar has never seen a painting quite like this. It covers the page completely and must surely dominate the magazine. Across the red-brown earth, skeleton armies on the march. Men impaled on lances, hung from gibbets, drawn on spoked wheels, fixed to the tops of bare trees. Bodies open to the crows. Legions of the dead forming up behind shields made of coffin lids. Death himself astride a slat-ribbed hack. He is peaked for blood. his scythe held ready as he presses people in haunted swarms toward the entrance of some hell trap, an oddly modern construction that could be a subway tunnel or office corridor. A background of ash skies and burning ships. It is clear to Edgar that the page is from Life, and he tries to work up an anger. He asks himself why a magazine called Life would want to reproduce a painting of such lurid and dreadful dimensions. But he can't take his eyes off the page. Russ Hodges says, "Bronca throws." Gleason makes a noise that is halfway between a sigh and a moan. It is probably a sough, as of rustling surf in some palmy place. Edgar recalls the earlier blowout, Jackie's minor choking fit. He sees a deeper engagement here. He goes out into the aisle and up 2 steps, separating himself from the imminent discharge of animal, vegetable, and mineral matter. Not a good pitch to hit, up and in, but Thomson swings and tomahawks the ball, and everybody watches. Except for Gleason, who was bent over in his seat, hands locked behind his neck, a creamy strand of slime swinging from his lips. Russ says, "There's a long drive." His voice has a burst in it, a charge of expectation. He says, "It's going to be..." There's a pause all around him, Pafko racing toward the left field corner. He says, "I believe..." Pafko at the wall. Then he's looking up. People thinking, where's the ball? The scant delay, the stay in time that lasts a hair's breadth. And Cotter standing in section 35, watching the ball come in his direction. He feels his body turn to smoke. He loses sight of the ball when it climbs above the overhang, and he thinks it will land on the upper deck. But before he can smile or shout or bash his neighbor on the arm, before the moment can overwhelm him, the ball appears again, stitches visibly spinning. That's how near it hits, banging at an angle off a pillar, hands flashing everywhere. Russ feels the crowd around him, a shudder passing through the stands, and then he is shouting into the mic, and there is a surge of color and motion, a crash that occurs upward, stadium-wide, hands and faces and shirts, bands of rippling men, and he is outright shouting. His voice has a power he'd thought long gone. It may lift the top of his head like a cartoon rocket. He says, "The Giants win the pennant!" A topspin line drive. He tomahawked the pitch, and the ball had topspin and dipped into the lower deck, and there is Pafko at the 3:15 sign, looking straight up with his arm braced at the wall and a spate of paper coming down. He says, "The Giants win the pennant!" Yes, the voice is excessive, with a little tickle of hysteria in the upper register. But it is mainly wham and whomp. He sees Thomson capering around first. The hat of the first base coach. The first base coach has flung his hat straight up. He went for a chin-high pitch, and cold-cocked it good. The ball started up high and then sank, missing the facade of the upper deck and dipping into the seats below, pulled in, swallowed up. And the Dodger players stand looking, already separated from the event, staring flat into the shadows between the decks. He says, "The Giants win the pennant!" The crew is whooping. They are answering the roof bangers by beating on the walls and ceiling of the booth. People climbing the dugout roofs, and the crowd shaking in its own noise. Bronca on the mound in his tormented slouch. He came with a fast ball up, a pitch that's tailing in, and the guy's supposed to take it for a ball. Russ is shouting himself right out of his sore throat, out of every malady and pathology and complaint, and all the pangs of growing up and every memory that is not tender. He says, "The Giants win the pennant!" 4 times. Bronca turns and picks up the rosin bag and throws it down, heading toward the clubhouse now, his shoulders aligned at a slant. He begins the long, dead trudge. Paper falling everywhere. Russ knows he ought to settle down and let the mic pick up the sound of the swelling bedlam around him, but he can't stop shouting. There's nothing left of him but shout. He says, "Bobby Thomson hits into the lower deck of the left field stands." He says, "The Giants win the pennant and they're going crazy." He says, "They're going crazy." Then he raises a pure shout, wordless, a holler from the old days. It is fiddling time. It's mountain music on WCKY at 5:30 in the morning. The thing comes jumping right out of him, a jubilation. It might be, "Hey-ho!" or it might be, "Oh, boy!" shouted backwards, or it might be something else entirely. Hard to tell when they don't use words. And Thomson's teammates gathering at home plate, and Thomson circling the bases in gamesome leaps, buck-jumping. He is forever Bobby now, a romping boy lost to time. And his breath comes so fast he doesn't know if he can handle all the air that's pouring in. He sees men in a helter-skelter line waiting at the plate to pummel him, his teammates, no better fellows in the world. And there's a look in their faces. They are stunned by a happiness that has collapsed on them, bright-eyed under their caps. He tomahawked the pitch. He hit on top of it. And now his ears are ringing, and there's a numbing buzz in his hands and feet. And Robinson stands behind second, hands on hips, making sure Thomson touches every base. You can almost see brave Jack grow old. Look at DeRocher spinning. Russ pauses for the first time to catch the full impact of the noise around him. Leo's spinning in the coach's box. The manager stands and spins. He is spinning with his arms spread wide. Maybe it's an ascetic rapture, a thing they do in mosques in Anatolia. People make it a point to register the time. Edgar stands with arms crossed and a level eye on Gleason, folded over. Pages dropping all around them. It is a fairly thick issue. Laxatives and antacids, sanitary napkins and corn plasters and dandruff removers. Jackie utters an aquatic bark. It is loud and crude, the hoarse call of some mammal in distress. Then the surge of flannel matter. He seems to be vomiting someone's taupe pajamas. The waist is liquidy smooth in the lingo of Adland, and it is splashing freely on Frank's stout Oxford shoes and fine Lisle hose, and on the soft woven wool of his town and country trousers. The clock atop the clubhouse reads 3:58. Russ has got his face back into the mic. He shouts, "I don't believe it!" He shouts, "I don't believe it!" He shouts, "I do not believe it!" They are coming down to crowd the railings. They are coming from the far ends of the great raid configuration, and they are moving down the aisles and toward the rails. Pafko is out of paper range by now, jogging toward the clubhouse. But the paper keeps falling. If the early paper waves were slightly hostile and mocking, and the middle waves a form of fan commonality, then this last demonstration has a softness, a selfness. It is coming down from all points. Laundry tickets, envelopes swiped from the office. There are crushed cigarette packs and sticky wrap from ice cream sandwiches. Pages from memo pads and pocket calendars. They are throwing faded dollar bills. Snapshots torn to pieces. Ruffled paper swaddles for cupcakes. They are tearing up letters they've been carrying around for years, pressed into their wallets, the residue of love affairs and college friendships. It is happy garbage now. The fans' intimate wish to be connected to the event, unendably, in the form of pocket litter, personal waste, a thing that carries a shadow identity. Rolls of toilet tissue unbolting lyrically in streamers. They are gathered at the netting behind home plate, gripping the tight mesh. Russ is still shouting. He's not yet shouted out. He believes he has a thing that's worth repeating, saying, "Bobby Thomson hit a line drive into the lower deck of the left field stands, and the place is going crazy." Next thing Cotter knows, he is sidling into the aisle. The area is congested and intense, and he has to pry his way row by row using elbows and shoulders. Nobody much seems to notice. The ball is back there in a mighty pile-up of shirts and jackets. The game is way behind him. The crowd can have the game. He's after the baseball now, and there's no time to ask himself why. They hit it in the stands, you go and get it. It's the ball they play with, the thing they rub up and scuff and sweat on. He's going up the aisle through 1,000 pounding hearts. He's prodding and sideswiping. He sees people dipping frantically. It could be apple bobbing in Indiana, only slightly violent. Then the ball comes free, and someone goes after it. The first one out of the pack, a young guy in a scuttling crawl with people reaching for him. trying to grab his jacket, a fistful of trouser ass. He has wiry, reddish hair and a college jacket. You know those athletic jackets where the sleeves are one color and leathery looking, and the body is a darker color and probably wool, and these are the college colors of the team. Cotter takes a guess and edges his way along a row that's 2 rows down from the action. He takes a guess. He anticipates. It's the way you feel something will happen, and then you watch it uncannily come to pass, occurring almost in measured stages so you can see the wheelwork of your idea fitting into place. He cold-cocked the pitch, and the ball shot out there and dipped and disappeared. And Thomson, bounding down on home plate, mobbed by his teammates, who move in shuffled steps with hands extended to keep from spiking each other, and photographers edging near and taking their spread stances, and the first of the fans appearing on the field, the first strays standing wary or whirling about to see things from this perspective, astonished to find themselves at field level, or running right at Thomson, all floppy and demented, milling into the wedge of players at home plate. Frank is looking down at what has transpired. He stands there, hands out, palms up, in awe of muted disgust. That this should happen here, in public, in the high revel of event. He feels a puzzled wonder that exceeds his aversion. He looks down at the back of Jackie's glossy head, and he looks at his own trouser cuffs, flaked in intimate beige, and the spatter across his shoe tops in a strafing pattern, and the gumbo puddle nearby that contains a few laggard gobs of pinkoid stuff from deep in Gleason's gastric sac. And he nods his head and says, "My shoes." And Shore feels offended. He feels a look come into his face that carries the sting of a bad shave, those long-ago mornings of razor pull and cold water. And he looks at Frank and says, "Did you see the homer, at least?" "I saw part and missed part." And Shore says, "Do I want to take the time to ask which part you missed, so we can talk about it on the phone someday?" There are people with their hands in their hair, holding in their brains. Frank persists in looking down. He allows one foot to list to port so he can examine the side of his shoe for vomit marks. These are handcrafted shoes from a narrow street with a quaint name in oldest London. And Shore says, "We just won, unbelievable. And they're ripping up the joint. I don't know whether to laugh, shit, or go blind." And Frank says, "I'm rooting for number 1 or number 3. Russ is still manning the microphone and has one last thing to say and barely manages to get it out. "The Giants won it by a score of 5-4, and they're picking Bobby Thomson up and carrying him off the field." If his voice has an edge of disquiet, it's because he has to get to the clubhouse to do interviews with players and coaches and team officials, and the only way to get out there is to cross the length of the field on foot. And he's already out of breath, out of words, and the crowd is growing over the walls. He sees Thomson carried by a phalanx of men, players and others, mostly others. The players have run for it. The players are dashing for the clubhouse. And he sees Thomson riding off balance on the shoulders of men who might take him right out of the ballpark and into the streets for a block party. Gleason is suspended in wreckage, drained and humped, and he has barely the wit to consider what the shouting's about. The field streaked with people, the hat snatchers, the swift kids who imitate banking aircraft, their spread arms steeply raked. Look at Cotter under a seat. All over the city, people are coming out of their houses. This is the nature of Thomson's homer. It makes people want to be in the streets, join with others, telling others what has happened, those few who haven't heard, comparing faces and states of mind. And Russ has a hot mic in front of him, and has to find someone to take it and talk so he can get down to the field and find a way to pass intact through all that mangle. And Cotter is under a seat hand-fighting someone for the baseball. He's trying to get a firmer grip. He's trying to isolate his rival's hand so he can prise the ball away finger by finger. It's a tight little theater of hands and arms, some martial test with formal rules of grappling. The iron seat leg cuts into his back. He hears the earnest breathing of the rival. They are working for advantage, trying to gain position. The rival is blocked off by the seat back. He's face down in the row above with just an arm stuck under the seat. People make it a point to read the time on the clock atop the notched facade of the clubhouse, the high battlement. They register the time when the ball went in. It's a small, tight conflict of fingers and inches, a lifetime of effort compressed into seconds. He gets his hands around the rival's arm just above the wrist. He's working fast, thinking fast. Too much time and people take sides. The rival, the foe, the au fait, veins stretched and bulged between white knuckles. If people take sides, does Cotter have a chance? 2 heart attacks, not 1. A second man collapses on the field. A well-dressed fellow, not exactly falling, but letting himself down 1 knee at a time, slow and controlled, easing down on his right hand and tumbling dully over. No one takes this for a rollick. The man is not the type to do dog tricks in the dirt. And Cotter's hands around the rival's arm, twisting in opposite directions, burning the skin. It's called an Indian burn, remember? One hand grinding one way, the other going the other, twisting hard, working fast. There's a pause on the rival's breathing. He is pausing to note the pain. He fairly croons his misgivings now, and Cotter feels the arm jerk and the fingers lift from the ball. Thomson, thrusting down off the shoulders of the men who carry him, beating down, pulling away from grabby hands. He sees players watching intently from the clubhouse windows. And Cotter holds the rival's arm with one hand and goes for the ball with the other. He sees it begin to roll past the seat leg, wobbling on the textured surface. He sort of traps it with his eye and sends out a ladling hand. The ball rolls in a minutely crooked path into the open. The action of his hand is as old as he is. It seems he has been sending out this hand for one thing or another since the minute he shot out of infancy. Everything he knows is contained in the splayed fingers of this one bent hand. Heart! My heart! The whole business under the seat has taken only seconds. Now he's backing out, moving post-haste. He's got the ball. He feels it, hot and buzzy in his hand. A sense of people grudgingly getting out of his way. Making way, but not too quickly. Dead-eyes sidewalk faces. The ball is damp with the heat and sweat of the rival's hand. Cotter's arm hangs lank at his side, and he empties out his face, scareder now than he was when he went over the turnstile, but determined to look cool and blank, and going down the rows by stepping over seat backs and fitting himself between bodies and walking on seats when it is convenient. Look at the ushers locking arms at the wrists and making a sedan seat for the cardiac victim, and hauling him off to the station under the grandstand. One glance back at the area above. He allows himself a glance and sees the rival getting to his feet. The man stands out, white-shirted and hulking. And it's not the college boy he thought it might be, the guy in the varsity jacket who'd been scrambling for the ball. And the man catches his eye. This is not what Cotter wants. This is damage to the cause. He made a mistake looking back. He allowed himself a glance, a sidewise flash, and now he's caught in the man's hard glare. The raised seams of the ball are pulsing in his hand. Their eyes meet in the spaces between rocking bodies, between faces that jut and the broad backs of shouting fans. Celebration all around him. But he is caught in the man's gaze, and they look at each other over the crowd and through the crowd, and it is Bill Watterson, with his shirt stained and his hair all punished and sprung, good neighbor Bill, flashing a cutthroat smile. The dead have come to take the living. The dead in winding sheets, the regimented dead on horseback, the skeleton that plays a hurdy-gurdy. Edgar stands in the aisle fitting together the 2 facing pages of the reproduction. People are climbing over seats, calling hoarsely toward the field. He stands with the pages in his face. He hadn't realized he was seeing only half the painting until the left-hand page drifted down, and he got a glimpse of rust-brown terrain and a pair of skeletal men pulling on bell ropes. The page brushed against a woman's arm and spun into Edgar's God-fearing breast. Thomson is out in center field now, dodging fans who come in rushes and jumps. They jump against his body. They want to take him to the ground, show him snapshots of their families. Edgar reads the copy block on the matching page. This is a 16th century work done by a Flemish master, Peter Bruegel, and it is called The Triumph of Death. A nervy title, methinks. But he is intrigued. He admits it. The left-hand page may be even better than the right. He studies the tumbrel filled with skulls. He stands in the aisle and looks at the naked man pursued by dogs. He looks at the gaunt dog nibbling the baby in the dead woman's arms. These are long, gaunt, starveling hounds. They are war dogs, hell dogs, boneyard hounds beset by parasitic mites, by dog tumors and dog cancers. Dear germ-free Edgar, the man who has an air filtration system in his house to vaporize specks of dust. He finds a fascination in cankers, lesions, and rotting bodies, so long as his connection to the source is strictly pictorial. He finds a second dead woman in the middle ground, straddled by a skeleton. The positioning is sexual, unquestionably. But is Edgar sure it's a woman bestraddled, or could it be a man? He stands in the aisle, and they're all around him cheering, and he has the pages in his face. The painting has an instancy that he finds striking. Yes, the dead fall upon the living. But he begins to see that the living are sinners, the card players, the lovers who dally. He sees the king in an ermine cloak with his fortune stashed in hogshead drums. The dead have come to empty out the wine gourds, to serve a skull on a platter to gentlefolk at their meal. He sees gluttony, lust, and greed. Edgar loves this stuff. Edgar, Jedgar, admit it, you love it. It causes a bristling of his body hair. Skeletons with wispy dicks. The dead beating kettle drums. The sackcloth dead slitting a pilgrim's throat. The meat-blood colors and massed bodies, this is a census-taking of awful ways to die. He looks at the flaring sky and the deep distance out beyond the headlands on the left-hand page. Death elsewhere. Conflagration in many places. Terror universal. The crows, the ravens in silent glide. The raven perched on the white nag's rump, black and white forever. And he thinks of a lonely tower standing on the Cossack test site. The tower armed with the bomb, and he can almost hear the wind blowing across the Central Asian steppes, out where the enemy lives in long coats and fur caps, speaking that old weighted language of theirs, liturgical and grave. What secret history are they writing? There is the secret of the bomb, and there are the secrets that the bomb inspires. Things even the director cannot guess. A man whose own sequestered heart holds every festering secret in the Western world, because these plots are only now evolving. This is what he knows, that the genius of the bomb is printed not only in its physics of particles and rays, but in the occasion it creates for new secrets. For every atmospheric blast, every glimpse we get of the bared force of nature, that weird, peeled eyeball exploding over the desert, for every one of these, he reckons 100 plots go underground to spawn and scheme. And what is the connection between us and them? How many bundled links do we find in the neural labyrinth? It's not enough to hate your enemy. You have to understand how the two of you bring each other to deep completion. The old dead fucking the new. The dead raising coffins from the earth. The hillside dead tolling the old rugged bells that clang for the sins of the world. He looks up for a moment. He takes the pages from his face. It is a wrenching effort. And looks at the people on the field. Those who are happy and dazed. Those who run around the bases calling out the score. The ones who are so excited they won't sleep tonight. Those whose team has lost. The ones who taunt the losers. The fathers who will hurry home and tell their sons what they've seen. The husbands who will surprise their wives with flowers and chocolate-covered cherries. The fans pressed together at the clubhouse steps, chanting the players' names. The fans having fistfights on the subway going home. The screamers and berserkers. The old friends who meet by accident out near second base. Those who will light the city with their bliss. Cotter walks at a normal pace in the after-school light. He goes past rows of tenements down 8th Avenue with a small, solemn hop in his stride. a kind of endless levered up and down. And Bill is positioned off his shoulder, maybe 30 yards back. He sees the power of prayer sign and carries the ball in his right hand and rubs it up several times and looks back and sees the college boy in the two-tone jacket fall in behind Bill, the guy who was involved in the early scuffle for the ball. Bill has lost his buckaroo grin. He barely shows an awareness that Cotter exists, a boy who walks the earth in high-top kids. Cotter's body wants to go, but if he starts running at this point, what we have is a black kid running in a mainly white crowd, and he's being followed by a pair of irate whites yelling thief or grief or something. They walk down the street, 3 secret members of some organized event. Bill calls out, "Hey, Cotter, buddy, come on. We won this game together." Many people have disappeared into cars or down the subways. They're swarming across the walkway on the bridge to the Bronx. But there are still enough bodies to disrupt traffic in the streets. The mounted police are out, high-riding and direct, appearing among the cars as levitated beings. "Hey, Cotter, I had my hand on that ball before you did." Bill says this good-natured. He laughs when he says it, and Cotter begins to like the man all over again. Car horns are blowing all along the street, noises of joy and mutual salute. The college boy says, "I think it's time I got in this. I'm in this, too. I was the first one to grab a hold of the ball. Actually, long before either one of you. Somebody hit it out of my hand. I mean, if we're talking about who was first." Cotter's watching the college boy speak, looking back diagonally. He sees Bill stop, so he stops. Bill is stopping for effect. He wants to stop so he can measure the college boy, look him up and down in an itemizing way. He's taking in the two-tone jacket, the tight red hair. He's taking in the whole boy, the entire form and structure of the college boy's status as a land animal with a major brain. And he says, "What?" That's all. A hard, sharp what. And he stands there agape, his body gone slack in a comic dumbness that's pervaded with danger. He says, "Who the hell are you, anyway? What are you doing here? Do I know you?" Cotter watches this, entertained by the look on the college boy's face. The college boy thought he was part of a team. It's us against him. Now his eyes don't know where to go. Bill says, "This is between my buddy Cotter and me. Personal business, understand? We don't want you here. You're ruining our fun. And if I have to make it any plainer, there's going to be a family sitting down to dinner tonight minus a loved one." Bill resumes walking, and so does Cotter. He looks back to see the college boy following Bill for a number of paces, unsurely, and then falling out of step and beginning to fade down the street and into the crowd. Bill looks at Cotter and grins narrowly. It is a wolfish sort of look, with no mercy in it. He carries his suit jacket clutched and bunched in his hand, wadded up like something he might want to throw. With advancing dark, the field is taking on a deeper light. The grass is incandescent. It has a heat and sheen. People go running past, looking half ablaze, and Russ Hodges moves with the tentative steps of some tourist at a grand bazaar, trying to hand-shuffle through the crowd. Some ushers are lifting a drunk off the first base line, and the man warps himself into a baggy mass and shakes free, and begins to run around the bases in his oversized raincoat with long belt trailing. Russ makes his way through the infield and dance steps into an awkward jog that makes him feel ancient and extraneous. And he thinks of the ballplayers of his youth, the men with redneck monikers whose endeavors he followed in the papers every day. Eparixie and Hod Eller and old Ivy Wingo. And there's a silly grin pasted across his face because he's a 41-year-old man with a high fever, and he is running across a ball field to conduct a dialogue with a pack of athletes in their underwear. He says to someone running near him, "I don't believe it. I still don't believe it." Out in dead center, he sees the clubhouse windows catch the trigger glint of flashbulbs going off inside. He hears a shrill cheer and turns and sees the raincoat drunk sliding into third base. Then he realizes the man running alongside is Al Edelstein, his producer. Al shouts, "Do you believe it?"
"I do not believe it,"
says Russ. They shake hands on the run. Al says, "Look at these people." He is shouting and gesturing, waving a Cuban cigar. "It's like, I don't know what."
"If you don't know what, then I don't know what."
"Save the voice," says Al.
"The voice is dead and buried. It went to heaven on a sunbeam."
"I'll tell you one thing's for certain, old pal. We'll never forget today."
"Glad you're with me, buddy."
The running men shake hands again. They're deep in the outfield now, and Russ feels an ache in every joint. The clubhouse windows catch the flash of the popping bulbs inside. In the box seats across the field, Edgar sets his hat at an angle on his head. It's a dark gray Homburg that brings out the nicely sprinkled silver at his temples. He has the Bruegel folded neatly in his pocket and will take these pages home to study further. Thousands remain in the stands, not nearly ready to leave, and they watch the people on the field, aimless eddies and stirrings, single figures sprinting out of crowds. Edgar sees someone dangling from the wall in right center field. These men who drop from the high walls like to hang for a while before letting go. They hit the ground and crumple and get up slowly. But it's the static drama of the dangled body that Edgar finds compelling, the terror of second thoughts. Gleason is on his feet now, crapulous Jack, all rosy and afloat, ready to lead his buddies up the aisle. He rails at Frank.
"Nothing personal, pal, but I wonder if you realize you're smelling up the ballpark. Talk about stinko. I can smell you even with Shore on the premises. Usually with Shore around, blind people are tapping for garbage cans in their path."
Shore thinks this is funny. Light comes into his eyes and his face goes crinkly. He loves the insults, the slurs and taunts, and he stands there beaming with balloon-head love. It's the highest thing that can pass between men of a certain mind, the stand-up scorn that carries their affection. But what about Frank? He says, "It's not my stink, it's your stink, pal. Just happens I'm the one that's wearing it." Says Gleason,
"Hey, don't think you're the first friend I ever puked on. I puked on better men than you. Consider yourself honored. This is a form of flattery I extend to nearest and dearest."
Here he waves his cigarette.
"But don't think I'm riding in any limousine that has you in it."
They march toward the exit ramp with Edgar going last. He turns toward the field on an impulse and sees another body dropping from the outfield wall, a streaky length of limbs and hair and flapping sleeves. There is something apparitional in the moment, and it chills and excites him, and sends his hand into his pocket to touch the bleak pages hidden there. The crowd is thinning quickly now, and Cotter goes past the last of the mounted police down around 148th Street.
"Hey, Cotter, now let's be honest. You snatched it out of my hand. A clear case of snatch and run. But I'm willing to be reasonable. Let's talk turkey. What do you say to $10 in crisp bills? That's a damn fair offer. $12. You can buy a ball and glove for that."
"That's what you think."
"All right, whatever it takes. Let's find a store and go in. A fielder's glove and a baseball. You got sporting goods stores around here? Hell, we won the game of our lives. There's cause for celebration."
"The ball's not for sale. Not this ball."
Bill says,
"Let me tell you something, Cotter." Then he pauses and grins.
"You got quite a grip, you know. My arm needs attention in a big way. You really put the squeeze on me."
"Lucky I didn't bite. I was thinking about it."
Bill seems delighted at the way Cotter has entered the spirit of the moment. The side streets are weary with uncollected garbage and broken glass, with the odd plundered car squatting flat on its axle and men who stand in doorways completely a dream. Bill runs toward Cotter. He takes 4 sudden running steps, heavy and overstated, arms spread wide, and a movie growl rolling from his throat. Cotter sees it as a joke, but not until he has run into the street and done a loop around a passing car. They smile at each other across the traffic.
"I looked at you scrunched up in your seat, and I thought I'd found a pal. This is a baseball fan, I thought, not some delinquent on the streets. You seem to be dead set on disappointing me, Cotter. Buddies sit down together and work things out." The streetlights are on. They're walking briskly now, and Cotter isn't sure who was first to step up the pace. He feels a pain in his back where the seat leg was digging in. "Now tell me what it's going to take to separate you from that baseball, son." Cotter doesn't like the tone of this. "I want that cotton-picking ball." Cotter keeps walking. "Hey, Goofus, I'm talking to you. You maybe think this is some cheapo entertainment. String the guy along." "You can talk all you want," Cotter says. "The ball's not yours. It's mine. I'm not selling it or trading it." A car comes veering off the avenue, and Cotter stops to let it go by. Then he feels something shift around him. There's a ripple in the pavement or the air, and a scant second in a woman's face nearby. Her eyes shift to catch what's happening behind him. He turns to see Bill coming wide and fast and arm-pumping. It seems awfully heavy traffic for a baseball. The color coming into Bill's face, the shiny fabric at his knees. He has a look that belongs to someone else entirely, a man out of another experience, desperate and propelled. Cotter stands there for one long beat. He wastes a head fake, then starts to run down the empty side street with Bill right on his neck and reaching. He cuts sharp and ducks away, skidding to his knees and wheeling on his right hand, the ball hand, pressing the ball hard in the tar and using it to pivot. Bill goes past him in a drone of dense breath, a formal hum that is close to speech. Cotter sees him stop and turn. He is skewed with rage, face bloated and quirked. A sleeve hangs down from the jacket in his hand and brushes softly on the ground. Cotter runs back up to the avenue with the sound of rustling breath behind him. They are past the ballpark crowd. This is unmixed Harlem here. All he has to do is get to the corner, to people and lights. He sees barroom neon and bed sheets strung across a lot. He sees fresh-killed chickens from the farm. He reads the sign, or maybe gathers it whole, and there's an odd, calm completion in it, a gesturing of safety. Two women step aside when he gets near. They glance past him to his pursuit, and he notes the alertness in their faces, the tapering of attention. Bill is close, banging the asphalt in his businessman's shoes. Cotter goes south on the avenue and runs half a block, and then he turns and does a caper. He does a physical jape, running backwards for a stretch, high-stepping, mocking, showing Bill the baseball. He's a cut-up in a sour state. He holds the ball chest-high and turns it in his fingers, which isn't easy when you're running. He rotates the ball on its axis, spins it slowly over and around, showing the 216 raised red cotton stitches. Don't tell me you don't love this move. The maneuver makes Bill slow down. He looks at Cotter backpedaling, doing a dance man's strut, but he doesn't detect an opening here, because the maneuver makes him realize where he is. The fact that Cotter's not scared. The fact that he's parading the baseball. Bill stops completely, but is too smart to look around. Best to limit your purview to straight ahead, because you don't know who might be looking back at you. And the more enlightened he becomes, the more open grows the space for Cotter's anger. He doesn't really know how to show it. This is the second time today he has taunted someone, but he doesn't feel the spunky rush of dodging the cop. The high heart of the gate crash is a dimness here. He's muddled and wrung out, and can't get his badass glare to function. So he stands there flat-foot and looks at Bill with people walking by and noticing and not noticing. And he spins the ball back up and over the back of his hand and catches it skipping off his wrist with a dip and twist of the same hand. Like, "Fuck you, mister, who you messing with?" He looks at Bill, a flushed and panting man who has vainly chased along a railroad track for the 509. Then he turns his back and walks slowly down the street. He begins to think about the game's amazing end. What could not happen actually happened. He wants to get home, sit quiet, let it live again, let the home run roll over him, soaking his body with a kind of composure, the settled pleasure that comes after the thing itself. A man calls from a window to a man on a stoop. "Hey, baby, I hear she put your nightstick in a sling." Cotter turns here, looks there, feeling a sense of placeness that grows more familiar. He sees a kid he knows but doesn't stop to show him the ball or brag on the game. He feels the pain from the seat leg. He sees a street corner shouter making a speech, a tall man in a rag suit with bicycle clips nipping his pants at the ankles. He feels a little bring-down working in his mind. He sees 4 guys from a local gang, the Alhambras, and he crosses the street to avoid them and then crosses back. He gets to his street and goes up the front steps and into the sour air of his building, and he feels the little bring-down of fading light that he has felt 1,000 times before. Shit, man, I don't want to go to school tomorrow. Russ Hodges stands on an equipment trunk, trying to describe the scene in the clubhouse, and he knows he's making no sense. And the players who climb up on the trunk to talk to him are making no sense, and they are all talking in unnatural voices, failed voices, creaturely night squeaks. Others are pinned to their lockers by reporters and family members and club officials, and they can't get to the liquor and beer located on a table in the middle of the room. Russ holds the mic over his head and lets the noise sweep in, and then lowers the mic and says another senseless thing. Thomson goes out on the clubhouse veranda to respond to the sound of his chanted name, and they are everywhere. They are on the steps with stadium cops keeping them in check, and there are thousands more, spread dense across the space between jutting bleacher walls, many arms extended toward Thomson. They are pointing or imploring or making victory fists or stating a desire to touch. Men in suits and hats down there, and others hanging over the bleacher wall above Bobby, reaching down, half falling over the edge, some very near to touching him. Al says, the producer, "Great job today, Russ, buddy. We did something great just by being here. What a feeling. I'd smoke a cigar, but I might die. But what a feeling," Al says. "We sure pulled something out of a hat, all of us together. Damn, I just realized. What's a ball game to make us feel like this? I have to go back. Left my topcoat in the booth. We need a walk to settle us down. We need a long walk. That's the only coat you've ever loved," says Al. They leave by way of the Dodger clubhouse, and there's Bronca, all right, the first thing you see, stretched face down on a flight of 6 steps, feet touching the floor. He's still in uniform except for shirt and cap. He wears a wet undershirt, and his head is buried in his crossed arms on the top step. Al and Russ speak to a few of the men who remain. They talk quietly and try not to look at Bronca. They look, but tell themselves they aren't. Next to Bronca, a coach sits in full uniform, but hatless, smoking a cigarette. His name is Cookie. No one wants to catch Cookie's eye. Al and Russ talk quietly to a few more men, and all of them together try not to look at Bronca. The steps from the Dodger clubhouse are nearly clear of people. Thomson has gone back inside, but there are fans still gathered in the area, waving and chanting. The 2 men begin to walk across the outfield, and Al points to the place in the left field stands where the ball went in. "Mark the spot, like where Lee surrendered to Grant or some such thing." Russ thinks this is another kind of history. He thinks they will carry something out of here that joins them all in a rare way, that binds them to a memory with protective power. People are climbing lampposts on Amsterdam Avenue, tooting car horns in Little Italy. Isn't it possible that this mid-century moment enters the skin more lastingly than the vast shaping strategies of eminent leaders, generals stealing in their sunglasses? The mapped visions that pierce our dreams? Russ wants to believe a thing like this keeps us safe in some undetermined way. This is the thing that will pulse in his brain come old age and double vision and dizzy spells. The surge sensation. The leap of people already standing. That bolt of noise and joy when the ball went in. This is the people's history, and it has flesh and breath that quicken to the force of this old, safe game of ours. And fans at the Polo Grounds today will be able to tell their grandchildren. They'll be the gassy old men leaning into the next century and trying to convince anyone willing to listen, pressing in with medicine breath, that they were here when it happened. The raincoat drunk is running the bases. They see him round first, his hands paddling the air to keep him from drifting into right field. He approaches second in a burst of coattails and limbs and untied shoelaces and swinging belt. They see he is going to slide, and they stop and watch him leave his feet. All the fragments of the afternoon collect around his airborne form. Shouts, bat cracks, full bladders, and stray yawns. The sand-grain manyness of things that can't be counted. It is all falling indelibly into the past.
Part 1. Long Tall Sally. Spring-Summer 1992. Chapter 1. I was driving a Lexus through a rustling wind. This is a car assembled in a work area that's completely free of human presence. Not a spot of mortal sweat, except, for the guys who drive the product out of the plant, allow a little moisture where they grip the wheel. The system flows forever onward, automated to priestly nuance, every gliding movement back-referenced for prime performance. Hollow bodies coming in endless sequence. There's nobody on the line with caffeine nerves or a history of clinical depression. Just the eerie weave of chromium alloys carried in interlocking arcs, block iron and asphalt sheeting, soaring ornaments of coachwork fitted and merged. Robots tightening bolts, programmed drudges that do not dream of family dead. It's a culmination, in a way. Machines made and shaped outside the little splat of human speech. And this made my rented car a natural match for the landscape I was crossing. Heat shimmer rising on the empty flats, a bled-white sky with ticky breezes raking dust across the windshield, and the species factually absent from the scene. Except for me, of course, and I was barely there. Let's just say the desert is an impulse. I had decided in a flash to switch planes and get a car and hit the back roads. There is something about old times that satisfied my spontaneity. The quicker you decide, the more fully you discharge the debt to memory. I wanted to see her again, and feel something, and say something. A few words, not too many, and then head back into the windy distance. It was all distance. It was hardpan and sky and a wafer trace of mountain, low and crouched out there. Mountain or cloud, cat-shaped, catamount. How human it is to see a thing as something else. The old road bent north, placing the sun approximately abeam, and I wanted to feel the heat on my face and arms. I turned off the air conditioner and lowered the windows. I reached for the tube of sunblock, protection factor 15, a thing I keep nearby, even though I'm olive-skinned, dark as my father was. I slowed the car to a no-hands crawl and applied the stuff to half my face and one arm, the exposed person, because I was 57 years old and still learning how to be sensible. The musky coconut bomb, and the adolescent savor of heat and beach, and an undermemory of seawater rush, salt scour in the eyes and nose. I squeezed the tube until it was sucked dry. It sucked and popped and went dry. I glimpsed something, a mental image, a sort of nerve firing, a desert flash, the briefest puddled color of an ice cream vendor weaving through high sand. Later the wind died, and a cloud reef rimmed in pale rose hung low and still. I was on a dirt road now, spectacularly lost, and I stopped the car and got out and scanned the landscape, feeling pretty dumb. And I thought I saw some funk holes out among the yucca, old concrete bunkers from a mining operation or military test site. It would be dark in 45 minutes. I had a quarter tank of gas, half a can of iced tea, nothing to eat, no warm clothes, a map that scanted the details. I would drink my tea and die. Then a scatter of dust, a hazy mass rising from the sundown line, and an approaching object that made me think of 100 movies in which something comes across the wavy plain, a horseman with scabbarded rifle, or a lone cameleer hunched in muslin on his dumb-headed beast.
This thing was different, raising twin kicks of sand, coming at a nice clip. But not your everyday average all-terrain vehicle. It had a roof light and a gleam of yellow paint, and it was brassy and jouncing, with a cartoon shine. The happiest sort of apparition, coming down the rutted path like a pop art object. Less than 50 yards away. It seemed to be, it clearly was, a New York taxi. Impossible but true. Yellower than egg yolk and coming fast. What better gesture might I devise than an outstretched, hailing hand? But the damn thing didn't slow down. Windows open, music ripping out, a surge of steroid rock. I stepped back out of the way, my arms still raised, the suntan arms sleek with chemicals. I saw the cab was jammed with people, and I called out as they went by, a person's name, a password in the throbbing air. "Clara Sachs," is what I shouted. And there were answering shouts. The taxi slowed briefly, and I could hear them cheering. Then arms came jutting from 2 or 3 windows, waving and beckoning, and a single smiling yellow head, a blonde woman, sunny and young and looking back at me, the driver serene in all that ruckus, driving blind, and the taxi springing away, hightailing through the studded vegetation and out across the desert. I got in my silent car and followed. The volunteers were mainly art students, but there were others as well. History majors and teachers on leave and nomads and runaways, coming and going all the time. Burnt-out hackers looking for the unwired world. They were people who heard the call, the whisper in the ear that sends you out the door and into some zone of exalted play. Working with the hands, scraping and painting, stirring the indolent mixture, seeing brushstrokes mark a surface, pigment, the animal fats and polymers that blend to make this word. They were nice to me. They ate and slept in a set of abandoned barracks at the edge of an enormous air base. Toilets, showers, cots, and an improvised commissary. They were a good-humored workforce with an array of skills. They fixed things, sang songs, they told funny stories. When their numbers grew beyond the capacity of the barracks, they slept in pup tents or sleeping bags, or in their dusty cars. I told a student with a welcome badge that I was not here to wield a brush or sandblaster, but only to see the piece, the artwork, the project, whatever it was called, and to say hello, if that was possible, to Clara Sachs. I told him I didn't want to take up space, and he gave me directions to a motel where I might spend the night, maybe 25 miles away, and then asked me to meet him later at a place he called the Paint Shop. I washed the sunblock off my hands and face and got in a food line, sandwiches and kiwis and fruit juice. Then I sat and talked with 5 or 6 others. They were all nice. I asked about the taxi, and they said it was someone's car that they'd decided to paint and ornament, a gift for Clara on her birthday earlier in the week. Not the car itself, which had been returned to the owner in its taxified form, but the paint, the gesture, the sense of her ancestral New York. They asked where I was from, and I replied with a line I sometimes used. I live a quiet life in an unassuming house in a suburb of Phoenix. Pause. Like someone in the witness protection program. I hated the line by this time, but it seemed to bend the edge of inquiry, to set a patently shallow tone. All the while we were talking, I looked around for the taxi driver with the honey blonde hair. A number of people wore T-shirts inscribed "Long Tall Sally." I thought I could guess Clara's age within a year or two, and when I asked which birthday she was celebrating, somebody said 72. This sounded about right. It was a clear night with swirled stars burning low and close, and a sweet breeze skimming the earth. I drove for about a minute and a half. Don't walk, they'd said, and followed a line of road reflectors stuck in the dirt. There were strung lights and a cluster of jeeps and vans and a single long concrete structure about 10 feet high and divided along its length into a dozen compartments, room-sized, open at the front and rear. This was the operations center, where the project was coordinated, designs created, daily assignments made, most of the materials stored. One of the spaces was filled with people. and I spotted a mic boom suspended over the mast heads. Lights, a camera, a woman with a clipboard, and spectators from the workforce, maybe 40 of them. Some with protective face masks dangled on their chests, many wearing shirts or jackets with the same inscription I'd seen earlier. I parked nearby and walked to the edge of the group. It took me a moment to find the subject. She was seated in a director's chair with a cane alongside and one leg propped on an overturned bucket. She smoked a black cigarette and talked to people while the crew set up. Now that I was a word or two away, a name away, the oddness of the trip pressed in on me. 17. That's how old I was the last time I saw her. Yes, that long ago. And after all this time, it might seem to her that I was some invasive thing, a figure from an anxious dream come walking and talking across the wilderness to find her. I stood and watched, trying to generate the will to make an approach. And maybe it was stranger still, odder than the years between meetings, that I was able to see her retrospectively. I could lift the younger woman right out of the chair, separate her from the person in the dark plaid pants and old suede blazer who sat talking and smoking. I'd seen photographs of Clara, but could never quite isolate the woman I'd known, straight-bodied and pale, with a little twist about the mouth, the turned mouth that made her seem detached from what she said. And the evasive eyes, the look that seemed to bend the question of what it was we wanted from each other. She looked famous and rare, famous even to herself, famous alone making a salad in her kitchen. Her hair was white, a mineral glisten, cropped close about her oblong face with a decorative fringe across the forehead. She wore a floppy orange t-shirt under the blazer, and a necklace and several rings, and one white running shoe and a sock the color of Kool-Aid grape. The injured foot was wrapped in a tan, elastic brace. Somebody passed with a paper cup, and she dropped her cigarette in. She'd rubbed some dark rouge high on her cheeks, and it made her look severe and even deathly in an impressive way. But I could see the younger woman. I could make her rise in some sleight of mind to occupy the space I'd prepared, eyes faintly slanted and papery hands, and how she used to smile privately and unbelievingly at the thought of us together, and how she seemed to move in time delay. The mind clocks in and the body follows. I watched her. These first 30 seconds had a compressed power. I could feel my breathing change. The crew was from French television, and they were ready to start filming. The spectators grew still. The woman with the clipboard crouched just outside of camera range, the spot from which she would ask her questions. She was in her willowy middle-40s, streaked hair and antique jeans, a denim tote bag splay-handled at her feet. She said, "It is all right we begin, I think. I am allowed to be stupid because we edit my questions out of the film. Those are the rules, okay? I choke on my English, no problem." "But I must be smart, funny, profound, and charming," Clara said. "It would actually be very nice. We start with the injury of your left leg. You can tell us what happened, okay?" "I fell off a ladder. Very minor. Missed a rung somewhere along the way. We use whatever devices we can find. We don't have a roof over our heads, a hangar or factory. We don't have the scaffolding, the platforms they have in assembly halls where they do construction and repair work." I moved closer and found myself standing a few feet behind the student with the welcome badge, the young man who'd offered to arrange a room for me. The interviewer said, "So you are climbing? You are working?" "It's a sprained ankle. Take an aspirin." "Yes, I get up there sometimes if it's not too fierce, if the heat's bearable, you know. I've got to see it and feel it. We have many able-bodied volunteers, but I need to pitch in now and again." "I was at the site tonight for the first time, and saw many ladders and people crawling on the wings. They're wearing masks. They have strapped to their backs these enormous tanks." "We have automotive spray guns we use to prime the metal. We have industrial guns that spray oil paints, enamel, epoxy, and so on. We use air compressors that are portable. We even use brushes.
We use brushes when we want a brush effect. People in the audience shifted a bit, trying to get a better look at Clara as she spoke, or edging nearer to hear the conversation more clearly. Clara's voice had a slight rasp and a kind of wobble, the loose liquid texture of something sliding side to side. We scrape and sandblast, she said. We have many blasting machines with guns and 9-gallon hoppers, I think they are. We have some pressure blasters, big things on wheels. Most of the planes have only one coat of paint to remove because they were painted originally with weight considerations foremost in mind. They were built to carry bombs, in other words, not beautiful coats of paint. Of course, this is impossible work. Working outside in heat, dust, and wind, completely impossible. Too much dust we don't paint. A little dust we paint. We're not looking for precision. We spray it on, grit and all. Spray it, shoot it, throw it. She said, "Of course, the planes have been stripped of most components that might still be useful or saleable to civilian contractors. But the wheels are still there, the undercarriages, because I don't want planes that sit flat on their bellies. So we need a great deal of elevation to work on the fuselage and the massive fin. We have people standing on ladders with 12-foot pole guns. We have people on the stabilizers spraying away at the damn tail." "But you have cooperation." "We have cooperation from the military up to a point. We can paint their deactivated aircraft. They let us paint, and they promise to keep the site intact, to isolate it from other uses, and to maintain the integrity of the project. No other objects, not a single permanent object, can be located within a mile of the finished piece. We also have foundation grants. We have congressional approval, all sorts of permits. What else? Materials donated by manufacturers, tens of thousands of dollars worth. But we still have to scratch and steal to get many of the things we need." "And the dry air of the desert, this keeps the metal safe?" "It is dry, and it is hot." "It is very hot, okay?" "Abandoned aircraft. Like the end of World War II, Clara said. The one difference is... two differences. The one difference is we haven't actually fought a war this time. We have a number of post-war conditions without a war having been fought. And second, we are not going to let these great machines expire in a field or get sold as scrap." "You are going to paint them?" "We are in the process of painting them. We are saving them from the cutter's torch. And it's very strange, let me tell you, because 30 years ago when I gave up easel painting and started doing my cast-offs, they attacked me for it. And I don't recall when the term first came into use, but they eventually started calling me the bag lady, which I said funny, haha, figuring it would last a month. But the name trailed me for quite a long time, and I was not amused any more. Now you are here in the desert. Back to cast-offs. This time it is not aerosol cans and sardine tins and shampoo caps and mattresses. I painted a mattress and some sheets. It was the end of marriage number 2, and I painted my bed, in effect. Anyway, yes, I am now dealing with B-52 long-range bombers. I am painting airplanes that are 160 feet long with wingspans even longer, and total weight, operating on full tanks, maybe 500,000 pounds. I don't know about empty. Planes that used to carry nuclear bombs, ta-da-ta-da, out across the world. This is not a mattress. I'll tell you what this is. This is an art project, not a peace project. This is a landscape painting in which we use the landscape itself. The desert is central to this piece. It is the surround. It's the framing device. It's the 4-part horizon. This is why we insisted to the Air Force a cleared area around the finished work. Yes, it is true, the landscape. Wait, I'm not finished. I want to say in this passage from small objects to very large ones, in the years it took me to find these abandoned machines, after all this, I am rediscovering paint, and I am drunk on color. I am sex-crazed. I see it in my sleep. I eat it and drink it. I am a woman going mad with color. And she looked toward her audience, her workers, briefly, and they stirred and laughed. But the beauty of the desert, it's so old and strong. I think it makes us as a culture, any technological culture,
We feel we mustn't be overwhelmed by it. Awe and terror, unconducive, and she waved a hand and laughed, to industry and progress and so forth. So we use this place to test our weapons. It's only logical, of course, and it enables us to show our mastery. The desert bears the visible signs of all the detonations we set off, all the craters and warning signs and no-go areas and burial markers, the sites where debris is buried. The interviewer asked a series of questions about young conceptualists working with biological and nuclear waste, and then called for a short break. The spectators applauded lightly and folded into chatty clusters, or went outside to watch the night sky build and thicken. I reached for the guy with the welcome on his chest. "Can you approach her now? Tell her it's Nick Shea. From New York, tell her. Tell her if she can spare a minute," I said. "We lived near each other in New York." He was blinking at me. I told him my name again, and watched him head for the director's chair. He had to wait until she was unoccupied, and then he spoke to her, gesturing in my direction. I watched her face, waiting for the name to register, for light to strike her eyes. She paused, then began to look around for me. Her face showed, what? A certain concern, a solicitude on my behalf, grave and memoried. "Are you really here? Are you all right? Are you alive?" I walked over there and grabbed a folding chair and set it down alongside her and waited for the kid to go away. "So, this is Nick?" "Yes. Talk about surprises. You remember?" "Oh, yes," she said. And there was the fadeaway smile, the look that says, "How did this happen?" "I was in Houston." "You're leading a regular life?" "Shave every day." "Pay taxes? Good." "I had business in Houston. There was a magazine I took with me that had a story about your project, so I thought, why not?" "Nick exercises, I think." "Well, let's see. I drink soy milk and run the metric mile." I waited for her to smile. Then I said, "But the story didn't say exactly where the site was located. So I flew to El Paso and rented a car and thought I'd drive home to Phoenix and pay a visit along the way." "And you found us." "Wasn't easy." She was looking at me, openly evaluating. I wondered what she was seeing. I felt there was something I ought to explain about the intervening years. I had that half-dread you feel when someone studies you after a long separation and makes you think that you've done badly to reach this point so altered and drawn. Unknown to yourself, you see. To reach this point so helpless against your own connivings that the truth has been obscured from you. "And you're well? You look well," she said. She was saying I looked well, but she was staring in a certain way, and there was something in her voice, you see, that made me wary. People kept interrupting to tell her things, to relay messages. Someone came by with a message about some administrative matter, and she introduced us. "An old friend from the cherished past," she said. "Well, cherished in memory, maybe. Rough going at the time." Then she turned to me again. "Married?" "Yes. 2 children, college age. Although they're not in college." "I've married out of impulse, out of a cozy evening with a nice wine. Not lately, though. Lately I've been crazy with work. It took me a long time to realize I was careful and logical about affairs, really sort of scrupulous about who and where and when, and completely reckless when it came to marriage." I wanted to say you weren't always careful about affairs. But then, it wasn't an affair, was it? Just an occurrence. A thing in 2 episodes. A few hours only. Measured in hours and minutes, and then ended. Of course I said nothing. I didn't know how to handle the subject. We couldn't be wry, considering the difference in our ages, about growing old and deaf and hobbled, and I despaired a little. I began to think we'd already stretched the visit past bearable limits, and what a mistake I'd made coming here, because the subject wasn't speakable. Too secret still, even between the secret keepers, after 40 years. "I thought I owed us this visit, whatever that means," I said. "I know what it means. You feel a loyalty. The past brings out our patriotism, you know. We want to feel an allegiance. It's the one undivided allegiance to all those people and things. And it gets stronger. Sometimes I think everything I've done since those years, everything around me, in fact, I don't know if you feel it this way, but everything is vaguely, fictitious. It was an offhand remark that didn't begin to interest her until she got to the last word. This is a long way, Nick. We're a long way from home. The Bronx. We laughed. Yes, that place, that word. Rude, blunt. What else do we call it? Crunching, I said. Yes, it's like 3 words they've crunched together. It's like talking through broken teeth. We laughed again, and I felt better. It was wonderful to laugh with her. I wanted her to see me. I wanted her to know that I was out of there. Whatever crazy mistakes I'd made, I'd come out okay. So strong and real, she said. And everything since then. But maybe that's just a function of getting older. I don't read philosophy. I read everything, I told her. She looked at me with something like renewed surprise. Maybe I should save this for the French, she said. But didn't life take an unreal turn at some point? Well, you're famous, Clara. No, it's not unreal because I'm famous. Annoyed at me. It's just unreal. She pulled a box of Nat Shermans out of her blazer and lit one up. I'm not pregnant, so I can do this. Another person came and went, a young woman with a schedule change, and Clara's face went distant and tight, but not at this news at all. Something else upset her. Something stirred and entered, and she tilted her head as if to listen. Strange you should turn up now. God, how strange, and awful in a way. I didn't make the connection until this minute. What in God's name is wrong with me? Did I forget he died? Albert died 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Teresa called me, our daughter. I'm sorry. We were not in touch, he and I. 3 weeks ago. Congestive heart failure. It's one of those illnesses you sort of know what it means even if you don't. Where was he living? Back there? Yes, back there, she said. Where else would Albert die? Albert was Clara's husband when I knew them both. He was a science teacher in my high school, Mr. Bronzini. Years after I'd seen him for the last time, I found myself thinking of him unexpectedly and often. You know how certain places grow powerful in the mind with passing time. In those early morning dreams when I come back to bed after a sleepy pee and fall quickly into the narrow end of the night, there is one set of streets I keep returning to, one dim mist of railroad rooms, and certain figures reappear, borderline ghosts. Albert and Clara among them. He was the husband, she was the wife, a detail I barely thought about at the time. 2 people leaned over Clara, muttering something simultaneously, and then one of the crew asked if she was ready to resume. She said to me, Your brother. Living in Boston. Do you see him? No. Rarely. What about his chess? I don't see anyone. He gave it up a long time ago. But what a pity. We couldn't have 2 geniuses coming out of the same little neighborhood. Oh, bullshit, she said. I put a hand on her arm and felt a softening. She looked at me again, eyes protuberant, bloodshot with seeing. I found it deeply agreeable to sit there with my hand on Clara's arm and to recall the younger woman's turned mouth, the kind of erotic flaw that makes you want to lose yourself in the imbalance, mouth and jaw not quite aligned. But this was the limit of reflective pleasure. These were all the things I could put through the squeezer. We had said what we were going to say and exchanged all the looks and remembered the dead and missing, and now it was time for me to become a functioning adult again. Another person said something and I got up and moved away, feeling Clara's hand trail along my forearm and across my palm. I found a place farther back this time, nearer the opening. It took the audience a moment to assemble and settle down. The interviewer crouched and spoke. Maybe you can tell us why you want to do this thing. It's a work in progress, don't forget. Changing by the day and minute. Let me try. I'll try to circle around to an answer, and maybe I'll get there, and maybe I won't. She held her right hand near her face, the cigarette tilted up, eye high. I used to spend a lot of time on the Maine coast. I was married to a yachtsman. My second husband, this was, a dealer in risky securities who was about to go bust any day but didn't know it at the time, and he had a lovely catch, and we used to go up there and cruise the coastline. We sat on deck at night, and the sky was beautifully clear, and sometimes we saw a kind of halo moving across the star fields, and we used to speculate, what is this? Airliners making the North Atlantic run. Or UFOs, that was a popular subject even then. A luminous disk slowly crossing, hazy and very high. And I thought it was too high for an airliner. And I knew that strategic bombers flew at something like 55,000 feet. And I decided this is the refracted light from an object way up there. This is the circular form it takes. Because I wanted to believe that's what we were seeing, B-52s. War scared me, all right, but those lights... I have to tell you, those lights were a complex sensation. Those planes on permanent alert, ever present, sweeping the Soviet borders. And I remember sitting out there rocking lightly at anchor in some deserted cove and feeling a sense of awe, a child's sleepy feeling of mystery and danger and beauty. I think that is power. I think if you maintain a force in the world that comes into people's sleep, you are exercising a meaningful power. Because I respect power. Now that power is in shatters or tatters, and now that those Soviet borders don't even exist in the same way, I think we understand. We look back, we see ourselves more clearly, and them as well. Power meant something 30, 40 years ago. It was stable, it was focused, it was a tangible thing. It was greatness, danger, terror, all those things. And it held us together, the Soviets and us. Maybe it held the world together. You could measure things. You could measure hope, and you could measure destruction. Not that I want to bring it back. It's gone, good riddance. But the fact is... And she seemed to lose her line of argument here. She paused. She realized the cigarette had burned down, and the interviewer reached for it, and Clara handed it over, delicately, butt end first. Many things that were anchored to the balance of power and the balance of terror seem to be undone, unstuck. Things have no limits now. Money has no limits. I don't understand money anymore. Money is undone. Violence is undone. Violence is easier now. It's uprooted, out of control. It has no measure anymore. It has no level of values. And she paused again and thought. I don't want to disarm the world, she said. Or I do want to disarm the world, but I want it to be done warily and realistically, and in the full knowledge of what we are giving up. We gave up the yacht. That's the first thing we gave up. Now I've got these airplanes down out of the sky, and I've walked and stooped and crawled from the cockpit to the tail gun armament, and I've seen them in every kind of light, and I've thought hard about the weapons they carried, and the men who accompanied the weapons, and it is awful to think about. But the bombs were not released, you see. The missiles remained in the underwing carriages unfired. The men came back, and the targets were not destroyed, you see. We all tried to think about war, but I'm not sure we knew how to do this. The poets wrote long poems with dirty words, and that's about as close as we came, actually, to a thoughtful response. Because they had brought something into the world that out-imagined the mind. They didn't even know what to call the early bomb. The thing or the gadget or something. And Oppenheimer said, it is merde. I will use the French. J. Robert Oppenheimer, it is merde. He meant something that eludes naming is automatically relegated, he is saying, to the status of shit. You can't name it. It's too big or evil or outside your experience. It's also shit because it's garbage. It's waste material. But I'm making a whole big Megillah out of this. What I really want to get at is the ordinary thing, the ordinary life behind the thing. Because that's the heart and soul of what we're doing here. The wobble in her voice, and the way the sound came cornering out of the side of her mouth. It was scary seductive. It made us think she might trail into some unsteady meander. And the pauses. We waited out the pauses, watching the match tremble when she lit another cigarette. She said, "See, we're painting, hand-painting in some cases, putting our puny hands to great weapon systems, to systems that came out of the factories and assembly halls as near alike as possible. Millions of components stamped out, repeated endlessly, and we're trying to unrepeat, to find an element of felt life. And maybe there's a sort of survival instinct here, a graffiti instinct, to trespass and declare ourselves, show who we are. The way the nose artists did, the guys who painted pin-ups on the fuselage." She said, "Some of the planes had markings painted on the nose. Emblems, unit insignia, some with figures, an animal mascot snarling and dripping juices from the mouth and jowls. Wonderful, actually, cartoons. Nose art, they call it. And some with women, because it's all about luck, isn't it? The sexy woman painted on the nose is a charm against death. We may want to place this whole business in some bottom pit of nostalgia, but in fact, the men who flew these planes, and we are talking about high alert and distant early warning, we are talking about the edge of everything. Well, I think they lived in a closed world with its particular omens and symbols, and they were young and horny to boot. And one day, I came across one of the oldest planes in the ranks, very weathered, with a nice piece of nose art that was faded and patchy, and showed a young woman in a flouncy skirt and narrow halter. And she was very tall, very blonde. She had amazing legs, and her hands were on her hips, very sort of aspiring pin-up. You knew she didn't quite have the skill to bring it off. And her name was lettered under the painting, and it was Long Tall Sally. And I thought, I like this girl, because she is not Amazonian or angelic or terrifically idealized. And I thought about her some more, and this is what I thought. I thought even if she has to be painted over, and maybe she will be and maybe she won't, I thought we will definitely have to salvage her name. I thought we will title our work after this young woman, after the men who fixed her image to the aircraft, after the song that inspired them to do it, which I recall only vaguely, the song, but there was a song. And I thought there is probably a real and original Sally somewhere in the mix. She inspired the songwriter, or the nose painter, or the crew that flew the plane. Maybe she was a waitress in an airman's bar, or somebody's hometown girl, or somebody's first love. But this is an individual life, and I want this life to be part of our project. This luck, this sign against death. Whoever she is or was, a waitress bedraggled, hustling a ketchup bottle across the room, and never mind the bomb. I want to keep our intentions small and human, despite the enormous work we've done and the huge work we have ahead of us. And I'm sitting here with a prop foot and talking endlessly about my work, when I am completely aware of Matisse and what he said, that painters must begin by cutting out their tongues. I could see her on television in France, dotted down to reconverted waves. I could hear her voice distanced behind a monotone translation. People watching in every part of the country, their heads clustered in the dark. I could see her flat-screen face buzzing at the edges, her eyes like lived-out moons, 500,000 Claras floating in the night. She said, "Not long ago I saw an old photograph, a picture taken in the mid-60s, and there is a woman at the edge of the picture. The picture is crowded with people, and they are in the doorway, and it looks like the entranceway to a grand ballroom, and they are all wearing black and white, men and women both, and they are wearing masks as well. And I looked at the picture, and I realized this was the famous party, the famous event of the era, Truman Capote's black and white ball at the Plaza Hotel in New York in the dark days of Vietnam. And I was completely sort of out of body looking at this scene, because it took me maybe half a minute to understand that the woman at the edge of the frame was me. Absolutely. And I'm standing next to a man who was either Truman Capote or J. Edgar Hoover, one or the other, because they had heads that were shaped alike. And the mask and the angle and the shadows make it hard to tell which one it is. And I am wearing a long, black, sheathy dress that I simply can't believe I ever wore, although there I am, it's me, and a little white feline mask. And I thought, what is it about this picture that makes it so hard for me to remember myself? I thought, I don't know who that person is. Why is she there exactly? What is she thinking about? What sort of underwear is she wearing under that stupid dress? And I can swear to you that I don't know. Surrounded by famous people and powerful people, men in the administration who were running the war, and I want to paint it over. Paint the photograph orange and blue and burgundy, and paint the tuxedos and long dresses, and paint the grand ballroom of the Plaza Hotel. And maybe this is what I'm doing. I don't know. It's a work in perpetual progress. And let's not forget pleasure. The senses, the pleasures, the body juices. But straight or blue, yes, but yellow and green and geranium red. Main geraniums that thrive on cool, damp air. But magenta, yes, but orange and cobalt and chartreuse. And someone in the small crowd called out, "Better red than dead." And we all laughed. The remark had a resonance that seemed to travel on our voices, caroming off the facing walls of the space we shared. We stood and listened to our own laughter, and we all agreed together that the evening was done. I was walking to my car when I saw the New York taxi. Someone was getting in, and when the light came on, I saw it was the same young woman who'd been driving. "Hey, thanks," I said. "Back there." "You're the Lexus?" "Lost and wandering. Good thing you came along." "We were saying, I bet he thinks this is the Texas highway killer getting ready to claim another victim." "I knew you weren't the Texas highway killer because this isn't Texas." "Plus, I doubt he drives a yellow cab." "That's the other reason." "Here to help out?" she said. "Wish I could, but I'm due back at the office tower in the great capital city." "Could be your last chance to make art history." "Or whatever it is you're doing here." "Or whatever it is we're doing here." She sat in the driver's seat with the door open, broad-bodied, not quite the levitated sylph she'd appeared to be in the bucking dust of that earlier moment. "This is your car?" "I volunteered it, more or less," she said, "so I guess I'm stuck with a taxi, which is slightly inconvenient. But to see the look on Clara's face, I'd have to say, yeah, it was worth it." Broad and open like a summer waitress who says, "There you go," when she deposits the food in front of you. "Been here long?" "Going on 7 weeks, and I'm sticking it out if it takes forever," which it actually could. "Not homesick?" "Now and then, but this is a one-chance thing. You been out there yet?" "In the morning," I said. "Go early. The heat is mean." "I know about heat. I like heat." "Where are you from?" I didn't tell her I lived a quiet life in an unassuming house, and so forth. Instead, I told her where I was spending the night, and let her tell me how to get there, although I already knew. I let her tell me about her hometown. I asked her about the work she did at the site, and she said she applied a metal primer, and sometimes she hand-scraped paint, and sometimes she sanded with a machine. She sat high in the seat, reciting details, and wagged her head, mock girlish, but also girlish. I asked her about school, and she said she'd dropped out several years earlier, but was thinking of going back to get a degree in retailing, and I let her tell me about it. We talked about her brother, who had a rare blood disease. I let her tell me about a whitewater trip she took one summer when she was 17. She said deteriorated for deteriorated. When she said okay, it sounded like okay. She sat on a beaded cushion. Her hair was cut short, bulking out her face. I saw that the taxi's details and fittings, up close, and the paint job itself had more amateurish charm than accuracy. But then, it's not easy to get New York right. "But here's the joke that's going round," she said, "except no one seems sure it's a joke. We're painting these old planes as a celebration in a way. But how do we know for sure the crisis is really over? Is the breakup of the USSR really happening? Or is the whole thing a plot to trick the West?" She sounded out a laugh from her sinuses. It was oral and it was nasal, and it came out harsh and moist. A curious noise designed to ridicule the idea while conceding its dark appeal.
They're making it seem like they're falling apart, so we'll lower our guard, okay? I let her tell me about it. She made the noise again, a long, wet, whinnying letter K. And I found the more she talked, the more she owed me. But I didn't say a word. It was in my heart to speak, to make a breach in her self-absorption, in the solid stuff of her hometown and dying brother. I wanted to reduce these things to rubble. It was just a passing mood, a thing that erupts out of the formed core of one's middle-minded resolve. I let her talk. And the more I listened, and the more unappealing she became, the more I wanted to get inside her pants, for reasons no one comprehends under heaven. But I didn't say word one. It was in my heart to talk her into spending the night in my room, or half the night, or an hour and 10 minutes. I didn't know why I wanted her, but I knew why I didn't want her. It would have been disloyal to Clara, to our shared memory, our own brief time in that small room back there in the narrow streets that were the borders of the world. Well, getting late, I said. Hey, big day tomorrow. Best, I said, be on my way. She told me again how to get there and then drove off. All the other vehicles had left the area, and I went looking for my car in the dark. It is interesting to think of the great blaze of heaven that we winnow down to animal shapes and kitchen tools. I watched TV in my motel. I lived responsibly in the real. I didn't accept this business of life as a fiction, or whatever Clara Sachs had meant when she said that things had become unreal. History was not a matter of missing minutes on the tape. I did not stand helpless before it. I hewed to the texture of collected knowledge, took faith from the solid and availing stuff of our experience. Even if we believe that history is a work wheel powered by human blood, read the speeches of Mussolini, at least we've known the thing together. A single narrative sweep, not 10,000 wisps of disinformation. A man sat in a contoured chair in a living room set with a coffee table in front of him and books or the covers of books arrayed on the wall behind. I believed we could know what was happening to us. We were not excluded from our own lives. That is not my head on someone else's body in the photograph that's introduced as evidence. I didn't believe that nations play act on a grand scale. I lived in the real. The only ghosts I let in were local ones, the smoky traces of people I knew and the dinge of my own somber shadow. New York ghosts in every case. The old loud Bronx, hand to mouth, spoken through broken teeth. The jeer, the raspberry fart. The man in the chair said, Down syndrome, your toll-free number is 1-800-515-2768. Korsakoff psychosis, 1-800-313-7581. Alzheimer's disease, call toll-free 1-800-813-3527. He said, Kaposi's sarcoma, 24 hours a day, 1-800-672-9161. I drove out to the site at sunrise. I parked near an equipment shed and began to climb a small rise that would place me at a natural vantage in relation to the aircraft. I heard them before I saw them, an uneasy creaking, wind gusts spinning the movable parts. Then I reached the top of the sandstone ledge, and there they were, in broad formation, across the bleached bottom of the world. I didn't know there would be so many planes. I was astonished at the number of planes. They were arranged in 8 staggered ranks, with a few stray planes askew at the fringes. I counted every last plane as the sun came up. There were 230 planes, swept-winged, finned like bottom creatures, some painted in part, some nearly completed, many not yet touched by the paint machines. And these last were gunship gray, or wearing faded camouflage, or sanded down to bare metal. The painted aircraft took on sunlight and pulse. Sweeps of color, bands and spatters, airy washes, the force of saturated light. The whole thing oddly personal.
a sense of one painter's hand moved by impulse and afterthought as much as by epic design. I hadn't expected to register such pleasure and sensation. The air was color-scrubbed, coppers and ochres burning off the metal skin of the aircraft to exchange with the framing desert. But these colors didn't simply draw down power from the sky or lift it from the landforms around us. They pushed and pulled. They were in conflict with each other, to be read emotionally. Skin pigments and industrial grays, and a rampant red appearing repeatedly through the piece. The red of something released, a burst sac, all blood pus thickness and runny underyellow. And the other planes, decolored, still wearing spooky fabric over the windscreen panels and engines, dead-souled, waiting to be primed. Sometimes I see something so moving, I know I'm not supposed to linger. See it and leave. If you stay too long, you wear out the wordless shock. Love it and trust it and leave. She wanted us to see a single mass, not a collection of objects. She wanted our interest to be evenly spaced. She insisted that our eyes go slowly over the piece. She invited us to see the land dimension horizon-wide in which the work was set. I listened to the turbo blades rattle in the wind and felt the Sirocco heat come blowing in, and my eyes did in fact go slowly over the ranks, and I felt a kind of wildness all around me. The grim vigor of weather and desert, and those old weapons so forcefully rethought, the fittingness of what she'd done. But when I'd seen it all, I knew I wouldn't stay an extra second. 3 vehicles moved toward the site, the day's first sturdy workers. I went down to my car and uncapped the tube of sunblock I'd spotted on a rack near the front desk in the mom-and-pop motel, next to the postcards and Indian dolls. The Kachina dolls and snack packs of tortilla chips that are part of some curious neuron web of lonely chrome America. I stood by the car and rubbed the lotion over my arms and face, pausing to read the label again. I'd been reading the label all morning. The label said the protection factor was 30, not 15. I knew this subject well. I'd read up on this subject, seen the research studies. I'd compared the products and the claims. And I knew with total certainty that a protection factor of 15 was the highest level of sunblock scientifically possible. Now they were selling me a 30. And it made me think of something strange. I got in the car and headed out toward the interstate. It made me think of the Teller story. The Teller story was about Dr. Edward Teller and the world's first atomic explosion, which occurred about 200 miles northeast of my present position. And the story said how Dr. Teller feared the immediate effects of the blast at his viewing site 20 miles from 0 point, and how he decided it might be helpful to apply suntan lotion to his face and hands. These thoughts, these flashes of light, that innocent, winsome gesture, this Japanese car, all more or less appropriate to the landscape. I hit the switch, lowering the windows, and saw mountains reared near Mexico, lyrical in themselves and beautifully named, whatever their names, because you can't name a mountain badly. And I looked for a sign that would point me home. Chapter 2. My mother was living with us at the time. We finally got my mother to come out from the east, and we set her up in a cool room at the back of the house. My wife was good with her. They knew how to talk to each other. They found things to talk about. They talked about the things I didn't talk about with Marion, the things I shrugged off when Marion asked. Early girlfriends, maybe, or how I got along with my brother. The small, shrewd things Marion used to ask me. I broke my arm when I was 8, falling out of a tree. This is what they talked about. From the shimmering bronze tower where I worked, I used to gaze at the umber hills and ridges that defined the northeast view. Maybe it was 108 degrees out on the street. Maybe it was 110, 112. And I looked out past the miscellaneous miles of squat box structures, where you took your hearing aid to be fixed or shopped for pool supplies, the self-replicating stretch I traveled every day, and I told myself how much I liked this place, with its downtown hush, and its office towers separated by open space, and its parks with jogging trails, and its fairy ring of hills, and its residential streets of oleanders and palms and tree trunks limed white against the sun. We brought her out from the east. We took her out of the daily drama of violence and lament and tabloid atrocity and matching redemption, and how the city is hard and how the city is mean, and how the city is nice to a tourist from Missouri who leaves her handbag in a cab. And we fixed her up in a cool room where she watched TV. Marion wanted me to tell her about the old streets, the street games, the street fights, the alley sex, the petty theft. I told her about the car, not so petty, but she wanted to hear more. She wanted to hear about the execution now and then of some wayward member of whatever organized group she imagined might be operating thereabouts. The projectile entering the back of the head and making a pathway to the brain. She thought my mother's arrival might yield the basic savor she could not get from laconic Nick. But my mother only talked about the lazy grades I got in school, and how I fell out of a tree when I was 8. And I liked the way history didn't run loose here. They segregated visible history. They caged it, funded and bronzed it. They enshrined it carefully in museums and plazas and memorial parks. The rest was geography, all space and light and shadow and unspeakable hanging heat. I drank soy milk and ran the metric mile. I had a thing I clipped to the waistband of my running trunks, a device that weighed only 3.5 ounces and had a readout showing distance traveled and calories burned and length of stride. I carried my house keys in an ankle wallet that fastened with a Velcro closure. I didn't like to run with house keys jiggling in my pocket. The ankle wallet answered a need. It spoke directly to a personal concern. It made me feel there were people out there in the world of product development and merchandising and gift cataloging who understood the nature of my little nagging needs. They also talked about my father. That's the other thing they talked about in the deep lull after dinner. It's the kind of subject Marion seized on, trying to fill in gaps, work out details. I used to sit in the living room and listen fitfully through the urgent, sexual throb of the dishwasher. I used to half listen with my face in a magazine, hearing scumbled voices coming from the back room, a cluster of words audible now and then above the dishwasher and the TV set. The TV set was always on when my mother was in her room. Travel was an important part of my job. Leaving the reflecting surfaces of the bronze tower, the way people modeled themselves on someone else. A few people, it's only natural, mostly mimicking up, repeating a superior's gestures or expressions. Think of a young man or woman, think of a young woman speaking a few words in a movie gangster's growl. This is something I used to do for pointed comic effect to get things done on time. I made breathy gutter threats from the side of my mouth. And then I'd walk past an office a day or two later and hear one of my assistants speaking in this voice. We fixed her up with a television set and a humidifier, and the dresser that used to be Marion's when she was growing up. We emptied and cleaned the dresser and resilvered the mirror and put a plentiful supply of hangers in the closet. Or I picked up the phone in the middle of a meeting and pretended to arrange the maiming of a colleague, a maneuver that drew snide laughter from the others in the room. I tried not to laugh a certain way myself, the way Arthur Blessing laughed, our chief executive, with articulated ha-has, a slow nod of the head marking the laugh beat. Going away, flying away, freed me from the signals that bounced off every waxed and spanking surface. He went out to get a pack of cigarettes and never came back. This is a thing you used to hear about disappearing men. It's the final family mystery. All the mysteries of the family reach their culmination in the final passion of abandonment. My father smoked Lucky Strikes. The pack has a design that could easily be called a target, but then maybe not. There's no small central circle or bullseye. The circle is large. There's a large red circle with a white border, and then a narrower tan border,
and finally a thin black border. So unless you expand the definition of a bullseye or the definition of a target, you probably can't call the Lucky Strike logotype a target. But I call it a target anyway, and fuck the definitions. Marion believed this is the crucial thing you have to consider when making a person feel at home. If you don't provide enough hangers, she'll think she's not wanted. My firm was involved in waste. We were waste handlers, waste traders, cosmologists of waste. I traveled to the coastal lowlands of Texas and watched men in moon suits bury drums of dangerous waste in subterranean salt beds many millions of years old, dried-out remnants of a Mesozoic ocean. It was a religious conviction in our business that these deposits of rock salt wouldn't leak radiation. Waste is a religious thing. We entomb contaminated waste with a sense of reverence and dread. It is necessary to respect what we discard. I saw a man on the Via della Spiga, standing in front of a mirrored column, smoothing his hair, running both hands over his hair. And the way he did it, the cast of his eyes, the slightly pitted skin, both hands guiding the flow of his hair, this was a half a second in Milan one day, reminded me of 1,000 things at once, long ago. The Jesuits taught me to examine things for second meanings and deeper connections. Were they thinking about waste? We were waste managers, waste giants. We processed universal waste. Waste has a solemn aura now, an aspect of untouchability. White containers of plutonium waste with yellow caution tags, handled carefully. Even the lowest household garbage is closely observed. People look at their garbage differently now, seeing every bottled and crushed carton in a planetary context. My son used to believe that he could look at a plane in flight and make it explode in midair by simply thinking it. He believed, at 13, that the border between himself and the world was thin and porous enough to allow him to affect the course of events. An aircraft in flight was a provocation too strong to ignore. He'd watch a plane gaining altitude after taking off from Sky Harbor, and he'd sense an element of catastrophe tacit in the very fact of a flying object filled with people. He was sensitive to the most incidental stimulus, and he thought he could feel the object itself yearning to burst. All he had to do was wish the fiery image into his mind, and the plane would ignite and shatter. His sister used to tell him, "Go ahead, blow it up. Let me see you take that plane out of the sky with all 200 people aboard." And it scared him to hear someone talk this way, and it scared her too, because she wasn't completely convinced he couldn't do it. It's the special skill of an adolescent to imagine the end of the world as an adjunct to his own discontent. But Jeff got older and lost interest and conviction. He lost the paradoxical gift for being separate and alone, and yet intimately connected, mind-wired to distant things. At home, we separated our waste into glass and cans and paper products. Then we did clear glass versus colored glass. Then we did tin versus aluminum. We did plastic containers without caps or lids on Tuesdays only. Then we did yard waste. Then we did newspapers, including glossy inserts, but were careful not to tie the bundles in twine, which is always the temptation. The corporation is supposed to take us outside ourselves. We design these organized bodies to respond to the market, face foursquare into the world. But things tend to drift dimly inward. Gossip, rumor, promotions, personalities. It's only natural, isn't it? All the human lapses that take up space in the company's soul. But the world persists. The world heals in a way. You feel the contact points around you, the caress of linked grids that give you a sense of order and command. It's there in the warbling banks of phones, in the fax machines and photocopiers, and all the oceanic logic stored in your computer. Bemoan technology all you want. It expands your self-esteem and connects you in your well-pressed suit to the things that slip through the world otherwise unperceived. Marion drove the car with a pencil in her hand. I don't think I ever asked her why. I don't think we talked the way we used to talk when the kids were growing up. What a richness of subject. Two living things changing before our eyes, going from dumb clamor, from milk slop to formed words, or starting school, or just sitting at the table eating, little crayoned faces pumped with being. But they were grown people now, with a computer, after all, with rotating media shelves, and a baby on the way, and a bumper sticker, this was my son, that read, "Going nowhere fast." The days of the marriage were no longer filled with dialogues about Laney and Jeff. We hung on the birth of the grandchild. I ran along the drainage canal wearing a wireless headphone. I listened to Sufi chanting while I ran. I ran along the palm alleys and through the winding streets of orange trees and handsome stucco homes, streets of westward dreams, the kind of place my father could have taken us half a century earlier, lightward and westward, where people came to escape the hard-luck past with its gray streets and crowded flats and cabbage smells in the hallway. Laney was an entrepreneur, a hard driver, a bargainer, our huckster daughter, we called her. And she was living in Tucson with husband, Dex. They made ethnic jewelry and sold it over a shopping channel, bracelets, chains, the works. And they did interviews and traveled to festivals and other cultural events. Her pregnancy gave us a lift, and she sent photos of her changing shape, and we drove down there often to see the booming body. I rearranged the books on the shelves. I stood in the room looking at the books. Then I strapped my ankle wallet to my ankle and ran. The larger she got, the happier we became. We never knew how happy we were supposed to be until we turned off Interstate 10 and followed the sweeping traffic on one of those mall arteries that resemble a marathon of headlong metal, and found her little street and saw her posing in the doorway in stately profile. I call the Lucky Strike logotype a target because I believe they were waiting for my father when he went out to buy a pack of cigarettes. And they took him and put him in a car and drove him somewhere near the bay, where the river goes into the bay, or where the lagoon lies silent in the dark, and there are marshes and inlets, remote spits of land, and then they gave it to him good. The projectile entering the back of the head and making a pathway to the brain. And besides, if it's not a target, why did they name the brand Lucky Strike? True, there's a gold rush connotation. But a strike is not only the discovery of some precious metal in the ground, it is also a penetrating hit from a weapon. And isn't there a connection between the name of the brand and the design of concentric circles on the package? This implies they were thinking target all along. Chapter 3. We sat in the stadium club with our sour mash whiskey and bloody meat, pretending to watch the game. I'd been to Los Angeles many times on business, but had never made the jaunt to Dodger Stadium. Big Sims had to wrestle me into his car to get me here. We were set apart from the field, glassed in at press level, and even with a table by the window, we heard only muffled sounds from the crowd. The radio announcer's voice shot in clearly, transmitted from the booth, but the crowd remained at an eerie distance, soul moaning like some lost battalion. Brian Glassick said, "I hear they finally stopped ocean dumping off the East Coast." "Not while I'm eating," I said. "Tell him," Sim said. "Describe it in detail. Make him smell the smell." "I also hear the more they dumped in a particular area, the richer the sea life." Sims looked at the Englishwoman, who alone ate fish. "Hear that?" he said. "The sea life thrived." And Glassick said, "Let's eat fast and get out of here and go sit in the stands like real people." And Sims said, "What for?" "I need to hear the crowd." "No, you don't. What's a ball game without crowd noise?" "We're here to eat a meal and see a game," Sims said. "I took the trouble to book us a table by the window. You don't go to a ballpark to hear a game. You go to see a game. Can you see all right?" Simeon Biggs, Big Sims, was famous in the firm for his mid-body girth. He was fat, bald, and 55, but also strong, with a neck and arms resembling rock maple. If he liked you enough, he might trade chest thumps or invite you to race him around the block. Sims ran the operational end of our Los Angeles campus, as we called it, and designed landfills that were prettier than pastel malls. Glassick looked at me and said,
We need video helmets and power gloves, because this isn't reality. This is virtual reality, and we don't have the proper equipment. Sims said, "We can't take our drinks with us if we go to our seats." "That's a forceful point," I said. The only time I ate the wrong food, just about, or drank too much, if ever, was when I was out with Sims, who was a living rebuke to the tactics of moderation. The Englishwoman said, "Now, as I understand it, the pitcher gets a signal from the catcher. This pitch or that pitch, fast or slow, up or down. But what happens if he ardently opposes the catcher's selection?" "He shakes off the sign," Glassick said. "Oh, I see." "He waggles his glove or shakes his head," Sims said, "or he stares down the catcher." The Englishwoman, Jane Farish, was a BBC producer who wanted to do a program about the salt domes we were testing for the storage of nuclear waste under the direction of the Department of Energy. She'd been busy for some years devouring American culture, leaving the earth scorched with interviews, she said. Porno kings, contemplative monks, blues singers in prison. She just finished a sweep of California and was headed to a poker tournament in Reno, and then into the desert to interview Clara Sachs. The Dodgers were playing the Giants. Sims looked at Farish and said, "You know, these two teams go way back. They were New York teams until the late 50s. "They moved west, did they?" "Moved west, taking Nick's heart and soul with them." Farish looked at me. There was nothing left to take. I was already a non-fan by that time, burnt out. This is my first ball game in decades. "And it turns out to be silent," Glassick said. Big Sims ordered another round and told Farish about the old Brooklyn Dodgers. Sims grew up in Missouri, and he got some of it right, some of it wrong. No one could explain the Dodgers who wasn't there. The Englishwoman didn't mind. She was absorbing things chemically, sometimes shutting her eyes to concentrate the process. "Nick used to take his radio up to the roof," Glassick said. Farish spun in my direction. "I had a portable radio I took everywhere. The beach, the movies. I went, it went. I was 16. And I listened to Dodger games on the roof. I liked to be alone. They were my team. I was the only Dodger fan in the neighborhood. I died inside when they lost. And it was important to die alone. Other people interfered. I had to listen alone. And then the radio told me whether I would live or die." It isn't easy to be smart about baseball if you didn't grow up with the game, but Farish asked decent enough questions. It was the answers that came hard. We must have resembled three mathematicians so lost in their highly refined work that they haven't noticed how quaint and opaque the terminology is, how double-meaninged. We argued the language and tried to unravel it for the outsider. "Does anyone want wine?" Farish said. "I wouldn't mind trying a local white." "Wine's a cop-out," Sims told her. "We clean toilets for a living." Glassick pointed out that an inning was an inning if we were speaking from the viewpoint of a pitcher getting 3 outs, but it was only half an inning in the broader scheme of a 9-inning game with top halves and home halves. And the same half inning is also 2/3 of an inning if the pitcher is lifted with 1 out remaining. I asked the waiter to get a glass of wine for our guest. Glassick returned to the paradox of the innings, but Big Sims waved him off. "Let's go back to the Dodgers," he said. "We left the kid on the roof with his radio." "Let's not," I said. "You have to tell Jane what ended your career as a die-hard rooter." "I don't remember." "Killed you so dead you never went back." "These are local afflictions. They don't travel." "Tell her," Sims said, "about the Bobby Thomson homer." Farish looked politely hopeful. She wanted someone to tell her something that made sense. So Sims told her about Thomson and Branca, and how people still said to each other more than 40 years later, "Where were you when Thomson hit the homer?" He told her how some of us had stopped the moment and kept it faithfully shaped, and how Sims himself had gone running in the streets. A black kid who didn't even root for the Giants heard the game on good old KMOX and ran out of the house shouting, "I'm Bobby Thomson! I'm Bobby Thomson!" And he told Farish how people claimed to have been present at the game who weren't, and how some of them honestly insisted they were there, because the event had sufficient seeping power
to make them think they had to be at the polo grounds that day? Or how else did they feel the thing so strongly in their skin? You're not saying like Kennedy. Where were you when Kennedy was shot? Glassick said, when JFK was shot, people went inside. We watched TV in dark rooms and talked on the phone with friends and relatives. We were all separate and alone. But when Thompson hit the homer, people rushed outside. People wanted to be together. Maybe it was the last time people spontaneously went out of their houses for something. Some wonder, some amazement. Like a footnote to the end of the war. I don't know. I don't know either, Sims said. Parrish looked at me. Don't look at me, I said. But you were on the roof, were you, when the blow was struck? I didn't have to rush outside. I was already outside. I rushed inside. I closed the door and died. You were anticipating Kennedy, Parrish said, and got a little laugh. The next day, I think it was, I began to see all sorts of signs pointing to the number 13. Bad luck everywhere. I became a budding numerologist. I got pencil and paper and wrote down all the occult connections that seemed to lead to 13. I wish I could remember them. I remember one. It was the date of the game. October 3rd, or 10-3. Add the month and the day, and you get 13. And Branca's number, Sims said. Of course, Branca wore 13. They called it the shot heard round the world, Sims told Parrish. A little bit of American bluster? Well, what the hell, Sims said. Glassick was looking at me in a strange way, almost tenderly, the way someone regards a friend who is too dumb to know he is about to be exposed. Tell him about the baseball, Glassick said. He reached across the table and took some food from Sims' plate. Glassick was supposed to be my pal. I'd known Sims and Glassick a long time, and Glassick, freckled, freestyle Brian, a man of shambling charm, was the guy I talked to when I talked about something. I talked to Big Sims, but maybe I talked to Glassick more readily, because he didn't challenge me with his own experience. He didn't narrow his eyes as Sims did and fix me in his gaze. Let's change the subject, I told him. No, I want you to speak about this. You owe it to Sims. It's a crime that Sims doesn't know this. He's the only one here who still loves the game. Glassick turned to the Englishwoman. I go to ball games when I go at all for the sake of keeping up. It's a fall from grace if you don't keep up. Nick has fallen from grace. Only Sims is completely, miserably in touch. We had the real Dodgers and Giants. Now we have the holograms. Parrish said, What baseball? Sims was looking at me. He was finished with his food and was untubing a panatella, a simple exercise that is surrounded with detailed ceremony. Glassick gave me a final melting look and turned to Sims. Nick owns the baseball. The Bobby Thomson home run ball. The actual object. Sims took his time lighting the cigar. Nobody owns a ball. Somebody has to own it. The ball is unaccounted for, Sims said. It got thrown away decades ago. Otherwise we'd know it. Simeon, listen before you make pronouncements. First, Glassick said, I found a dealer on a trip I took back east some years ago. This guy convinced me that the baseball in his possession, the ball he claimed was the Thomson home run, was in fact the authentic ball. Nobody has the ball, Sims said. The ball never turned up. Whoever once had the ball, it never surfaced. This is part of the whole, the mythology of the game. Nobody ever showed up and made a verifiable claim to this is the ball. Or a dozen people showed up, each with a ball, which amounts to the same thing. Second, the dealer told me how he'd traced the baseball almost all the way back to October 3rd, 1951. This is not some fellow who turns up at baseball shows looking for bargains. This is pathological obsession, a completely committed guy. And he convinced me, to a probability of 99 9/10% that this is the baseball. And then he convinced Nick, and Nick asked how much, and they worked out a deal. You got rooked, Sims told me. I watched the Dodgers shortstop field a grounder and make a wide throw to first. Glassick said, The guy spent many years tracing the thing. He probably spent more money in phone calls, postage, and travel miles, I'm exaggerating, than Nick paid for the baseball. Sims had a derisive smile, a fleer, and it grew meaner by the second. The whole thing's phony, he told me. If that was the authentic ball, how could you afford to buy it? I will count the ways, Glassick said. First, the dealer wasn't able to provide absolute final documentation. That cut the price. Second, this was before the market boom in memorabilia and the auctions at Sotheby's and the $400,000 that somebody paid for an itty-bitty baseball card. I don't know, Sims said. I don't know either, I said. Farish finally got her wine. She looked at me and said, How much did you pay? My shame is deep enough. Let's not examine the details. What shame? Well, I didn't buy the object for the glory and drama attached to it. It's not about Thomson hitting the homer. It's about Branca making the pitch. It's all about losing. Bad luck, Glassick said, spearing a potato on my plate. It's about the mystery of bad luck, the mystery of loss. I don't know. I keep saying I don't know, and I don't. It's the only thing in my life that I absolutely had to own. A shameful secret? Farish said. Yes. First, to spend serious money on a souvenir baseball. Then to buy it for the reason I bought it. To commemorate failure. To have that moment in my hand when Branca turned and watched the ball go into the stands. From him to me. Everyone laughed but Sims. Glassick said, Even his name, Somber Ralph Branca, like a figure out of an old epic. Somber, plodding Ralph, slain in something dusk. Dark-arrowed, said the woman. Very good. Except it's not a joke, of course. What's it like to have to live with one awful moment? A moment in a game, she said. Forever plodding across the outfield grass on your way to the clubhouse. Sims was getting mad at us. I don't think you fellas see the point. The way he said fellas. What loss? What failure are we talking about? Didn't they all go home happy in the end? I mean, Branca's got the number 13 on his license plate. He wants us to know he was the guy. Branca and Thomson appear at sports dinners all the time. They sing songs and tell jokes. They're the longest-running act in show business. You fellas miss the point. Making us sound like scrubbed boys in preppy jackets. Branca's a hero. I mean, Branca was given every chance to survive this game, and we all know why. A little pall fell across the table. Because he's white, Sim said. Because the whole thing is white. Because you can survive and endure and prosper if they let you. But you have to be white before they let you. Glassick shifted in his chair. Sims told the story of a pitcher named Donnie Moore who gave up a crucial home run in a playoff game and ended up shooting his wife. Donnie Moore was black, and the player who hit the home run was black. And then he shot and killed himself. He shot his wife several times, non-fatally, and then shot himself. He took a dirt nap in his own laundry room, Sims said. Sims told this story to the Englishwoman, but it was completely new to me, and I could tell that Glassick barely remembered. I'd never heard of Donnie Moore, and missed the home run, and didn't know about the shootings. Sims said the shootings came a few years after the home run, but were directly traceable. Donnie Moore wasn't allowed to outlive his failure. The fans gave him every grief, and there weren't any skits at the baseball dinners. Sims knew a lot about the shootings. He described the shooting of the wife in some detail. Farish shut her eyes to see it better. We hear what you're saying, Glassick said. But you can't compare the two events on the basis of color. What else is there? The Thomson homer continues to live because it happened decades ago when things were not replayed and worn out and run down and used up before midnight of the first day. The scratchier an old film or an old audio tape, the clearer the action in a way. Because it's not in competition for our attention with 1,000 other pieces of action. Because it's something that's preserved and unique. Donnie Moore,
Well, I'm sorry, but how do we distinguish Donnie Moore from all the other ball games and all the other shootings?
The point is not what we notice or what we remember, but what happened, Sims said, to the parties involved. We're talking about who lived and who died.
But not why, Glassick said, because if we analyze the reasons honestly and thoroughly instead of shallow and facile and what else?
Unhistorical, I said.
Then we realize there were probably a dozen reasons why the guy started shooting, and most of them we'll never know or understand. Sims called us fellows again. I switched sides several times, and we ordered another round of drinks and went at it some more. We weren't talking to Jane Farish now. We didn't notice her reactions or encourage her interest. Sims called us fellows many times, and then he called us chaps. It began to get a little funny. We ordered coffee and watched the game, and Farish sat in a thoughtful knot, arms and legs crossed, body twisted toward the window, yielding to the power of our differences.
Buying and selling baseballs. What heartache! And you never told me, Sims said. It was some time ago. I would have talked you out of it.
So you could buy it yourself, Glassick said.
I deal in other kinds of waste, the real stuff of the world. Give me disposable diapers by the ton, not this melancholy junk from yesteryear.
I don't know, I said again.
What do? Take the ball out of the closet and look at it? Then what?
He thinks about what it means, Glassick said. It's an object with a history. He thinks about losing. He wonders what it is that brings bad luck to one person and the sweetness of good fortune to another. It's a lovely thing in itself, besides. An old baseball? It's a lovely thing, Sims. And this one's got a pedigree like no other.
He got taken big time, Sims said. He's holding a worthless object.
We paid the bill and started filing out. Sims pointed to a photograph over the bar, one of dozens of sporting shots. It was a recent photo of a couple of gray-haired ex-players, Thomson and Branca, dark-suited and looking fit, standing on the White House lawn with President Bush between them, holding an aluminum bat. We went out and sat in the company box for 10 minutes so Glassick could hear the crowd noise. Then we walked down the ramp and headed for the parking area. Farish had some questions about the infield fly rule. Sims and Glassick were able to get together on this by the time we got out to the car. It was an unexpected boon for the BBC. I sat in back and looked at the city flowing past, and I thought of Sims, the kid running down a street in St. Louis. He's wearing dungarees with the lower legs rolled into bunchy cuffs that are paler than the dark denim twill of the outer cloth. He's waving his arms and shouting that he's Bobby Thomson. Chapter 4. I sat with my mother in her room, and we talked and paused and watched TV. We paused to remember. One of us said something that roused a memory, and we sat together thinking back. My mother had a method of documentary recall. She brought forth names and events and let them hang in the air without attaching pleasure or regret, sometimes just a word. She spoke a word or a phrase that referred to something I hadn't thought about in decades. She was confident in her recall, moving through the past with a sureness she couldn't manage to apply to the current moment or hour or day of the week. She made fun of herself. What day is it? Do I go to Mass today or tomorrow? I drove her to Mass and picked her up. This was the steadiest satisfaction of my week. I learned the Mass schedule and the types of Mass and the length of service, and I made sure she had money for the basket. We sat in the room and talked. She seemed untouched by sentiment. She'd summon a moment that struck me with enormous force, any moment, something ordinary but bearing power with it. Ordinary only if you haven't lived it, if you weren't there. And I saw how still she sat, how prudent she was in her recollecting. I used to tell my kids when they were small, a hawser is a rope that's used to moor a ship. Or, the hump in the floor between rooms, I used to say, this is called the saddle. We set her up with the dresser and the air conditioner and a hard mattress that was good for her back. She brought forth names from the family Passional, the book of special suffering, and we paused and thought. Her hair was still partly brown in places, gone wiry and iridescent, gold shot in bright light, bobby pinned, and we sat there with the TV going. I knew she wouldn't say too much or remember carelessly. She was in control here, guiding us safely through the pauses. After the riots in Los Angeles, my son started wearing baggy shorts and a cap turned backwards, and sneakers with bloated tongues. Before this, he used to be nondescript, sitting in his room with his computer, a quiet kid just turned 20. He dressed the same way all the time. He dressed for a job interview the way you'd dress to walk your dog. It was one continuous thing to him. We designed and managed landfills. We were waste brokers. We arranged shipments of hazardous waste across the oceans of the world. We were the church fathers of waste in all its transmutations. I almost mentioned my line of work to Clara Sachs when we had our talk in the desert. Her own career had been marked at times by her methods of transforming and absorbing junk, but something made me wary. I didn't want her to think I was implying some affinity of effort and perspective. Famous people don't want to be told that you have a quality in common with them. It makes them think there's something crawling in their clothes. My father's name was James Costanza. Jimmy Costanza. Add the letters and you get 13. At home, we removed the wax paper from cereal boxes. We had a recycling closet with separate bins for newspapers, cans, and jars. We rinsed out the used cans and empty bottles and put them in their proper bins. We did tin versus aluminum. On pickup days, we placed each form of trash in its separate receptacle and put the receptacles, from the Latin verb that means receive again, out on the sidewalk in front of the house. We used a paper bag for the paper bags. We took a large paper bag and put all the smaller bags inside, and then placed the large bag alongside all the other receptacles on the sidewalk. We ripped the wax paper from our boxes of shredded wheat. There is no language I might formulate that could overstate the diligence we brought to these tasks. We did the yard waste. We bundled the newspapers, but did not tie them in twine. Sometimes we used the pauses to watch TV. We looked at reruns of The Honeymooners, and my mother laughed when Ralph Cramden flung his arms and bellowed great complaints. It was about the only time I could expect to hear her laugh. She must have felt a certain clean release, looking at the sadly furnished apartment, at wife Alice in her apron, her dowdy cloth coat, at Norton the neighbor with a bent fedora on his jerky head. Things that were close to what she knew. Superficially, of course. Close to what she knew in an apparent rather than actual way. A closeness that was shallow but still a bit touching, and maybe even mysteriously real. Look at the picture on the screen, flat and gray and staticky with years, not unlike memories she carried to her sleep. She slept in a room in Arizona, and how strange this must have seemed to her. But Jackie Gleason on the screen made the place more plausible. He drew her toward a perceptible center. A hawser is the thing you tie around a bollard. I noticed how people played at being executives while actually holding executive positions. Did I do this myself? You maintain a shifting distance between yourself and your job. There's a self-conscious space, a sense of formal play, that is a sort of arrested panic. And maybe you show it in a forced gesture or a ritual clearing of the throat. Something out of childhood whistles through this space, a sense of games and half-made selves. But it's not that you're pretending to be someone else. You're pretending to be exactly who you are. That's the curious thing. Marion wanted to know me at 17, see me at 17. And there were small, shrewd things she asked about. And they talked about my father, and I listened in the deep lull after dinner. My mother said things I already knew, but I listened from the living room with a magazine in my face. He was a bookmaker, famous for his memory. Never wrote a number on a piece of paper. This was the legend of the street. I was 11 years old when he walked out the door, and I heard the story later, that he remembered everything, made his rounds of the barber shops and sweatshops, downtown, in the garment district, the street corners, the hotel lobbies, strictly small time, and that he never had to commit a figure to paper because he was able to retain the details of every bet. This is the story that settled around his name. It was part of the awe that trails a violent death or an unexplained disappearance. She posed in the doorway in stately profile, and we turned off Interstate 10 and entered one of those death marathons of mall traffic, and finally found their little street, and there she was, pregnant to beat the band. My mother said things to Marion, a story now and then in her Bronxy half-brogue, and I sat and listened fitfully behind the body throb of the dishwasher. We gave her room a coat of fresh green paint, Laney's old room, pale and restful. We fixed her up with the TV set and the resilvered mirror and the good, hard, healthy bed, and we laid in a case of flavored seltzer, lemon lime, I think. In my office in the Bronze Tower, I made gangster threats that were comically effective. I said to a consultant who was late with a report, "I'm telling you once and for all that me, Mario Badalato, I'll sever your fucking family's head off." This in a scraped, raw voice faithful to the genre and evilly appreciated by the others in the room. In Holland, I went to VAM, a waste treatment plant that handles 1 million tons of garbage a year. I sat in a white Fiat and went past windrows of refuse heaped many stories high. Down one towering row and around to another, waves of steam rising from the tapered heaps, and there was a stink in the air that filled my mouth, that felt deep enough to singe my clothes. Why did I think I was born with this experience in my brain? Why was it personal? I thought, why do bad smells seem to tell us something about ourselves? The company manager drove me up and down the steaming rows, and I thought, every bad smell is about us. We make our way through the world and come upon a scene that is medieval modern, a city of high-rise garbage, the hell reek of every perishable object ever thrown together, and it seems like something we've been carrying all our lives. He was the kind of person you'd have trouble describing if you saw him in the commission of a crime. But after the riots, he put on an L.A. Raiders hat and an ultra-long T-shirt that had a pair of sunglasses slung from the pocket. Nothing else changed. He lived in his room, disappearing into chips and discs, the same shy boy, but physically vivid now, a social being with a ghetto strut. We sat in the room watching reruns, my mother and I. He left her for a time before I was born. This is why I carry her name, not his. She didn't think he'd ever come back, and she told me she saw a lawyer who did some finagling. The courts tend to rule that a child must retain his father's name until he reaches legal age, at which time he can choose for himself. But the lawyer finagled an exception out of some judge, and this is why my birth certificate says Shay. Then he came back, and he stayed a long time before he went out for cigarettes. 10 years or so. He was a man from nowhere, she said, slightly resigned, as if this was all she could expect fate to offer us, her and me and my brother. Or maybe I misread the tone, and she meant this is where he came from and this is where he went, inescapably, given the rhyming slang of his life. Coming home, landing at Sky Harbor, I used to wonder how people disperse so quickly from airports, any airport. How you are crowded into seats 3 across or 5 across, and crowded in the aisle after touchdown when the captain turns off the seatbelt sign and you get your belongings from the overhead and stand on the aisle waiting for the hatch to open and the crowd to shuffle forward. And there are more crowds when you exit the gate, people disembarking and others waiting for them, and greater crowds in the baggage areas and the concourse. The crossover roars of echoing voices and flight announcements and revving engines and crowds moving through it all. People with their separate and unique belongings. The micro-history of toilet articles and intimate garments. The medicines and aspirins and lotions and powders and gels. So incredibly many people intersecting on some hot, dry day at the edge of the desert. Used underwear fist-balled in their bags. And I wondered where they were going. And why. And who are they? And how do they all disperse so quickly and mysteriously? How does a vast crowd scatter and vanish in minutes, bags dragging on the shiny floors? I used to say to the kids, I used to hold up an object and say, the little ridged section at the bottom of the toothpaste tube, this is called the crimp. Gleason dead, but also in the room with us. Irish like her, and camped in a stale sweatbox. Dressed in a busman's suit, arm-waving, flailingly fat, the only person who could make her laugh. He stalked across the floor, pumping his fist. "You're going to the moon, Alice!" My mother liked the familiar things best. The more often he used a line, the more she laughed. She waited for certain lines. We both waited, and he never let us down. We felt more closely bound with Gleason in the room. He gave us the line, gave us the sure laugh, the one we needed at the end of the day. Gleason aggrieved, pounding the tabletop and bending his knees and tilting the great head skyward. He was the joke that carried a missing history. The fat joke, the dumb joke, the joke about the rabbi and the priest, the honeymoon joke, the dialect joke, the punchline that survives long after the joke is forgotten. We felt better with Jackie in the room, transparent in his pain, alive and dead in Arizona. I dropped her off and picked her up and made sure she had money for the basket. We built pyramids of waste above and below the earth. The more hazardous the waste, the deeper we tried to sink it. The word plutonium comes from Pluto, god of the dead and ruler of the underworld. They took him out to the marshes and wasted him, as we say today, or used to say, until it got changed to something else. I liked to hurry home from the airport and get into my trunks and t-shirt. I ran along the drainage canal with Sufi voices tracking through my head, and sometimes I saw a plane taking off, all light and climb and calculus, and I thought of my son Jeffrey when he was younger. The gift he thought he possessed to take an aircraft out of the sky, the mastery of space and matter, a power and control that rose damnably from the curse of unbelonging. And sometimes I sat with her through the Mass in English. What a stark thing it was, without murmur or reverberation. But still the best part of my week. And I took her arm and led her out of the church, and she wasn't a small woman, but seemed to be dwindling, passing episodically out of flesh. She felt like rice paper under my hand. He used to shave with a towel draped over his shoulder, wearing his undershirt, his singlet, and the blade made a noise I liked to listen to. A sandpaper scrape on his heavy beard, and the brush in the shaving cup, the gem blade, and the draped towel in the hot water from the tap, heat and skill and cutting edge. Dominus vobiscum, the priest used to say, and we'd push our way out of the vestibule, several kids chanting, "Dominic, go frisk 'em." What was Latin for if you couldn't reduce the formal codes to the jostled argot of the street? It was science fiction stuff, or horror movie stuff, except that Jeff was too shy and frightened to test it in the world, even with his sister whistling in his ear to make the thing explode. Chapter 5. Brian Glassick called late sometimes. He called in streaks, late at night. 4 calls in one weekend, maybe. And what did he talk about when he called? The office, of course. Bringing up matters he couldn't easily discuss in the tower itself. Or the latest national scandal, maybe, with anatomical details. Or he'd carry on about a movie he wanted me to rent. Guns and drugs. He thought it made us better buddies. He also did it as a provocation. Brian believed I was safely encased, solid, with a house and family folded around me, surer than he was, older, but also physically superior, physically fit, a man of hardier stuff. This was his own stated theme, a man who keeps his counsel, and it greatly fazed him. It made him want to chip away, make boyish forays,
place claims on my attention. When the phone rang at a certain hour, Marion and I exchanged the Brian look. Had to be him. "You will not believe where I am. Get over here right away. This place is astonishing. You're the only person I can bear to share it with. Come alone," he said. It took me a while to find the place. I kept crossing I-10 out where the map begins to go white. Low stucco buildings with satellite dishes, tractor parts and diesel tune-ups, sand and rock and self-defense. Then I spotted a cluster of shops that matched Brian's description. A neat, clean mini-mall, painted sort of rancho pink and green. 3 of the outlets not yet open for business. And I parked near the last shop on the left, the only going concern, called Condomology. College kids, gently unkempt. They stood between the shelves talking and browsing, going through the catalogs and reading the small print on the product boxes, and others mixed in, slightly older men and women. They had professions, and soft slacks with knife pleats, and a certain ease of bearing and belonging, the package of attitudes and values known as lifestyle. Brian pushed me into a corner so I could scan the area. Wide aisles. The carpeting was soft and pale, and the aisles were wide, and there were wall paintings. 5 panels on each of the 2 long walls, showing scenes of an ice cream parlor of the 1940s and 50s. A soda jerk behind a marble counter making a strawberry float for a couple of girls in school jerseys and bobby socks. That was one mural, flat painted in a style not current to the scene. And the effect was interesting, completely undreamy. Brian was studying my lower jaw for some reaction. I heard music in the deep distance, a crooner doing lost songs, the kind of ballad that sometimes included a verse or 2 in slurred Italian. And it was all nicely subdued, I thought, unaffected, without patronizing humor. Brian whispered at me sharply, as if I hadn't noticed. "Condoms." That's just what it was, all right. Condoms. The whole place was condoms. Shelves filled with 100 kinds of protection, male and female. Spermicides, body butter, latex gloves, silicone lubricants, with books, manuals, videos, special displays, with novelty items of the big dick, little dick type, and T-shirts, of course, and baseball caps with condom logos. "And the place is strategically located, out at the new frontier," he said. "I can see a satellite city growing out from this one shop. 1,000 buildings. This is my vision, sort of spoked around the condom outlet. Like some medieval town with a castle smack at the center." "They build their castles on the periphery." "Fuck you. Show some amazement. They have peach-flavored rubbers. And kids come here to socialize, to hang around and see what's doing. I'm waiting to hear Al Hibbler sing Unchained Melody." "Al Hibbler was good." "Good? Fuck you, good. He was amazing. You think Ray Charles is blind? Al Hibbler, that was blind. Show some response." He led me down an aisle. My response was, "Look at all these condoms. Studded, snug, ribbed, bareback. We used to say, don't go in bareback, meaning wear a rubber or you'll knock her up. Now there were rubbers called barebacks, electronically tested for sheerness and sensitivity." "These will replace running shoes," Brian said. "Kids will shoot each other for expensive lambskin condoms." There were loose condoms sold in bowls, in candy jars. Grab a handful. A woman looked at a display model of a polyurethane sheath with flexible rings at either end. Brian knew her from the automated teller machine at his bank. "Hello, how are you?" "Hi, hello." There were finger condoms and full-body condoms, oral condoms with a minty savor. There were condom cases, pocket-sized, and a condom you could wear as a hat. Brian said, "My brother carried a rubber in his wallet all through adolescence. He showed it to me once, I think I was 12. Flipped open his wallet and showed me this little wizened thing like a deflated penis, and I don't think I ever recovered." This was a world I wasn't ready to enter. I could understand sex on the animal level. This was something else entirely. Something about the material, the plasticky sort of rubber, the look and touch. He made me touch it. And the whole nature and function of the thing. I don't know. It was alien and unsettling. Sex alone was tough enough to encounter. This was technology they wanted to wrap around my dick. This was mass-produced latex they used to paint battleships. You were a sensitive boy. I was scrawny and mute, barely human. You were a strapping kid who beat the crap out of kids like me. We didn't have any kids like you, I told him. You carried a rubber? In the little slit pocket of my dungarees. By the time I was 16, they weren't doing that anymore. They're doing it now, I said. I don't think my brother ever used the condom in his wallet. When he got a car, he put it in the car. He put it in the glove compartment. That's when I think he finally got to use it. A man was singing softly along, crooning the lyrics on the sound system. He moved haltingly toward us, pushing a cylinder of oxygen on wheels. A gray-haired guy, with tubes from the tank running all the way up into his nose. The tank was the size of a dachshund in a custom case. And he sang. He crooned in a rasping voice. He had the phrasing, the timing just right, the lazy line endings, some insipid lyric about a farewell letter, only altered in his gnawed voice to a life-sewn shape, felt in the deepest skin. We moved out of the way to let him pass. Behind the products and their uses, we glimpsed the industry of vivid description. Dermasilk and Astroglide and Reservoir Tipped. There were condoms packaged as Roman coins and condoms in matchbook folders. Brian read aloud from the copy on the boxes. We had natural animal membranes and bubble gum scenting. We had condoms that glowed in the dark and foreplay condoms and condoms marked with graffiti that stretched to your erection. A letter becoming a word that expands to a phrase. He did a little Churchill. We shall wear them on the beaches. We had lollipop condoms. We had boxer shorts printed with cartoon characters shaped like condoms standing on end, sort of floaty and nipple-headed, who spoke a language called Spermian. A young woman stood near the door, a Ramses logo tattooed on her earlobe. My kid's got one of those, Brian said. Only it says Pepsi. Should I be grateful? Which kid? Which kid? What's the difference? Brian was wary of his family. He adopted the put-upon pose of the father complaining routinely about kids who are careless with money and forgetful of every caution. We all have this act we perform. It amounts to a second language. The dad's easy-to-master lament. And Brian did scornful solos of high animation. But he also harbored something deeper and sadder, a sense that these were his enemies, forces loose in his own house, prepared to drain him of self-worth. A stepdaughter, a daughter, and a son, all in high school, and a wife, he said, who was a couple of bubbles off-center. That's not the only thing she's got planted on her body. Which kid? I said. Brittany. I like Brittany. Be nice to her. Be nice to her. Listen to this. She wears an armband. You won't believe this. They had apartheid simulation day at her school. What's that? What it says. They attempt to simulate the culture of apartheid. A lesson for the kids. They all wore armbands. You were gold if you were the oppressed class, and I think red if you were the military, and green if you were the elite. Brittany volunteered for the oppressed class, and now she won't take her armband off. The official simulation lasted 1 day, but she's been doing this for weeks now. Nobody else is doing this but her. She restricts her access to the lunchroom, 10 minutes a day. She only rides certain buses at certain times. She sits in a specified area of the classroom. How do the other kids react? She gets spat upon and shunned. He made a TV screen with his hands, thumbs horizontal, index fingers upright, and he looked out at me from inside the frame, eyes crossed, tongue lolling in his head. We took a final turn around the room.
A boy and girl in one of the murals sat in a booth with ice cream sundaes and frosty glasses of water and long-handled spoons for the sundaes, and the scene was not contrived to be charming, but was close to documentary in tone. And the whole place was a little museum-like, I thought, with time compressed and objects arrayed of evolutionary interest. And a woman sang a ballad about a chapel in the moonlight, vaguely familiar to me, and I turned to see if the man with the oxygen tank was still singing along. Brian bought a package of condoms to give to his son, David, a buddy-buddy thing, a token of communication and accord. We went outside and stood in the empty plaza, and he opened the box and removed a single sheath in its foil wrap. He looked at it. He had a sputter laugh he saved for certain occasions, like a semi-drowned man, bitter about being rescued. And he looked at the thing and laughed. Everybody talked about VD then. The clap was a term with a very decisive ring to it. The clap. The sif. All those terms, one worse than the other. But I couldn't detect a saving element in a condom. Maybe because it brought to mind another term. Scumbag. And in my little retard sort of 12-year-old brain, maybe I sensed a secret life in this object in my brother's wallet, this scumbag. How could a thing called a scumbag be safe to use? We're waste managers, I told him. Scumbags are things we deal with. But think of the contempt we invest in this word. It's an ugly word, full of self-loathing. Never mind the words. You bought a rubber for your kid because it's important for him to use it. I hate to be sensible. I know it's thankless to be sensible in the face of someone's primitive distrust. You're right. People have to use these things. You're right, he said. It's thankless. He unwrapped the condom and shook it out until the nipple end swung lightly in the breeze. Then he crumpled the thing in his fist and held it to his nose. He said, "What does it smell like? Is it shower curtains? Is it car upholstery or lampshade liner? Is it those big, blocky garment bags where you store the clothes you never wear?" He was inhaling deeply, trying to absorb the odor, retain it fully so he might mark its nature. His lean head flared, red-roostered. He thought it might be the smell of the bubble wrap around your new computer when you take it out of the shipping container. Or the shipping container itself. Or the computer itself. Or the plastic baggies that have been in your freezer too long, collecting freon fumes. He thought it might be a hospital smell, a laboratory smell, a discharge from a chemical plant. He couldn't place it exactly. The insulation in your walls. The filter in your air conditioner. I thought they were odor-free, modern condoms, I said, except when flavor is added. That's the new type that's odor-free. I bought him the old cheap latex that binds the sex member and reduces the sensation and smells bad, because I wanted to pay a price for being sensible. Marion sat in Jeff's room, watching a movie on TV. I had to adjust to the sight of someone else in his room. His room was his animal den, his pelt and smell, and I thought she was committing some breach of species, sitting in there. She wore beat-up jeans and an old tank top that drooped in front. The kind of woman who grows into her beauty, I think, who becomes beautiful over time, and then one day you see it, sort of suddenly and all together. It becomes a local scandal of surprise and comment. "When did you start smoking again?" "Shut up," she said. I told her about condomology. I stood in the doorway and talked above the noise from the movie. She was fine-skinned, assertive in a way that was all featural, slightly angular of face, straight-nosed, dark-haired, no-nonsense looking. Very near classical in an American way. A certain sort of old-fashioned way that doesn't stray drastically from plainness. Like the face cut in raised relief on the old soap bar. Maybe it was Camé. I'm not sure. The woman's head and profile with marcelled hair, although Marion's was straight. "Where's Jeff?" "Went out. I'm watching this." I told her about apartheid simulation day, standing in the doorway. She said, "I'm watching this." "Want something?" "I want something." "Mineral water would be nice," she said. I went to the kitchen and got all the things out of all the compartments. I poured the mineral water over ice in a tall glass and dropped a wedge of lemon in. Got the potato vodka from the freezer, smoky cold, and remembered what it was I wanted to say to her. I cut a loon of lemon skin and dropped it in a port glass. I wanted to say something about Brian. I had tried drinking port for a while, just to see how it would feel, how it would sound, a port glass, a fortified wine. And now I used the port glass for my vodka, pouring it syrupy, cold, and opal. I heard the dialogue from the movie at the other end of the house. Her skin was camé pure, and her hair was dark and straight, and she usually wore it short because short was easy. Her voice was shaped. It was deep and toned, sort of vowel-round and erotic, particularly over the phone or in the bedroom dark, with brandy static in it, or just the slightest throaty thing of night desire. She used to sing in a church choir in her Big Ten town, she liked to call it, but quit over some belittlement, some perceived slight. How she would hate to hear me say perceived. I handed her the mineral water, and she said something about Brian. I thought she might be trying to preempt my own Brian remark. She felt it coming in the routine reading of signals in the marriage sense-around. Did he recommend another movie where everybody ends up in a storm sewer shooting each other? This is how Brian relieves the pressure of being Brian. I remembered a party where she stuck herself in a corner of the room with a man we both knew slightly, a university poet with long, raked hair and stained teeth, laughing. He talked, she laughed. Innocent enough, you say. Or not innocent at all, but completely acceptable. A party's a party, and if the huddle went on far too long, who was to notice but the husband? And I said to her later, this was a long time ago when the kids were small, and Marion drove a car without a pencil in her hand. I said to her later, self-importantly, because this was the point, to speak with exaggerated dignity, to speak to the depths of my being, and make fun of myself at the same time, because this is what we do at parties. I said, I suffer from a rare condition that afflicts Mediterranean men. It's called self-respect. I stood in the doorway watching the movie with her. Will Jeff be living with us forever, do you think? Could happen. The job at the diet ranch fell through? I guess. He didn't say? I'm watching this, she said. Did you do the newspapers? I did the bottles. Tomorrow is bottle day. Let me watch this, she said. We'll both watch it. You don't know what's going on. I've been watching for an hour and a quarter. I'll catch up. I don't want to sit here and explain. You don't have to say a word. The movie's not worth explaining, she said. I'll catch up by watching. But you're interfering, she said. I'll be quiet and I'll watch. You're interfering by watching, she said. The remark pleased her. It had a tinge of insight, and she stretched, smiling in a sort of coiled yawn, hips and legs steady, upper body bent away. I guess I knew what she meant, that another's presence screws up the steady balance, the integrated company of the box. She wanted to be alone with a bad movie, and I was standing judgment. You work too hard, I told her. I love my job. Shut up. Now that I've stopped working too hard, you work too hard. I'm watching this. You work unnecessarily hard. If he tries to kill her, I'm going to be very upset. Maybe he'll kill her off camera. Off camera, fine. He can use a chainsaw, as long as I don't have to see it. I watched until my glass was empty. I went back to the kitchen and turned off the light. Then I went into the living room and looked at the peach sienna sofa. It was a new piece, a thing to look at and absorb, a thing the room would incorporate over time. It took the curse off the piano. We had a piano no one played, one of Marion's Big Ten heirlooms, an object like a mounted bearskin, oppressing all of us with its former life. I turned off the light in the living room But first I looked at the books on the shelves. I stood in the room looking at the peach sienna sofa and the Rajasthani wall hanging and the books on the shelves. Then I turned off the light. Then I checked the other light, the light in the back hall, to make sure it was still on in case my mother had to get up during the night. I stood in the doorway again. Marion watched TV, body and soul. She lit another cigarette, and I went into the bedroom. I stood looking at the books on the shelves. Then I got undressed and went to bed. She came in about 15 minutes later. I waited for her to start undressing. "What do I detect?" "What do you mean?" she said. "Between you and Brian." "What do you mean?" she said. "What do I detect? That's what I mean." "He makes me laugh," she said finally. "He makes his wife laugh, too, but I don't detect anything between them." She thought about ways to reply to this. It was an amusing remark, perhaps, but not what I'd intended. She looked at me and walked out of the room. I heard the shower running across the hall, and I realized I'd done it all wrong. I should have brought up the subject standing in the doorway while she was watching TV. Then I could have been the one who walks out of the room. Chapter 6. We laid in a case of the flavored seltzer she liked, and we set her up in a quiet room, Laney's old room, with the re-silvered mirror and the big screen TV. It wasn't long before Jeff stopped wearing the baggy shorts and turnaround cap and began to resemble himself again. His personal computer had a multimedia function that allowed him to look at a copy of the famous videotape showing a driver being shot by the Texas highway killer. Jeff became absorbed in these images, devising routines and programs, using filtering techniques to remove background texture. He was looking for lost information. He enhanced and super-slowed, trying to find some pixel in the data swarm that might provide a clue to the identity of the shooter. The device weighed only 3.5 ounces, and it showed the distance I ran and the calories I burned, and even the length of the strides I took, clipped to the waistband of my trunks. I was 11 years old when he went out for cigarettes. A warm evening with men playing pinochle inside a storefront club and radio voices everywhere on the street. Someone's always playing a radio. And they took him out near Orchard Beach, where the shoreline is crannied with remote inlets, and they dropped him into the lower world, his body suspended above the rockweed in the soft, organic murk. Not that I really recall the weather or the card players. There's always a radio and someone playing cards. At home, we wanted clean, safe, healthy garbage. We rinsed out old bottles and put them in their proper bins. We faithfully removed the crinkly paper from our cereal boxes. It was like preparing a pharaoh for his death and burial. We wanted to do the small things right. He never committed a figure to paper. He had a head for numbers, a memory for numbers. We fixed her up with a humidifier, the hangers, the good hard bed, and the dresser that belonged to Marion when she was growing up. A handsome piece with a history behind it. In the bronze tower, I looked out at the Umber Hills and felt assured and well defended, safe in my office box and my crisp white shirt and connected to things that made me stronger. In the bronze tower, a fellow executive cleared his throat, and I heard something go by in the small, hoarse noise. A secret linger of childhood, the game he played inside his life. Maybe it was 108 degrees out on the street. He was spying on himself. The third person watches the first person. The he spies on the I. The he knows things the I can't bear to think about. Maybe it was 110, 112, telephones warbling in modulated phrases. The third person sends his nobody to kill the first person's somebody. I used to say when they were small, I told them more than once, this is the washer, this is the packing, this is the spout. In the Bronze Tower, we used the rhetoric of aggrieved minorities to prevent legislation that would hurt our business. Arthur Blessing believed, our CEO, that true feeling flows upward from the streets, fully accessible to corporate adaptation. We learned how to complain, how to appropriate the language of victimization. Arthur listened to gangster rap on the car radio every morning. Songs about getting mad and getting laid and getting even, taking what's rightfully ours by violent means if necessary. He believed this was the only form of address that made an impact on Washington. Arthur recited lyrics to me once on the company plane, and together we laughed his wacko laugh, those enunciated ha-has, clear and slow and well-spaced, like laughing with words. Coming home, I liked to put suntan lotion on my arms, face, and legs, and go running down the quiet streets of oleanders and palms, and along the drainage canal banked with red dirt. I ran in dense heat and strong light, and I thought about the protection factor bumping up to 60 now. I wondered about this even though I'm olive-skinned, dark as my old man, from 15 to 30 to 60. Where once upon a time a factor 15 was the absolute maximum sunblock scientifically possible. Running past tree trunks limed white against the unrelenting sun. You have to cut it thick. That's what he said about the bread. The round, crusty loaf he called Campobasso bread, after the name of the store, which itself was named for a mountain town on the spine of Italy. The best bread. You cut it too thin, he said. It's worthless. I watched him shave, and I watched him cut bread, holding the loaf on its side with one hand, thumb of the other hand, the knife hand, edged over the haft onto the back of the blade to guide the slicing, down through the crust and into the springy middle of the bread. When Lainey had her baby, her girl, I felt a soft joy settle in my chest. Or a solace, maybe, an easing of some perennial clutch or grab, some taunt of malehood. All these women now, from my mother in her pale green room to this raw arrival kicking in mortal fret, all gathered near the chimney-piece. It was a kindness that the child should be a girl. I felt an expansive ease, an unthrobbing of some knot in my body. I watched her naked in her mother's arms, swimming in a ribbon of light. Tuesdays we only did plastic, minus caps and lids. Waste is an interesting word that you can trace through Old English and Old Norse back to the Latin, finding such derivatives as empty, void, vanish, and devastate. Residents of Phoenix are called Phoenicians. They talked about the things I didn't talk about. Although I told her about the stolen car, and we said to each other, Marion and I, we said if people ever saw our son in the commission of a crime, they wouldn't know how to describe him, except for his skin color and the jokey sticker fastened to the rear bumper of his Honda. If, in fact, his Honda was an element in the crime, the bumper sticker someone gave him, going nowhere fast. Marion and I saw products as garbage even when they sat gleaming on store shelves, yet unbought. We didn't say, what kind of casserole will that make? We said, what kind of garbage will that make? Safe, clean, neat, easily disposed of? Can the package be recycled and come back as a tawny envelope that is difficult to lick closed? First we saw the garbage. Then we saw the product as food or light bulbs or dandruff shampoo. How does it measure up as waste, we asked. We asked whether it is responsible to eat a certain item if the package the item comes in will live 1,000,000 years. According to street legend, he never wrote a number on a piece of paper. Night after night we sat in the stale glow, my mother and I, and watched reruns of The Honeymooners. Ralph Cramden wailing his unstoppable pain. Maybe my mother identified with wife Alice, the apron and cloth coat, an underfurnished flat, and food smells in the hallway. But Alice had a bus driver husband who kept walking in the door instead of going out.
He drove a vehicle licensed by society. And Ralph and Alice had no kids to worry and torment them. You had the kids without the husband. Not even a body, risen from the rockweed and found floating by two guys early one Sunday in a rented rowboat with a cage for trapping crabs. The nibbled body of Jimmy Costanza, age whatever. I went back to the coastal lowlands of Texas and did an interview with the BBC. Wearing a hard hat and miner's lamp and standing in a salt passage 2,000 feet under the earth. The producer stood off camera and asked questions, and I tasted salt dust stirred up by the forklifts and tried to frame responses that would please her. You had the man who did the job unlicensed by society. In the hallways and alleys you heard the footfalls at night and must have wondered if that was Jimmy coming back. From the dead, or the dark, or maybe just New Jersey. And that was you, dressing quickly at first light before the heat came whistling up the pipes. Early mass among the Italians in their grave clothes. You had the kids with their taut nerves, the little wood-pushing wonder who was harder to love than a handful of coffee dregs. Alone those cold mornings going to Mass, and the older son, with his distance and dimmed moods and undimmed rage, up on the roof in the evening sleet to smoke a cigarette. I look at the Lucky Strike logotype, and I think Target. I watched men in moon suits bury drums of nuclear waste, and I thought of the living rocks down there. The subterranean process, the half-life, the atoms that decay to half the original number. The most common isotope of uranium is bombarded with neutrons to produce plutonium that fissions, if we can generate a verb from the energy of splitting atoms. This isotope has the mass number 238. Add the digits and you get 13. But the bombs were not released. I remember Clara Sachs talking about the men who flew the strategic bombers as we all stood listening in the long, low structure of sectioned concrete. The missiles remained in the rotary launchers. The men came back, and the cities were not destroyed. Chapter 7. Marion leaned into me and laughed, watching the land surface expand around us. It was first light, a foil shimmer at desert's edge. At 300 feet, we caught a mild westerly and drifted toward the eyelid slice of sun. But we didn't think we were moving. We thought the land was gliding by beneath us, showing a cluster of mobile homes, a truck on a blacktop to the south, and dogs barking up at us. They barked and leaped and ran yapping into each other as we strayed across the trailer park, passed from dog to dog, new dogs appearing at the fringes, twisting in mid-leap. Dogs from nowhere, multiplying yaps and howls, a contagion to wake the known world. There we were, out over open earth, bone-brown and deep in shadow, and we hung in the soft air, balanced in some unbodied lull, with a measure of creation spilling past. The pilot yanked the blast valve, and we heard the burners pulse and roar, and this made Marion laugh again. She talked and laughed incessantly, happy and scared. The basket wasn't large, barely taking the three of us, plus tanks, valves, wires, instruments, and coiled rope. Every propane wallop sent a man-sized streak of flame into the open throat of the nylon that bulbed out above us. Jerry, the pilot, said, "We need this wind to hold just like it is. Then we make it okay, I think. But we got to be buku lucky." This made us both laugh. We were lighter than air, laughing, and the balloon didn't seem like a piece of science so much as an improvised prayer. Jerry spaced the burns and kept an eye on the pyrometer, adding just enough heat to make up for routine cooling inside the envelope. It was a game, a larger-than-life toy we'd found ourselves wickered into, and our eyes went big at the whooshing flames. The balloon was candy-striped, and when Jerry pointed south, we spotted a road and a car, the chase car, a matching candy van that towed the small open trailer used to convey the balloon and basket.
The surge of flame, the delayed rise, and Marion saying, "Greatest birthday present ever." "Ain't seen nothing yet," I said. She said, "What made you think of it? This is something I've always wanted to do without knowing it exactly. Or knowing it, but not at the level of ever making plans. You must have read my mind." Then she said, "I didn't know how much I needed to get out and see this landscape again. Too cooped up with job. But I never dreamed I'd be doing it from here. When you said 4 a.m., I thought, what sort of birthday are we talking about?" "Now you know," I said. "But you only know the half of it." We leaned close, my arm around her, our thighs pressing. And we were rocked and whirled, although not turning. Whirled within ourselves. Blood whirled into quickened sense. I had my free hand around the iron bar, part of the rigid frame connecting the basket to the load cables, and I could feel the metal breathe in my fist. About 20 minutes later, Jerry touched me on the shoulder and pointed straight ahead, and I saw the first splash of sunlight on wingtips. The piece began to emerge out of distance and haze, the mesh rectangle completed now. Ranks of aircraft appearing as one unit of fitted parts, a shaped weave of painted steel in the monochrome surround. Jerry said, "Now if the Air Force don't shoot our asses off, we'll just mosey on over." And that's what we did, approaching at an altitude of 400 feet. I felt Marion hanging a sort of tremulous gawk over the padded edge of the basket. It was a heart-shaking thing to see, bursts and serpentines of color, a power in the earth, and she pulled at my sweater and looked at me. Like, where are we, and what are we seeing, and who did it? The primaries were less aggressive than they'd seemed earlier. The reds were dampened, taken down by weather, or more paint, deeper permeations, and this brought them ably into the piece. There were orderly slashes across the fuselages in one section, beautifully mixed blues and flat blues and near blues. The piece had a great riverine wash, a broad arc of sage green, or maybe mustard green, with brushy gray disturbances, and it curved from the southeast corner up and across the north edge, touching nearly a third of the massed aircraft, several planes completely covered in the pigment. The works circulating fluid, naming the pace, holding the surface together. Like, my God, Nick, how could this be here without my knowing? The tension of our pressed bodies was heightened by the physical fact of color, painted light pouring toward us. The sun burned high on the line divide. We had dropped to 200 feet, and Jerry ran a blast of flame. When we were nearly on it, the work grew rougher and frontal. I could see unpainted intervals, dead metal strips across the wings of several planes, peroxide white, scabby and gashed, and a trace of stenciled safety instructions apparent on one fuselage. The piece looked hard-won. It lost its flow and became more deeply grained. Thick paint in uneven sheets, spray-gunned on. I saw the struggle to make it. Scores of people in this chalk heat, muscles and lungs. And I looked for the blonde girl in the flouncy skirt painted on a forward fuselage, and was elated to spot her, long and tall and unretouched. The nose art, the pin-up, the ordinary life and lucky sign that animated the work. I could see Marion try to absorb the number. She wasn't counting, but wanted to know, simply as a measure of her amazement. And when I whispered 230 at last count, she concentrated more deeply, testing the figure against the dense array, the giddiness of general effect. We passed directly over. The planes were enormous, of course. They were objects of hulking size, strato-fortresses, thick and massy, slab-finned, wings set high on the fuselage, a few missile pylons still intact, a few outrigger wheels suspended, the main wheels chalked on every plane. And truly I thought they were great things, painted to remark the end of an age and the beginning of something so different, only a vision such as this might suffice to augur it. And we moved toward the blank flats that framed the aircraft, and saw how the work lost vigor at the fringes, giving way, melted by intention in the desert. Marion said, "I can never look at a painting the same way again." "I can never look at an airplane." "Or an airplane," she said. And I wondered if the piece was visible from space, like the land art of some lost Andean people. The breeze took us past, and the pilot yanked the blast handle, giving us a final inch-meal rise. We saw a cloud wall hung many miles to the east, and hawks floating in the unforced motion that makes you think they've been up there, the same two birds, since Bible times. There were stones tumbled in the field, great bronze rocks with carved flanks. I felt my wife at my side. We saw dust blowing off the dark hills, and a pair of abandoned cars flopped in forage grass, convertibles with shredded tops. Everything we saw was ominous and shining, tense with the beauty of things that are normally unseen, even the cars gone to canker and rust. The pilot pointed to an object some miles away, and we saw it was the chase car, a droplet nosing down a long road toward the place on Earth where we would light. That night we had friends over for dinner, and the talk was swift and funny, flying cross-table well past midnight. And when they were gone, but also while they were still there when I felt the distance and stillness of that sprawled dawn like some endless sky waking inside me, flared against the laughter. When they were gone, we lay in bed. We slept in a book-walled room with creamy shelves and deep carpets and lighting that had a half-tone density, warm and whiskey-ish. Marion looked at a magazine, turning pages with a crispness that might have seemed short-tempered to someone who didn't know her habits. The long day. The long drive. The drive was, oh boy, I said, a killer. Is this the longest day of my life? The drive was the screaming Mimis. I hate those trucks, man. I still feel the drive. But it was marvelous, all of it. It was unmarvelous. It was marvelous because you slept. She turned a page. Did you notice how they finish each other's sentences? I drove, you slept. She says da-da-da, he says dum-de-dum. It's not the worst fate. I mean, even strangers do it. Everybody does it to somebody. And I didn't sleep. I was one level down for 10 minutes. It's the only way to get certain sentences finished. They ate the roasted corn relish. Of course they ate the roasted corn relish. The roasted corn relish was great. Speaking of maps, I'd like to get some old maps. I hate our maps. Look at this. The rapture is approaching. October 28th. They give the exact date. I saw that. The mark of the beast. Did you see that? It's on the Universal Product Code. Every product. That's right. Every box of Jell-O they put through the scanner. I'm having one of those nights, she said. What? One of those nighty nights. What? I'm having that sort of thing where I know I won't sleep. It's the knowing that does it. It's not the tired, because I'm actually very tired. Restless. No, it's a tired but not sleepy type thing. 666. So the supermarket is a weird sort of place. We always knew it was. I turned off my light and looked into the deep cream ceiling with my hands behind my head. She's got a great body for how many kids? Allison, 4 kids? I said. Which means I'm either half as great or twice as great, but let's not pursue it. What's his name? Terry was here, the heavyset one. Been years since I looked at a real map. It's a sort of Robert Louis Stevenson thing to do. We have maps of highways and motels. Our maps have rest stops and wheelchair symbols. Just tell me what his name is. For what, the faucet? Day before yesterday, or yesterday. The day's been so long I don't know anymore. No, the showerhead. The hell's wrong with the showerhead? Our maps have pancake houses. What's his name with the orange pickup? Which shower are we talking about? Terry, right? She turned a page. She used a book pillow to read when she was in bed. I ordered it for her out of a catalog. Jewel-tone jacquard, a wedge-shaped cushion that nestles in the lap and holds your book or magazine at the proper angle, with tasseled bookmarks built in and a slot in back for your reading glasses. I'm going Tuesday. I tell you that? This is what, Moscow or Boston? Too soon for Moscow. Which is the heavy-set one? I get them completely. I need to get these shoes resoled before I go. Remind me to do that tomorrow. I have this thing on my leg. It's not Boston, I said. It's not Boston. It's Portland. It's Portland. What thing? I said. On the inside of my thigh. Call Williamson. It could be an irritation. Call Williamson. When did you get it? I don't know. I think it comes and goes. She turned to Paige. Lainey had the wallpaper today. About time. That was her that called. I hope you didn't tell her. Of course I didn't tell her. What was I going to tell her? Sweetheart, we drove right past but didn't stop. Stopping would have been... We saw them. When was it? Recent. Not that recent, actually. Recent enough. We don't want to overdo it. Paper hangers. One was a woman, she said. I'm still not completely over this motherfucking cold. Why is that? I said. She turned to Paige. Why is that? I said. Take some of those antihistamines you take. They're hard to buy. The tablets. The caplets. You're all revved up. I can feel the energy. I'm not revved up. I'm tired. My mind is in that sort of place. You can forget about sleep, it's telling me. I selected the jewel-tone jacquard over the ivory because the weave went well with our carpets. I saw him in that orange truck he drives, the heavy-set one. Last time I installed it myself, but this time nothing fit. Because the universe is expanding. It expands in warm weather. Remind me we need some 60-watt bulbs. I pulled alongside, and he said he could be here in an hour. And he showed up exactly on time, and he installed the thing in exactly 10 minutes, and that was the end of that. She turned to Paige, and then another. She had a way of sounding grim when she was actually showing satisfaction, showing completion, the finishing of a task, or the telling of a story with a moral. Did you tell her to spackle? They did the baby's room first. Because this is not something Dex is going to figure out for himself. I only hope they spackled. Take the 12-hour antihistamines. The 4-hour make you drowsy. What's wrong with drowsy? Remind me we need bulbs for the pantry. Just tell me his name. The heavy-set kid is the one whose father, right? And had to be subdued by 4 or 5 cops. Heavy-set. Can't you call him fat? Call him fat. He's tremendously fat, I said. He has rolls of fat, it's true. Maybe the bulb's loose. Remind me to tighten the bulb. Too soon for Moscow. She turned to Paige. Is it a lump? I said. What? No, I wouldn't use that word. No, it's an irritation. Maybe it's the estrogen. No. Call Williamson, I said. I turned on my side and heard a plane in a landing pattern. A late flight from somewhere. 8 hours of solid sleep. That's what I need. It's true, actually. You've got one good pair of shoes, and they need fixing. I almost bought some shoes in Italy. She turned to Paige. What's the name of that stuff I wanted to tell your mother to use? Oh, wait a second, I know. It's on the tip of my tongue, she said. Wait a second, I know. You know the stuff I mean? The sleep stuff or the indigestion? It's on the tip of my tongue. Wait a second, I know. About 3 hours later, I sat in the armchair in a corner of the bedroom, feeling damp and cold. A chill sweat across my back and neck and under my arms. I'd come out of a dream, deep breathing and clammy, breathing fast and loud. So odd and loud and fast it woke me up. Or something did. I had the baseball in my hand. Usually I kept the baseball on the bookshelves, wedged in a corner between straight-up books and slanted books, tented under books unceremoniously. But now I had it in my hand.
You have to know the feel of a baseball in your hand, going back a while, connecting many things, before you can understand why a man would sit in a chair at 4 in the morning holding such an object, clutching it, how it fits the palm so reassuringly, the corked center making it buoyant in the hand, and the rough spots on an old ball, the marked skin, how an idle thumb likes to worry the scuffed horsehide. You squeeze a baseball. You kind of juice it or milk it. The resistance of the packed material makes you want to press harder. There's an equilibrium, an agreeable animal tension between the hard leather object and the sort of clawed hand, veins stretching with the effort. And the feel of raised seams across the fingertips, cloth contours like road bumps under the knuckle joints. How the whorled cotton can be seen as a magnified thumbprint, a blow-up of the convoluted ridges on the pad of your thumb. The ball was a deep sepia, veneered with dirt and turf and generational sweat. It was old, bunged up. It was bashed and tobacco-juiced and stained by natural processes and by the lives behind it, weather-spattered and charactered as a seafront house. And it was smudged green near the Sprawling trademark. It was still wearing a small green bruise where it had struck a pillar, according to the history that came with it. Flaked paint from a bolted column in the left field stands embedded in the surface of the ball. $34,500. How the hand works memories out of the baseball that have nothing to do with games of the usual sort. Bad luck, Bronca luck, from him to me, the moment that makes the life. Marion caught me once looking at the ball. I was standing at the bookshelves with the ball in my hand, and she thought it was like Hamlet gazing on Yorick's skull, or maybe Aristotle, even better, she said, contemplating the bust of Homer. That was nice, we thought. Rembrandt's Homer and Thomson's Homer. We smiled at that. I thought of the old radio voice. Russ Hodges, dead now, 20 years or more. Disbelief and thrill, the force of a single human voice coming out of a box. She didn't ask whether it was Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon, when I said it was not Boston, it was Portland. And I'd felt the question coming, layered in the sequence of our exchange, waiting to edge out. But one of us fell asleep before she could ask, which Portland, by the way, in those words exactly. I think I fell asleep first, but maybe not. The light was out. The last light was out. Then I came up out of a dream and felt my way to the armchair, breathing funny, and switched on the small reading lamp. And the crowd noise behind the voice, the incessant smash and tension, the thickness, the sort of bristle and team that deepened at a turn in play. A noise so dense it might have had a flashpoint, a heat to blow out the radio. I heard my mother in the next room getting up to go to the toilet. I listened to her come out of the room. I waited and listened, nearly breathless. I waited for the shuffle of slippers along the hall, for the pace, the familiar rate and pace of the shuffle. And then I listened for the sound of water flushing, fully intent, listening in the fiercest kind of concentrated stillness until she was safely back in bed. I hefted the weapon and pointed it, and saw an interested smile fall across his face, the slyest kind of shit-eating grin. Maybe that was the dream. I wasn't sure. Then I got the baseball from the bookshelves and sat in the armchair and looked into the whiskey cream ceiling. I didn't listen to the Dodger station that day. I listened to Russ Hodges instead, trying to work a reverse kind of luck. Never occurred to me at the time. I didn't think of it, in fact, until I sat in the armchair squeezing the baseball. But Russell Hodges, if you count the letters, if you're odd enough to think of doing such a thing, spinning out the full name and counting the characters, you may be amused to see Old 13. I felt calmer now. I felt all right. My arm hung over the side of the chair, and I squeezed the baseball, listening to Marion sleep breathe, squeezing it hard, the veins leveling on the back of my hand, going dead flat. Maybe we fell asleep simultaneously. Then I felt my way to the armchair and switched on the lamp. I stood there,
pulling my pajama shirt away from my body where the sweat made it cling. Then I went to the bookshelves and got the baseball. She was sitting up. She wasn't exactly sitting up, she was propped. I realized she was awake, propped on an elbow, looking at me, rubbing her temple with her right hand. "Nick?" "I'm here." "You all right?" "Yes, I'll be there in a minute." "Come back to bed." "I'm all right. Go to sleep." It was a lovely birthday, wasn't it? "Do you want me to turn out this light?" "No, just come to bed." "I'll be there in a minute." "I want you next to me," she said. I stood on the roof with my radio placed on the ledge, and sometimes I squatted and took the radio down with me, down behind the ledge, surrounding it sort of, taking hope from it, suffering the game's slides and veers, rooting from the gut. An Emerson, maroon, that I took everywhere. But when I stood, I faced southwest, looking beyond the hospital for the incurable and past the elevated tracks on 3rd Avenue, looking toward the river that cuts the boroughs. That's where the Polo Grounds stood, west by southwest. And I imagined the field and the players, the crisp blues and Elysian greens on that great somber-skied day. Great and terrible. A day now gone to black and white in the film fade of memory. Manx Martin. Chapter 1. Then he remembers his books and goes back down the stairs, because you can't come home from school without your school books, fool. He forces the baseball into his side pocket and leans into the dim triangle behind the stairs, where the bottom of the first flight meets the floor, and he scoops the 3 books he left there in the morning, slides them out and scoops them up, plus a composition book with a mottled cover, and he blows away the dust and smut and sourness. The janitor comes in the back door from the yards, the new janitor. He limps so bad you're not even sure you feel sorry for him. Maybe you wonder why he's walking around at all. "What's this?" "Drop something," Cotter says. "I need to talk to your father." "When I see him." "Tell him," the man says. Cotter can't figure out how the janitor knows who he is. The last janitor left in a hurry, and the new man just arrived, and he has 4 buildings he takes care of, and a limp that's hard to look at, and he already knows which son belongs to the matching father, and it's probably not a mistake. People always want to talk to his father. His father spends hours every day in flight from these conversations. He climbs to 4 and goes inside. His sister is there, Rosie, poring over her homework at the kitchen table. Rosie's 16, always blasting away at the books, and he has 2 older brothers, one in Korea with the infantry and one in the airborne stationed in Georgia. This is the Peach State. But if Cotter had to choose between these 2 forms of employment, he thinks he'd rather face a weaponed enemy in snow and mud than walk out a door into the balmy evening air with a snatch of bundled silk hanging on his back. "What's he carrying in his pocket? Makes a person wonder," Rosie says. "Looks like an apple to me. Maybe he went to an orchard on his day off." "What day off?" "Traveled upstate on a bus to pick some apples. Of course, we have apples right here, but that's for after school. No school, no apples. Is that why he found his own apple?" "If I didn't go to school, where did I go?" "I don't know, but when I saw you from the window, you had no books, and when you walked in the door, lo and behold." "Then you know that's not an apple in my pocket." He takes out the ball and does his flip trick, back-spinning the thing over his hand and wrist and catching it with a sort of gear shift motion, elbow in reverse. This gets Rosie smiling, and she plants her face in the book again, which tells Cotter he has won a little victory, because it is only when this girl goes wordless that you know she is showing respect. In his room, he looks out the window, the room he used to share with his brothers, remarkably his own now. And then he drops the ball on the khaki blanket in the lower bunk. It is the only military touch, the sturdy olive drab, and he grabs a sweater off the chairback. He fits the sweater over his head and looks out the window again, watching people move through the streetlights and into the partial dark. It gets dark too soon. He stands and looks, just watching, being nobody in a window. And then he hears his mother pushing through the door. He snaps too, thinking what he has to say if he is challenged about missing school. But he knows Rosie won't snitch on him. He thinks he knows this. He is confident, more or less. He thinks he feels her loyalty through the walls, and he goes into the kitchen where his mother is putting away groceries, and he drops a hand on Rosie's shoulder and stands at the table with an eye fixed on the bright boxes and cans his mother is placing on the shelves. His mother says, "How many times?" "What?" "Have you been told? Don't wear that sweater. I need to clean that sweater." "Plunge it in something strong," Rosie says. "That's a filthy sweater." "Take it to the cleaner, they'll give it back," Rosie says. "Rejected." See, the world is filled with things he's not supposed to do and not supposed to wear. But maybe he likes it when they array against him. It's different from his brothers, who bossed him a little and teased him a little, but didn't show this picky interest, this endless searching concern. His sister's head poked forward so she can study the particular jut of his dumbness. He likes running his fingers over the edge of the fruit bowl, over the speckled glaze, with Rosie's book sprawled on the table, and the fruit in the bowl, and his mother doing things at the stove or cabinet. The way his mother talks to him and never looks in his direction, but knows where he is, and measures her voice to his sliding whereabouts, room by room. Maybe he wants them to figure him out so they can let him in on the secret. "The sweater's got burrs," Rosie says. She seems to like that word and puts a teasy nonchalance in her voice. "He's full of burrs from some apple orchard he must have visited some time or other." He runs his fingers over the inside edge of the bowl, feeling the sort of spatter of whirled material, the bubbly pinpoint warps. His mother tells him to wash his hands. She isn't looking at him, but she knows the state of his hands from the position of the sun and moon. He must be walking dirt, walking, talking filth man from the planet Dirt. At dinner, they're quiet. This is because his father is not here, and might walk in any time, and then again might not, and they are in a state of involuntary waiting. Funny how his mother pushes through the door, shouldering in with shopping bags and bundles, and her purse that she wears on a long strap over her head and across her body, maybe dragging a handled bag, or nudging it out of the hallway with a peg-leg motion, and making 6 kinds of noise, even when she's not carrying something, bringing the streets in with her, the subways, buses, and streets, all the noise and labor of getting uptown and downtown. That's his mother. And his father, usually sliding in unannounced, standing and glaring, stuck to the wall like he wandered in the wrong door and needs to work out the details of his mistake. His mother is tall and slightly lopsided, and she is strong. He knows this because he has lifted things she has lifted. He has come up 4 flights with things she often carries, and poker-faced. It takes her half a minute to work a smile out of those unused muscles. She says, "I saw that man who preaches in the street. Same place every time." "I did too," Carter says. "I said to myself, this man has a life even if we can't imagine it. This man goes home somewhere. But where does he go? How does he live? I try to imagine, what does he do when he's not out there preaching?" Rosie says, "I see these people lots of places. But this man's steady. Same place. I don't think he cares if people listen. He'll preach to cars going by." "What was he preaching?" "How no one knows the day or the hour. Seems there's been the Russians exploding an A-bomb, so no one knows the day or the hour. They announced it on the news." Rosie says, "I can't get worked up." "I got worked up until I started up the stairs with those shopping bags. Thought I was going to pull my shoulder out of the socket." "Back to normal," Rosie says. "But I stood and listened to him. I have to say, first time I listened to the man." "He's always there," Carter says. "First time I listened. No one knows the day or the hour. I believe this is Matthew 24. "I can't get worked up," Rosie says. "But the man has a life, and it's a mystery to me how he lives it." People always preaching, Rosie says. Those clothes he wears, I think it's a shame. And he's not a crazy man. He knows his scriptures. You can know your scriptures, Cotter says. There's people know their scriptures the crazy as a loon. Amen, says his sister. After dinner, he's back in his room looking out the window. He's supposed to be in his room doing his homework. And he's in his room, all right. But he doesn't know what his homework is supposed to be. He reads a few pages ahead in his world history book. They made history by the minute in those days. Every sentence is another war, a tremendous downfall. Memorize the dates. The downfall of the empire and the emergence of detergents. There's a kid in his class who eats pages from his history book nearly every day. The way he does it, he places the open book under the desk in his crotch and slyly crumples a page, easing it off the spine with the least amount of rustle. Then he has the strategy of wait a while before he brings his fist to his mouth in a sort of muffled cough with the page inside the fist, like whitesy-bitesy. Then he stuffs in the page and the tiny printed ink and the memorized dates, engrossing it quietly. He waits some more. He lets the page idle in his mouth. Then he chews it slowly and carefully and incomplete, damping the sound by making sure his teeth do not meet. And Cotter tries to imagine how it tastes. All the paper points and edges washed in saliva, becoming soft and limp and blottered so you can swallow smooth. He swallows not so smooth. You can see his Adam's apple jerk like he just landed a plane on a foreign shore. War and treaties. Eat your Wheaties. Rosie's in the shower now. He sits on his bunk and hears water beating on the other side of the wall, and he thinks about the game. He remembers things he didn't know he'd seen or heard. People on the exit ramp. He sees shirt colors and hears voices coming back to him. A cop on a horse, the boot shine and animal heat. And he hears water beating on the galvanized walls of the shower, the rattling, stain-walled shower that someone added to the bathroom years before. When his father comes in, there is no doubt of the entrance. The singing of the hinges when the door opens slowly, the way he does not carry sound with him out of the entranceway. There's no shaking out of clothes or heavy breath from the climb up the stairs. Not that you can't hear him at all. He maintains a presence near the door, a hearable something. Maybe just the tension of a man standing on a linoleum floor, or some tone that comes off his body, a tightness that says he's home. Cotter sits on the lower bunk and waits. His father comes through the kitchen and appears in the doorway. Manx Martin. He's a working man, a furniture mover when he's employed, and a whiskey swigger when he's not. He looks at Cotter and nods pointlessly. He stands there nodding, a gesture that has no point, that seems to mean, "Oh yeah, it's you," if it means anything at all. Then he comes in the room and sits on the unused bed, the cot. They listen to the water beating on the shower walls. "Had your dinner?" "Meatloaf." "Leave some for me." "I don't know." "You don't know? Why, you left the table early? You had an appointment downtown?" He sees the man is kidding. His father's eyes go narrow, and he does his pencil-line smile. He's a man with high cheekbones, sort of poxed in the hollows, rough-graded, and a thin mustache that he keeps well above his lip, tended and particular. He looks around the room. He studies things. He seems to believe this is the right time to see what kind of surroundings his sons grew up in. He is average size, a little developed in the chest, a little bow-legged. And Cotter wouldn't have thought he had the brawn to move heavy pieces up and down long flights of stairs. But he has seen his father lift and hoist with much bigger men. "Which one's in there?" "Rosie." "Washing up a storm." "The way she does homework, to the last ounce." "Finishes what she starts, that girl." It bothers Cotter in some lurking way to sit here with his father talking about Rosie while they hear her in the shower. Just then the water stops. "Because I need to take a leak, you see." "Super wants to talk to you." "He's a yard dog, pay no mind." How come he knows us if he just got here?
Maybe we're famous, you and me. Two hombres that they put out the word these guys be mighty tough.
Carter relaxes a little. He thinks maybe this is going to be all right. The man is feeling no pain, as they say, and there's something he can get from his father that he can't get from his mother.
Manx calls out, "Rosie, baby, your daddy needs to use the facilities."
They hear a smothered word or two, and then she goes across the hall barefoot in a towel, and Manx stands and hitches his pants and clicks his tongue and walks out of the room. Carter thinks without knowing it, without preparing the thought. He sees Bill Watterson on 8th Avenue with his jacket bunched in his hand. He picks up the baseball and looks at it and puts it down. His father is taking a king leak. You don't usually hear anything but the shower in there and noises from the pipes, but his father is taking a leak that is the all-time king. It's quickly becoming funny, the time span and force of the leak, and Carter wishes his brothers were here so they could all be amazed together. He comes back in and sits down. He's still wearing his jacket, a corduroy windbreaker that used to belong to Randall. Speaking of brothers.
There now, we feeling better?
How'd you like to write a letter for me? I need it for school, Carter says.
Oh, yeah? It says what?
It says I missed today due to illness.
Dear so-and-so.
That's right, like that.
Please excuse my son.
That's the way.
Due to he was ill.
Tell him it was a fever.
How feverish you get?
Say 100 ought to do it.
We don't want to be too modest if we're going to do this thing.
Okay. As he had a fever of 102.
Of course, you look to me like you're in the pink.
Recovering nicely, thanks.
Except, what's that on your sweater?
I don't know. Burrs?
Burrs? This is Harlem. What kind of burrs?
I don't know. I guess I get around.
And where'd you get around to that you missed the day of school?
I went to the game.
The game?
At the Polo Grounds. Today.
You were at that game? Manx says. That made that fuss in the streets?
That's nothing. I was there as nothing. I got the ball he hit.
No, you didn't. What ball?
The home run that won the pennant.
Carter says softly, a little reluctantly.
Because it is such an astounding thing to say, and he is awed for the first time saying it.
No, you didn't.
I chased it down and got it.
Lie to my face, Manx says.
Not a lie. I got the ball, right here.
Know what you are?
Manx says.
Carter reaches for the ball. You're a stick that makes a noise once in a while.
Carter looks at him. He sits in the lower bunk with his back to the wall, looking out at the man on the opposite bed. Then he picks up the baseball. He takes it off the khaki blanket where it is sunk beside his thigh. He holds it out. He spins it on the tips of his fingers. He holds it high in his right hand and uses the other hand to spin it. He doesn't give a damn. He sports it. He shows it off. He feels anger and bluster come into his face.
Are you being straight with me?
Carter does a little razzle, shaking the ball in his hand like it's too magical to hold steady. It's giving him palsy and making his eyes pop. He's doing it nasty and mad, staring down his old man.
Hey, are you being straight up with your dad?
Why would I lie?
Okay. Why would you? You wouldn't.
No reason for it.
All right. No reason. I can see that. Who else you tell?
Nobody.
You didn't tell your mother?
She'd tell me to give it back.
Manx laughs,
puts his hands on his knees and peers at Carter, then rocks back, laughing.
Damn, yes. She'd march you up to the ballpark so you could give it back.
Carter doesn't want to go too far with this. He knows the worst trap in the world is taking sides with his father against his mother. He has to be careful every which way, saying this and doing that,
But the most careful thing of all is stick by his mother. Otherwise, he's dead. All right. So what do we want to do? Maybe we go up to the ballpark in the morning and show them the ball. We bring your ticket stub, so at least they see you were at the game and sitting in the right section. But who do we ask for? Which door we go to? Maybe 17 people show up saying this one's the ball. No, this one's the ball. I got it. I got it. I got it. Carter is listening to this. Who pays attention to us? They see two coloreds from nowhere. They're going to believe some colored boy snatched the ball out of them legions in the crowd? Manx pauses here, maybe waiting to hear an idea develop in his head. I believe we need to write a letter. Yeah. We write you a letter for school, and then we write us both a letter and send it to the ball club. Carter is listening. He watches his father lapse into private thought, into worries and plots. What are we saying in this letter? We send it registered. Yeah, give it the extra touch. We send it with your ticket stub. What are we saying? We offering the ball for sale. What else we possibly be saying? Carter wants to get up and look out the window. He feels closed in and wants to be alone, doing nothing but watching the street from the window. I don't want to sell it. I want to keep it. Manx tilts his head to study the boy. This is a thought he has to adjust to, keeping the ball around the house so it can gather dust and develop character. He says quietly, Keep it for what? We sell it, we buy you a wool sweater and throw away that hermit shirt you got on. Look like you're living in a tree. We buy something for your mother and sister. Crazy to let the thing sit here and do nothing and earn nothing. His voice is sensible and thought out, defining things for the teachable son. We are responsible to our family, not to the vanity of keepsakes and souvenirs. We buy your mother a winter coat. Winter's coming and she needs a heavy coat. Carter wants to be manly here, equal to the issues. What kind of money do they give us? Don't know. Plain and simple, do not know. But they want this ball. They put it on display somewhere. I believe a letter is the thing that we send them registered mail. And we include your stub. What's that called? Your rain check. I don't have a stub. His father gets the look, the injured surprise, injury into the depths. What are you trying to do to me? I didn't get a stub. Why not? I didn't buy a ticket. I went over the gate. What are you doing to me, son? I didn't have money for a ticket, so I went over the gate. If I had the money, I'd have bought the ticket. And he adds helplessly, No money, no ticket. His father's eyes get that drifty look. Carter sees a kind of panic building, an intimate guilt that he has brought about by mentioning money, the ancient subject of being broke. His father is in retreat, his eyes treading inward, escaping the place he has just built for them both, the world of responsible things. This is a terrible moment. One of those times when Carter realizes he has won a struggle he didn't know was taking place. He has beat his father into surrender, into awful withdrawal. He says, And anyway, the ticket stub doesn't say what section you're sitting unless it's reserved seat or box seat. So the ticket's no good for anything. People pick up tickets off the street. His father says, We sleep on it. How's that? Grimly getting to his feet. Nothing we can do tonight, so let's just get some sleep. Carter doesn't mention the letter his father is supposed to write, the excuse for missing school. Maybe in the morning it'll be all right. And maybe he'll change his mind about selling the baseball. Or forget the whole thing. Carter knows if he can delay any action on the matter for a day and a half, his father will completely forget. This is one of the things they count on in this house, unspokenly. They sit around and wait for him to forget. He stands by the window and looks down at the street. In school, they tell him sometimes to stop looking out the windows. This teacher or that teacher. The answer is not out there, they tell him.
and he always wants to say that's exactly where the answer is. Some people look out the windows, others eat their books. He gets undressed and goes to bed. He sleeps in his shorts and polo shirt. His mother comes in and says good night. Good night's fine, as long as she doesn't want to know what he and his father talked about. That's another trap that opens out of nowhere. She tells him she has to get up extra early to go to work, which is a long trip by subway down to 21st Street. She's a seamstress in a noisy loft with tall fans going. He worked there 4 hours a week last summer, sweeping fabric off the floor and rolling those cardboard barrels in and out. And they joked and teased him, 40 or 50 women, and said some very direct things. Rosie'll get you up. I don't need any help, he says. If anybody in this world needs help getting up, you're the one. She throws things at me. Catch 'em and throw 'em back. Then I'll never get dressed, because she throws my clothes. His mother leans into the bunk and kisses him, which she hasn't done in a long time. And then she rubs his head roughly, sort of knuckle-rubbing, and squeezes his cheeks so it hurts, twisting sizable sums of flesh. And he hears his father pass by on his way to the kitchen and hopes he missed the damn kiss. In the dark, he thinks about the game. The game comes rolling over him in a great warm wave of contented sleep. The game was lost, and then they won. The game could not be won, but then they won it, and it's won forever. This is the thing they can never take away. It is the first thing he will think of in the morning, and one part of him is already there, even as he falls asleep, waking up to think about the game. Manx Martin stands at the refrigerator. He's looking in at the meatloaf. She saved him some meatloaf that's sitting in a plate like the last meal of prisoner X. He takes it out and sits at the table, eating slowly. His mind is in the throes of this and that. He sees the food in the plate and has to remind himself what it's there for. He puts the plate in the sink when he's finished and then decides to wash it and dry it, and he does this fastidiously, plus utensils. He knows he ought to fix the drip in the faucet, but we can save that for a day when there's a little free time. He puts the plate in the cabinet, whispers soft. Ivy comes in and doesn't look at him. She has a way of not looking at him that ought to be studied by science. That's how good she is at doing it, sweeping the room with her look, but missing him completely, a thing science ought to investigate for military use. She says, "You were talking to him." "Whose business is it?" She says, "What for?" "I don't need any what for." She says, "Talking an awful long time." "He's my son. Whose business is it?" "Leave him alone. My business," she says. "That's what he wants. Left alone to grow up without advice from you. Only he won't say it himself." "Let him tell me." She says, "I'm telling you." She's moving through the kitchen doing things. She says, "I'm leaving early in the morning. They have a rush order which they're paying time and a half." He hears the radio playing faintly in their bedroom. "So I'm giving you fair warning. That alarm's going off well before 6. "Before 6, he says, and checks his watch, which doesn't work. And what's the difference anyway? And he says the words in a voice unconnected to the facts. She's in her housecoat and house slippers, moving through the kitchen like a sleepwalker and a sleep talker, not giving him the barest glance. But she's connected to the facts, all right, and he is not. He is drifting out of range of the whole damn thing. The morning chill, the working wife, the harsh alarm that's getting ready even as he stands here to populate his meager sleep. She finds the pills she's looking for and goes back down the hall. He stands and waits. He turns off the overhead light and stands in the dim glow of the lamp in the corner. He stands there for 15 minutes. A lifetime of thinking into a thing, trying to straighten out the mental involvements. Okay. He goes and stands in the doorway of Cotter's room. He's looking into the room, getting accustomed to the dark. The boy is sleeping dead away. Manx steps into the room and sees the baseball almost at once. It is sitting in the open on the unused bed. This is what gets him every time. They obtain a valuable thing and don't even bother to hide it. Trust fairies to watch over their valuables. He told him how many times, protect what's yours. Because the way things are changing, you have to live defensive. He tries to recall which son slept in which bed when Cotter was a little kid in the top bunk. They came and went so damn fast. He stands in the dark room. He is arguing out the thought, should he do it or not? Then he does it. He takes the baseball. He does it before the argument ends. He does it to end the argument. He takes the ball and walks quietly through the kitchen to the door. The ball fits nice and easy in the roomy pocket of his windbreaker, his oldest son's windbreaker. He opens the door, squinching his face to draw off the noise. Need to oil the hinges when our mind's all clear and we have a little free time at our disposal. He eases the door shut and goes down the stairs and out onto the stoop, wondering how it happened that they're not wearing his hand-me-down jacket. He's wearing theirs. He looks both ways because he always looks both ways. Then he walks down the steps and into the street. Part 2. Elegy for Left Hand Alone. Mid-1980s to early 1990s. Chapter 1. It shows a man driving a car. It is the simplest sort of family video. You see a man at the wheel of a medium Dodge. It is just a kid aiming her camera through the rear window of the family car at the windshield of the car behind her. You know about families and their video cameras. You know how kids get involved, how the camera shows them that every subject is potentially charged. A million things they never see with the unaided eye. They investigate the meaning of inert objects and dumb pets, and they poke at family privacy. They learn to see things twice. It is the kid's own privacy that is being protected here. She is 12 years old, and her name is being withheld, even though she is neither the victim nor the perpetrator of the crime, but only the means of recording it. It shows a man in a sports shirt at the wheel of his car. There is nothing else to see. The car approaches briefly, then falls back. You know how children with cameras learn to work the exposed moments that define the family cluster. They break every trust, spy out the undefended space, catching Mom coming out of the bathroom in her cumbrous robe and turban towel, looking bloodless and plucked. It is not a joke. They will shoot you sitting on the pot if they can manage a suitable vantage. The tape has the jostled sort of non-eventness that marks the family product. Of course, the man in this case is not a member of the family, but a stranger in a car, a random figure, someone who has happened along in the slow lane. It shows a man in his 40s wearing a pale shirt open at the throat, the image washed by reflections and sun glint, with many jostled moments. It is not just another video homicide. It is a homicide recorded by a child who thought she was doing something simple and maybe halfway clever, shooting some tape of a man in a car. He sees the girl and waves briefly, wagging a hand without taking it off the wheel, an underplayed reaction that makes you like him. It is unrelenting footage that rolls on and on. It has an aimless determination, a persistence that lives outside the subject matter. You are looking into the mind of home video. It is innocent, it is aimless, it is determined, it is real. He is bald up the middle of his head, a nice guy in his 40s whose whole life seems open to the handheld camera. But there is also an element of suspense. You keep on looking, not because you know something is going to happen. Of course you do know something is going to happen, and you do look for that reason. But you might also keep on looking if you came across this footage for the first time without knowing the outcome. There is a crude power operating here. You keep on looking because things combine to hold you fast. A sense of the random, the amateurish, the accidental, the impending. You don't think of the tape as boring or interesting. It is crude, it is blunt, it is relentless.
It is the jostled part of your mind, the film that runs through your hotel brain under all the thoughts you know you're thinking. The world is lurking in the camera, already framed, waiting for the boy or girl who will come along and take up the device, learn the instrument, shooting old granddad at breakfast, all stroked out so his nostrils gape, the cereal spoon baby-gripped in his pale fist. It shows a man alone in a medium Dodge. It seems to go on forever. There's something about the nature of the tape, the grain of the image, the sputtering black and white tones, the starkness. You think this is more real, truer to life than anything around you. The things around you have a rehearsed and layered and cosmetic look. The tape is super real, or maybe under-real, is the way you want to put it. It is what lies at the scraped bottom of all the layers you have added. And this is another reason why you keep on looking. The tape has a searing realness. It shows him giving an abbreviated wave, stiff-palmed, like a signal flag at a sighting. You know how families make up games? This is just another game in which the child invents the rules as she goes along. She likes the idea of videotaping a man in his car. She has probably never done it before, and she sees no reason to vary the format or terminate early or pan to another car. This is her game, and she is learning it and playing it at the same time. She feels halfway clever and inventive, and maybe slightly intrusive as well, a little bit of brazenness that spices any game. And you keep on looking. You look because this is the nature of the footage, to make a channeled path through time, to give things a shape and a destiny. Of course, if she had panned to another car, the right car at the precise time, she would have caught the gunman as he fired. The chance quality of the encounter. The victim, the killer, and the child with a camera. Random energies that approach a common point. There's something here that speaks to you directly, saying terrible things about forces beyond your control, lines of intersection that cut through history and logic and every reasonable layer of human expectation. She wandered into it. The girl got lost and wandered, clear-eyed, into horror. This is a children's story about straying too far from home. But it isn't the family car that serves as the instrument of the child's curiosity, her inclination to explore. It is the camera that puts her in the tale. You know about holidays and family celebrations and how somebody shows up with a camcorder and the relatives stand around and barely react because they're numbingly accustomed to the process of being taped and decked and shown on the VCR with a coffee and cake. He is hit soon after. If you've seen the tape many times, you know from the hand wave exactly when he will be hit. It is something, naturally, that you wait for. You say to your wife, if you're at home and she is there, "Now here is where he gets it." You say, "Janet, hurry up. This is where it happens." Now here is where he gets it. You see him jolted, sort of wire-shocked. Then he seizes up and falls toward the door, or maybe leans or slides into the door is the proper way to put it. It is awful and unremarkable at the same time. The car stays in the slow lane. It approaches briefly, then falls back. You don't usually call your wife over to the TV set. She has her programs, you have yours. But there's a certain urgency here. You want her to see how it looks. The tape has been running forever, and now the thing is finally going to happen, and you want her to be here when he's shot. Here it comes, all right. He is shot, headshot, and the camera reacts, the child reacts. There is a jolting movement, but she keeps on taping. There is a sympathetic response, a nerve response. Her heart is beating faster, but she keeps the camera trained on the subject as he slides into the door, and even as you see him die, you're thinking of the girl. At some level, the girl has to be present here, watching what you're watching, unprepared. The girl is seeing this cold, and you have to marvel at the fact that she keeps the tape rolling. It shows something awful and unaccompanied. You want your wife to see it because it is real this time, not fancy movie violence, the realness beneath the layers of cosmetic perception. Hurry up, Janet, here it comes. He dies so fast. There is no accompaniment of any kind. It is very stripped. You want to tell her it is realer than real, but then she will ask what that means. The way the camera reacts to the gunshot,
A startle reaction that brings pity and terror into the frame. The girl's own shock, the girl's identification with the victim. You don't see the blood, which is probably trickling behind his ear and down the back of his neck. The way his head is twisted away from the door, the twist of the head gives you only a partial profile, and it's the wrong side. It's not the side where he was hit. And maybe you're being a little aggressive here, practically forcing your wife to watch. Why? What are you telling her? Are you making a little statement? Like, I'm going to ruin your day out of ordinary spite. Or a big statement. Like, this is the risk of existing. Either way, you're rubbing her face in this tape, and you don't know why. It shows the car drifting toward the guardrail, and then there's a jostling sense of two other lanes and part of another car, a split-second blur, and the tape ends here. Either because the girl stopped shooting, or because some central authority, the police or the district attorney or the TV station, decided there was nothing else you had to see. This is either the 10th or 11th homicide committed by the Texas highway killer. The number is uncertain because the police believe that one of the shootings may have been a copycat crime. And there is something about videotape, isn't there? And this particular kind of serial crime. This is a crime designed for random taping and immediate playing. You sit there and wonder if this kind of crime became more possible when the means of taping an event and playing it immediately without a neutral interval of balancing space and time became widely available. Taping and playing intensifies and compresses the event. It dangles a need to do it again. You sit there thinking that the serial murder has found its medium, or vice versa. An act of shadow technology, of compressed time and repeated images, stark and glary and unremarkable. It shows very little in the end. It is a famous murder because it is on tape, and because the murderer has done it many times, and because the crime was recorded by a child. So the child is involved. The video kid, as she is sometimes called, because they have to call her something. The tape is famous, and so is she. She is famous in the modern manner of people whose names are strategically withheld. They are famous without names or faces, spirits living apart from their bodies, the victims and witnesses, the underage criminals, out there somewhere at the edges of perception. Seeing someone at the moment he dies, dying unexpectedly, this is reason alone to stay fixed to the screen. It is instructional. Watching a man shot dead as he drives along on a sunny day. It demonstrates an elemental truth, that every breath you take has two possible endings. And that's another thing. There's a joke locked away here, a note of cruel slapstick that you are willing to appreciate even if it makes you feel a little guilty. Maybe the victim's a chump, a sort of silent movie dupe, classically unlucky. He had it coming, in a sense, for letting himself be caught on camera. Because once the tape starts rolling, it can only end one way. This is what the context requires. You don't want Janet to give you any crap about it's on all the time. They show it 1,000 times a day. They show it because it exists, because they have to show it, because this is why they're out there, to provide our entertainment. The more you watch the tape, the deader and colder and more relentless it becomes. The tape sucks the air right out of your chest, but you watch it every time. Chapter 2. Marion Shea drove up to Prescott on business, allowing herself one cigarette for the 2-hour trip, which she managed not to smoke until she was 10 miles from town, where the mobile homes began to gather and the fast food blazed, and she felt good about this, controlled and disciplined and clean deep through. There was something going on in the courthouse square. She parked a block away and walked back down to the square, and it was one of those days in the high pines when the sun and sweet breeze get into your underwear. There were cars arrayed on a closed-off street, 4 rows of vintage machines extending 2 city blocks along the edge of the plaza, and loudspeakers on the lawn did dance party rock and roll. She had 15 minutes to spare and walked among the cars, many with hoods raised for the pleasure of connoisseurs. It was early, not yet 11, and only a dozen people wandered about. She saw a red-haired man who looked faintly familiar, and watched him bend under a hood and then stand back to appraise a customized Buick with a black lacquer chassis. He stood donishly posed, with jutted elbow and cupped hand, and she realized after a moment that he worked with Nick at waste containment, and that his name, which took another moment, was Brian Glassick, which rhymes with classic, which describes these cars. He saw her and showed a beam of recognition. Then he did a little dance from half a block away, the slowest of clinging foxtrots from out of the 50s. About 2 hours later, they met for lunch in the dining room of an old hotel just up the street. The room was close and warm, and she held the glass of ice water up against her face. He said, "You were here?" "For a job interview. There's a small design firm here that renovates old structures. They want to open a Phoenix office. I would be it." "How did it go?" "All right, I think." "You've done this kind of work?" "Not exactly. Before the kids, I helped manage a small real estate operation. Since the kids, I've done part-time things now and then." "Your own office. This is a fantasy of mine. To come wandering in just before lunch, like a private detective, hungover, a face full of stubble, riffle through the mail, throw it down." "Do you get stubble?" she said. "Yes, eventually. Why do you ask?" "I don't know. I thought maybe the smoother and fairer the complexion." "We do shave," he said. "I don't think my office will resemble a private detective's." "You want light and air?" "Great, thick proposals and strong minders." "You want scale models with trees?" "Maybe." "And little bland people on the sidewalk?" "Multiracially bland." "Bravo." "Want a drink?" "Why not?" she said. Brian ordered drinks from an old fellow who probably doubled as hall porter. She said, "And you are here?" "For the cars. I read about the show last night and felt a sort of schoolboy itch." "Couldn't even wait for the weekend?" "Crowded. I deserve a day off anyway." "You had to wait around for lunch. I'm sorry. I thought you had a business appointment." "I'm not finished with the cars. They're worth a second look. And what could be nicer than sitting here waiting for someone to bring our drinks and fix the air conditioner and do something about the stuffing in the banquettes?" "Is that what smells?" she said. She smoked, of course. Once she ordered the drink, she knew the facade would crumble. It took very little to bring it down. She would smoke all she had and then find more. He made her laugh a few times, and was funny even when he wasn't trying to be. She thought he probably had a rabbit for a pet when he was small, but she wasn't sure why this made sense. "You're tall, aren't you?" He asked this suspiciously, as if she'd been concealing it. "No taller than you." "My wife is small. Have you met her?" "I'm not sure." "She wants me to take her to New York next month. I have to consult with engineers at the Fresh Kills landfill, which is sort of the King Kong of American garbage mounds." "Does Nick like this kind of work?" "You're asking me?" he said. "Yes, I'm asking you." "I think he likes it more than I do. I think he sees it in purer terms, concepts and principles. Because this is Nick, the technology, the logic, the aesthetics. Whereas I, in my little gringo mindset." "You're moving into new quarters. That may help your self-image." "Yes, a great bronze tower, just like an investment firm or media giant. Of course, the structure resembles a geometric turd, but that's only fitting, no?" The man brought their drinks, and they looked at the menus in the nearly empty room. They talked and looked, not really looking and forgetting. Marion felt the nice bite of the gin, and wondered what it was about Brian that made him so easy to talk to. She thought he went around scared most of the time, but didn't try to hide it from women. Some women, anyway. Maybe the rare woman he runs into 100 miles from home, and he falls all over himself with honesty and self-scathing insight, the things he does not normally show the boys. To reciprocate, perhaps. She didn't know why else she'd tell the dog story, if not to strut her own confessional skills. They had another drink and ordered lunch. The dog barked and whined incessantly. Dookie. But the kids were small, and they loved their dog, and he barked, he cried, he went bye-bye in the house. He yapped at the other kids, and the neighbors complained, and I secretly tried to give him away, but no one would take him. And so I finally, on an impulse... This is awful. Why am I telling you this? Because the story haunts you, because you see mercy in my eyes. Yes, a frantic impulse. I convinced myself the dog was miserable and sick and suffering, some irreversible thing, and I drove out on 85, I think it is, down past some dam into stark, stony desert, much farther than I absolutely had to go, and I just kept going and finally stopped the car and opened the door and set Dookie out on the ground, and then drove home and told Laney, "Sweetheart, the dog ran away, and I'm so sorry." But I didn't let it go at that. I went reeling out of control. I started driving them through the streets, both kids, day after day, calling out the windows for Dookie, Dookie. And it haunts me, yes, like something I only dreamed. And what a relief it is to realize it didn't actually happen. And then you realize it did happen. Brian was enjoying this immensely, and so she began to enjoy it too, which was probably the point, she thought. Driving through the dead summer streets in the long afternoons, I can hear their voices. Dookie, Dookie. They were 5 and 3, I think, calling out the windows for their dog. She was nearly laughing, crying, looking at Brian's mug alight with pleasure, and feeling the misery and shame of her act, and smoking in the middle of a meal in an empty dining room where the air conditioner is not responding. He said, Dookie, Dookie. Dukino, actually. Little Duke. Nick came up with the name. Do you know he's half Italian? Our Nick? When did this happen? You don't see it in his face? I hear it in that voice he does. What voice? The gangster making threats. What gangster? It's a voice he does. Expert. Stereotyped. Pretty funny. Speaking of backgrounds, she said, and if this is too personal, you don't have to answer, but did you ever have a rabbit for a pet? They were having a fine time. When he talked, she found herself sorting through the responses, getting them ready, one after another. And sometimes she broke in irresistibly and watched his face go bright. She told him she played field hockey in school and missed it. She missed drinking from a garden hose. She missed her mother and father more than ever, and they'd been dead 9 years and 6 years and were stronger forces now, so deeply present in her life that she understood completely how people see ghosts and had conversations with the dead. She had a garden hose but didn't drink from it, and didn't allow her kids to drink from it. And this was the difference, less in lost things than in knowledge become suspicious and alert. She told him she missed smoking, even though she hadn't been able to stop. When they were finished, they walked up a stairway to the lobby, and in her mind she kept ascending to a shadowed room at the end of a long, empty hall, and saw herself folding down the bedspread and standing above the cool sheets, waiting for a knock at the door. Then they heard plaintive falsettos from the loudspeakers on the courthouse lawn, and they walked down to the cars in the easy heat. Brian went into a state of body rapture over a lime sherbet Chevrolet, a '57 Bel Air convertible with white upholstery. He draped himself over the hood and pretended to lick the hot metal. Marion thought this is what men get instead of fatty deposits around the thighs. But she had to admire the car, which was carefree and racy, and even great in a way, the chromium sweep of it, and the funny and touching music that bared its innocence. Brian detached himself from the hood. Did you own one? Too young, he said. My oldest brother had one for a while. Brendan's Bel Air. We still talk about it in odd tones. It was the high point of his life. It meant everything to him. Girls, love, personality, power. It meant the moment. All those cars had the so-called forward look, sleek as jet fighters. But it turned out that forward didn't mean the future. It meant do it now, have your fun, because the '60s are coming. Bow wow, bang bang. The engine had a throaty roar. We couldn't know it at the time, but it's been downhill for Brendan ever since. They walked under the elms at the edge of the square. His car was parked by the old city jail, which was the Chamber of Commerce now. They spoke oddly polite goodbyes. She thought maybe they felt guilty about something and needed to prepare their faces for the journey home, get the noise out of the system. She walked up the street to her car and felt the liquid pulse of the sun in every step. Chapter 3. Brian drove due north, looking for a sign that would lead him to the bridge. A sludge tanker moved downriver, funky and low-slung. He felt the old foreboding. It wasn't widely known, it was narrowly known, that he experienced terrible things every time he crossed a bridge. The longer and higher the span, the greater his sense of breathless abyss. And this was a major bridge over a broad and historic body of water. The truth of bridges is that they made him feel he was doing some Mobius gyration, becoming one-sided, losing all purchase on name and place and food taste and weekends with the in-laws, hanging sort of unborn in generic space. Then he saw it in the distance, steel-beamed and cabled, sweeping to the palisaded bank. He followed the signs, made the loops, and started out across the bridge, choosing the upper level because the long gray Lincoln in front of him went that way. Lincoln and Washington keep me safe. The radio was ablast with call-in voices. They're griping, they're spraying spit. It's the sidewalk salvo and rap. And he imagined a long queue of underground souls waiting to enter the broadcast band and speak the incognito news. He listened in solemn gratitude. It was a clamor so strong it amounted to a life force, carrying this Ohio boy through his white anxiety and across to the Jersey side. He was looking for 46 West. He'd written out directions that the man had recited over the phone. The man had recited the routes and streets in a manner so automatic that Brian realized many pilgrims had made the trip across the river. He had the directions written on hotel stationery, and he kept the page on the seat next to him, snatching a look every 10 seconds. After a mile on 46 West, he spotted the Exxon station and made the maneuver onto 63 South, racing along the 3-mile stretch to the Point Diner. Then he made a left turn out of the howl of highly motivated traffic and into residential streets, beginning to relax at last, approaching the circle on Kennedy Drive, another dead president. Down a side street to an old frame house. Marvin Lundy opened the door, a hunched fellow with a stylized shuffle, in his late 60s, holding a burnt-out cigar. Brian thought he resembled some retired stand-up comic who will not live a minute longer than his last monopolized conversation. He followed the man through 2 rooms steeped in Aquarian dimness. Then they went to the basement, a large finished room that held Marvin Lundy's collection of baseball memorabilia. My late wife, she would serve us tea with popovers as she made fresh, all other things being equal. The room was filled with objects on tasteful display. Flannel jerseys draped along the walls, caps with souvenir buttons pinned to the visors. There were newspaper pages framed and hung. Brian did a reverent tour, examining autographed bats ranked on custom wall fittings, game bats beautifully grained, some with pine tar on the choke. There were stadium seats labeled like rare botanical specimens: Ebbets Field, Shibe Park, Griffith Stadium. He nearly touched an old catcher's mitt set on a pedestal, the object gashed yellow, spike-gashed and sun-smoked and patriarchal, but he managed to hold back. He looked at autographed baseballs in plexiglass globes. He leaned over display cases that held cigarette cards, ticket stubs, the signed contracts of famous players, 19th century baseball board games, bubblegum wrappers that carried the pinkish likenesses of men from Brian's youth, their names a kind of poetry floating down the decades. You would put strawberry preserves on the popovers, which, forget it. All life from the Renaissance onward, it pales by compare. None of this amounted to an astonishment. It was interesting, even moving in a way, but not great or memorable. The wondrous touch, the outlandish and surpassing fancy, was the large construction along the far wall, a replica of the old Polo Grounds scoreboard and clubhouse facade. It covered an area about 22 feet long and 12 feet high, floor to ceiling, and included the Chesterfield sign and slogan, the Longines clock, a semblance of the clubhouse windows and parapet, and finally a hand-slotted line score, the inning-by-inning tally of the famous playoff game of 1951. You would have to eat them hot. She made a strict rule of no dawdling, Eleanor, because lukewarm, you lose the whole experience. Brian stood near the scoreboard looking at Marvin for permission to touch. I had a draftsman, a carpenter, an electrician, and a sign painter. Not a house painter. Very temperamental. I showed them photographs, and they did measurements and sketches so they could respect the proportions and get the colors. The hit sign and the E light up for error. Where do you live? Phoenix. I was never there. In the stronger light down here, I could see that Marvin Lundy's hair was a swatch of loomed synthetic, ash brown, combed sleekly forward, and it made Brian think of Las Vegas and pinky rings and prostate cancer. He said to Marvin, I grew up in the Midwest. Cleveland Indians, that was my team. And I was flying in on business last night and saw an article in the airline magazine, the piece about you and your collectibles, and I felt a strong compulsion to get in touch with you and see these things. He fingered the silky lapel of Babe Ruth's smoking jacket. My daughter talked me into doing the interview, Marvin said. She thinks I'm turning into what do you call? A recluse? An old recluse with half a stomach. So now my picture's in 20,000 seat pouches. This is her idea of get out and meet people. They put me in with the vomit bags. Brian said, I went to a car show, and it did something to me. What did it do? Cars from the 1950s. I don't know. You feel sorry for yourself. You think you're missing something. You don't know what it is. You're lonely inside your life. You have a job and a family and a fully executed will already at your age, because the whole point is to die prepared, die legal with all the papers signed, die liquid so they can convert to cash. You used to have the same dimensions as the observable universe. Now you're a lost speck. You look at old cars and recall a purpose, a destination. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But probably harmless, too. Nothing is harmless, Marvin said. You're worried and scared. You see the Cold War winding down. This makes it hard for you to breathe. Brian pushed through a turnstile from an old ballpark. It creaked, sort of lovingly. He said, Cold War? I don't see the Cold War winding down. And if I did, good. I'd be happy about it. Let me explain something that maybe you never noticed. Marvin was sitting in an armchair alongside an old equipment trunk, bearing the stenciled inscription, Boston Red Stockings. He gestured toward the chair on the other side of the trunk, and Brian went over and sat down. You need the leaders of both sides to keep the Cold War going. It's the one constant thing. It's honest. It's dependable. Because when the tension and rivalry come to an end, that's when your worst nightmares begin. All the power and intimidation of the state will seep out of your personal bloodstream. You will no longer be the main... What do I want to say? I'm not sure. Point of reference. Because other forces will come rushing in, demanding and challenging. The Cold War is your friend. You need it to stay on top. On top of what? You don't know on top of what? You don't know the whole thing is geared to your dominance in the world? You see what they have in England? 40,000 women circling an air base to protest the bombs and missiles. Some of them are men in dresses. They are Buddhists beating drums. Brian didn't know how to respond to these remarks. He wanted to talk about old ball players, stadium dimensions, about nicknames in minor league towns. That's why he was here, to surrender himself to longing, to listen to his host recite the anecdotal texts, all the passed-down stories of bonehead plays and swirling brawls, the pitching duels that carried into twilight, stories that Marvin had been collecting for half a century, the deep eros of memory that separates baseball from other sports. Marvin sat staring at the scoreboard, his cigar slightly shredded at the burnt end. I thought we were going to talk baseball. We're talking baseball. This is baseball. You see the clock? Marvin said. Stopped at 3:58. Why? Is it because that's when Thomson hit the homer off of Branker? He called him Branker. Or because that's the day we found out the Russians exploded an atom bomb? You know something about that game? What? Brian said. There were 20,000 empty seats. You know why? Why? You'll laugh in my face. No, I won't. It's all right. You're my guest. I want you to feel at home. Why so many empty seats for the most important game of the year? Many years, Marvin said. Many years. Because certain events have a quality of unconscious fear. I believe in my heart that people sensed some catastrophe in the air. Not who would win or lose the game. Some awful force that would obliterate... What's the word? Obliterate. Obliterate. That would obliterate the whole thing of the game. You have to understand that all through the 1950s, people stayed indoors. We only went outside to drive our cars. Public parks were not filled with people the way they later became. A museum was empty rooms with knights in armor where you had one sleepy guard for every 7 centuries. In other words, there was a hidden mentality of let's stay home because a threat was hanging in the air. And you're saying people had an intuition about this particular day? It's like they knew. They sensed there was a connection between this game and some staggering event that might take place on the other side of the world. This particular game. Not the day before or the day after, because this was an all-or-nothing game between the two hated rivals of the city. People had a premonition that this game was related to something much bigger. They had the mental process of, do I want to go out and be in a big crowd, which if something awful happens is the worst place to be, or should I stay home with my family and my brand-new TV, which common sense says yes, in a cabinet with maple veneer? To his surprise, Brian did not reject this theory. He didn't necessarily believe it, but he didn't dismiss it either. He believed it provisionally, here in this room, located below street level in a frame house on a weekday afternoon in Cliffside Park, New Jersey. It was lyrically true as it emerged from Marvin Lundy's mouth and reached Brian's middle ear, unprovably true, remotely and inadmissibly true, but not completely unhistorical, not without some nuance of authentic inner narrative. Marvin said, which the whole thing is interesting because when they make an atomic bomb, listen to this, they make the radioactive core the exact same size as a baseball. I always thought it was a grapefruit. A regulation Major League Baseball no less than 9 inches in circumference, going by the rule book. He crossed his legs. He stuck a finger in his ear and jigged an itch. Marvin had enormous ears. For the first time, Brian became aware of music playing somewhere in the house. Maybe he'd been hearing it all along at the assimilated edge, music blended with the room tone, the airplanes drifting into Newark, the faint wail of bullet traffic on the speedways out there. A moderated sorrow, piano work that had the texture of something old and gentled over, a pressed rose faded in a book. People sense things that are invisible. But when something's staring you right in the face, that's when you miss it completely. What do you mean? Brian said. This Gorbachev that walks around with that thing on his head. It's a birthmark, what he's got? Yes, I think so. It's big. You agree with this? Yes, it's quite big. Noticeable. You can't help but notice, am I right? Yes, you are. And you agree that millions of people see this thing every day in the newspaper? Yes, they do. They open the paper, and there's the man's head with that amazing mark high on the dome. Agreed? Yes, of course. What does it mean? Marvin said. Why does it have to mean something? You take it at face value? It's his face, Brian said. It's his head, a blemish, a birthmark. That's not what I see. What do you see? You asked, so I'll tell you. Marvin saw the first sign of the total collapse of the Soviet system. Stamped on the man's head, the map of Latvia. He said this straight-faced, how Gorbachev was basically conveying the news that the USSR faced turmoil from the republics. You think his birthmark? Wait a minute. Excuse me, but if you rotate the map of Latvia 90 degrees so the eastern border goes on top, this is exactly the shape that's on Gorbachev's head. In other words, when he's lying in bed at night and his wife comes over to give him a glass of water and an aspirin, this is Latvia she's looking at. Brian tried to conjure the shape of the wine-stained mark on Gorbachev's head. He wanted to match it with a memory of geography tests on mellow afternoons, his limbs faintly aching with biological drives and the sweetness of school's end. The old melodic line came lullabying back, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania. But the map shapes escaped him now, the precise silhouettes of those nestled anatomies. Marvin was looking at the scoreboard again. People collect, always collecting. There's people they go after anything out of wartime Germany. Naziana. This is major collectors looking for big history. Does that mean the objects in this room are total trivia? What's the word I'm looking for that sounds like you're getting injected with a vaccine in a fleshy part of your arm? Innocuous? Innocuous. What am I, innocuous? This is history. Back page. From back to front. Happy, tragic, desperate. Marvin shifted his gaze. In this trunk right here, I have the one thing that my whole life, for the past 22 years, I was trying to collect. Brian had an inkling. I tracked, I searched, and finally I found it. And bought it 18 months ago. And I don't even put it on display. I keep it in the trunk, out of sight. Now it was Brian who looked at the scoreboard. Marvin said morosely, It's the Bobby Thomson home run ball, which I traced it back, starting with rumors in the business. It wasn't even a business back then, just a few interested parties with someone's telephone number or first name. The skimpiest kind of lead that I pursued with a fury. He paused to light his cigar. It was old and stale and looked like a soybean sausage from the school cafeteria. But Brian understood that a cigar was tribally required, even if the smoke stung his eyes. For the next 3 hours, Marvin talked about his search for the baseball. He forgot some names and mangled others. He lost whole cities, placing them in the wrong time zones. He described how he followed false leads into remote places. He climbed the stairs to raftered upper rooms and looked in old trunks among the grandmother's linen and the photographs of the dead. I said to myself 1,000 times, why do I want this thing? What does it mean? Who has it? Through the narration, the whole wandering epic, skimmed here, protracted there, Brian was confident that the man was slipshod only in the telling. The search itself had clearly been hard, fierce, thorough, and consuming. At one point, Marvin hired a man who worked in a photo lab and had access to special equipment. They studied news photographs of the left field stands at the Polo Grounds, taken just after the ball went in. They looked at enlargements and enhancements. They went to photo agencies and burrowed in the archives. Marvin had people sneak him into newspaper morgues, into the wire services and the major magazines. I looked at 1 million photographs because this is the dot theory of reality, that all knowledge is available if you analyze the dots. There was a slight crackle in his voice that sounded like random radio noise produced by some disturbance of the signal. He acquired original film. He brought in darkroom equipment. He ate his meals with a magnifier around his neck. The house was filled with contact sheets, glossy prints. There were blow-ups pinned to clotheslines rigged through several rooms. His wife and child fled to England to visit relatives because Marvin somehow married English. He hired a private detective with an intermittent nosebleed. They placed ads in the personal columns of sporting magazines, trying to locate people who'd sat in Section 35, where the ball went in. There was the photographic detail work, the fineness of image, the what-do-you-call-it into littler units. Resolution, Brian said. And then there was the long journey, the suitcase crawl through empty train stations, the bitter winter flights with ice on the wings. There was the weary traipse, a word he doesn't hear anymore. The march into people's houses and lives, the actual physical thing, unphotographed, of liver-spotted hands and dimpled chins and the hole-strewn sense of what they remember and forget. 1, the widow on Long Island turning a spoon in her cup. 2, the gospel singer named Prestigious Booker who kept a baseball in an urn that held her lover's ashes. 3, the ship on the dock in San Francisco. Don't even bring it up. 4, the man in his car in Deaf Smith County, Texas, the original middle of nowhere. 5, the whole generation of Jesus faces. Young men everywhere, bearded and sandaled, bearded and barefoot, little peaky spectacles with wire frames. 6, Marvin's sense of being lost in America, wandering through cities with no downtowns. 7, the woman on Long Island, what's her name, whose husband was at the game. She served instant coffee in cups from a doll museum. 8, the Coptic family in Detroit. Never mind, it's too complicated. Riots and fires in the distance, tanks in the street. 9, the detailed confusion of Marvin's narrative, people's memories mixed with his own, shaped to bending time. 10, a tornado touching down, skipping along the treetops in an evil weave, the whole sky filthy with flung debris. 11, whose husband was in the footage Marvin analyzed, scrambling for the baseball, and all she had in the house was instant. 12, riding up the side of a building in an elevator that's transparent. 13, the ship on the dock. Please, not now. 14, what a mystery all around him. Every street deep in some radiant amaze. Brian listened to all this, and he heard the music end and begin again, the same piano piece. And this was not the second time he was hearing it, but maybe the 8th or 9th. And he listened to Marvin's dot theory of reality and felt an underlying force in this theme of the relentless photographic search, some prototype he could not bring into tight definition. 1,000 times I said, how long do I look? Why do I want it? Where is it? He advertised for amateur film footage of the game and acquired a few minutes of crude action that showed a massive pulsing blur above the left field wall shot by a man on the bleachers. He brought in an optical printer. He rephotographed the footage. He enlarged, repositioned, analyzed. He step-framed the action to slow it down, to combine several seconds of film into one image. He examined the sprocket areas of the film, searching for a speck of data, a minimum of missing imagery. It was work of Talmudic refinement, zooming in and fading out, trying to bring a man's face into definition, read a woman's ankle bracelet engraved with a name. Brian was shamed by other men's obsessions. They exposed his own middling drift. The voice he heard, soft, faint, and far away, that told him not to bother. Marvin's wife and child came home and went away again. The house had become a booby hatch of looming images. The isolated grimace, the hair that juts from the mole on the old man's chin. Every image teeming with crystallized dots. A photograph is a universe of dots. The grain, the halide, the little silver things clumped in the emulsion. Once you get inside a dot, you gain access to hidden information. You slide inside the smallest event. This is what technology does. It peels back the shadows and redeems the dazed and rambling past. It makes reality come true. Marvin Lundy opened the trunk. The baseball was wrapped in tissue paper inside an old red and white Sprawling box. There were deep stacks of photographs and correspondence and other material related to the search. Birth certificates, passports, affidavits, handwritten wills, detailed lists of people's possessions. There were blood-stained garments in Ziploc bags. He took some still frames out of a manila envelope and showed them to Brian. This was a sequence that involved the scramble for the ball. People in bevies, Marvin said, scratching and grabbing. And a man in the last photo standing starkly alone, white-shirted, looking down at the exit ramp, looking hard, glaring at someone, probably at the person who'd come away with the ball. But Marvin could not find the way. for all his mastery of the dots, to rotate the heads of the people on the ramp so he could see the face of the individual in question. But you identified the man in the white shirt. From running the picture in the back of magazines where they did waterbeds and dirty personals. And you went to see the wife. This is many years after the game. What happened? He died. The widow sits in a cold house, turning a spoon in her tiny cup. I try to find out what he might have said to her about the game. The ball. Anything. What game? She says. I try to explain the extenuations of the thing. But it's more than 20 years later. What game? What ball? A woman came down the stairs carrying coffee and cheesecake on a tray. She seemed to issue from Marvin's story, a recollected figure taking material form. Marvin shut the trunk so she could place the tray on top. She was his daughter, Clarice, determined to tend to Dad whatever his objections. I didn't hear you come in. She comes in like she's Chinese, with muffled feet. You were talking. I could be an armed robbery in progress. You wouldn't hear a thing. She was in her late 20s, blondish and gym fit. She told Brian she lived 10 minutes away by car and worked as a court stenographer. He thought he could easily fall in love with the sitcom tilt in her voice and the swerve of her thigh lines under the linen skirt. We're almost finished here, Clarice. In 100 grueling hours. Your guest may have other things he needs to do. What could he have? It'll be dark soon. Dark, light, these are words. The baseball box was on its side among scattered photographs on the floor, and the ball had dribbled out, still crinkled in tissue. Clarice pulled up a chair, and she and Marvin finished the story, more or less, through mouthfuls of cheesecake. For how many years, Clarice, I'm looking for a man named Jackson or Judson? Get to the point, she said, because there were roundabout hints that pointed to him as someone I should be interested in. And the ball has a history by this time that I've been inching along, where different things match and join. But I can't locate the man, or even, what? Ascertain, Brian said. His correct name. By this time, forget the footage. I'm using rumors and dreams. There's an ESP of baseball, an underground, what? A consciousness, and I'm hearing it in my sleep. Faster, Daddy, faster. Meanwhile, there's this woman. I'm trying to find Judson, Jackson, Johnson, and there's this woman who got my name from the memorabilia market, and she's been calling me long-distance collect day and night. She says she used to own the thing I'm looking for. Mysteriously missing for years, she says, from the little locked box where she used to keep it. Geneviève Roche, whose name I can never. Geneviève Roche, his daughter said. And the two of them try to establish the basic, indicators, Brian said. That would make her baseball at least a remote possibility. The marks and scratches, Marvin said. The trademark, if it's correct. The signature of the league president who was in office at the time. Her memory is iffy. I make some leeway, then she talks about something else. This is a woman. She has an extra chromosome for changing the subject. 1,000 times I'm tempted to hang up the phone. Then it happens, Clarice said. A man in his car. A man's driving along in his car. Someone shoots him dead. Turns out the victim is the long-lost former husband of Geneviève Roche. Turns out further his name is Juddy Roche, Judson Roche. So the two rivers meet. Took a homicide to reveal the connection. Marvin lowered his head to the trunk top to sip his coffee, and Brian stared into the weave of his woeful toupee. When I had my stomach, I used to eat this cheesecake unconscious. Clarice explained how he went to Deaf Smith County, Texas, where he hired a local lawyer on behalf of Geneviève Roche and finally located the baseball, sealed in a baggie, and vouchered and numbered and stored in the property clerk's office. Impounded by the police along with the body, the car, all the things in the car, of which this was one, crammed in a cardboard box filled with junky odds and ends. Marvin puffed on his stogie. I go all the way to the Bronx to buy this cheesecake.
A kosher bakery that you couldn't find it if I gave you a road map, a guidebook, and whatever he's called that speaks 5 languages.
An interpreter.
An interpreter, Marvin said.
The cheesecake was smooth and lush, with the personality of a warm and well-to-do uncle who knows 100 dirty jokes and will die of sexual exertions in the arms of his mistress. And so, finally, Brian said, you bought the baseball.
And I traced it all the way back to October 4th, the day after the game, 1951.
And how did you finance this operation for so many years? The travel, the technical end, all of it.
I had a local chain of stores. Dry cleaning, which I sold after my wife passed away because I didn't need it anymore. The aggravation.
Marvin the Clothes King, his daughter said, with a little affection, a little regret, some irony, a certain pride, a touch of rueful humor, and so on. She talked to her father about a doctor's appointment he had in the morning, and he listened the way you listen to the TV news, staring indifferently into India. She took the tray and headed up the stairs. Brian imagined following her in his car and pulling alongside and catching her eye, and then accelerating loudly and leading her to a wayside inn, where they get a room and undress each other with their teeth and tongues and never say a word. He listened to the music drifting through the house, the keyboard lament, and he finally identified the lurking presence in the story of Marvin's search, the strange second-handedness of all that exacting work, the retouching, the enhancements. It was an eerie replay of the investigations into the political murders of the 1960s. The attempt to reassemble a crucial moment in time out of patches and adumbrations. Marvin in his dark room borrowing a powerful theme and using it to locate a small, white, innocent object bouncing around a ballpark. Brian said, "So we know the lineage of the thing in the latest stages. Rosh to Lundy. But how did it all begin?"
You asked, so I'll tell you. With a man named Charles. Let me think. Wainwright. An advertising executive. I have the complete sequence back to him, the line of ownership.
But not back to the game itself.
I don't have the last link that I can connect backwards from the Wainwright ball to the ball making contact with Bobby Thomson's bat.
He looked sourly at the scoreboard clock.
I have a certain number of missing hours I still have to find. And when you're dealing with something so many years back, you have to face the mortality rate. Wainwright passed away, and his son, Charles Jr., is 42 years old now, and stuck with the name Chucky. And I've been trying to talk to him for a long time. He was last seen working as an engineer on a freighter that plied... You like that word?
Plied.
The Baltic Sea,
Marvin said.
Speaking of which...
Yes?
You should train an eye on the mark on this Gorbachev's head to see if it changes shape.
Changes shape? It's always been there.
You know this?
What, you think it recently appeared?
You know this? It's always been there?
It's a birthmark, Brian said.
Excuse me, but that's the official biography. I'll tell you what I think. I think if I had a sensitive government job, I would be photographing Gorbachev from outer space every minute of the day that he's not wearing a hat to check the shape of the birthmark if it's changing. Because it's Latvia right now, but it could be Siberia in the morning, where they're emptying out their jails.
He looked at his cigar.
Reality doesn't happen until you analyze the dots.
Then he got to his feet with a certain effort.
And when the Cold War goes out of business, you won't be able to look at some woman on the street and have a kind of fantasy the way you do today.
Erotic. But what's the connection?
You don't know the connection? You don't know that every privilege in your life and every thought in your mind depends on the ability of the two great powers to hang a threat over the planet?
That's an amazing thing to say.
And you don't know that once this threat begins to fade...
What?
You're the lost man of history.
It seemed the visit was done. But first the host led his guest to a shelved alcove near the stairway. This is where he kept his collection of taped ball games, radio and TV, hundreds of slotted cassettes going back to the earliest broadcasts.
People who save these bats and balls and
preserve old stories through the spoken word, and know the nicknames of 1,000 players. We're here in our basements with tremendous history on our walls. And I'll tell you something, you'll see I'm right. There's men in the coming years, they'll pay fortunes for these objects. They'll pay unbelievable, because this is desperation speaking. Brian wished the man could be lighter and sweeter. He looked at the scoreboard one last time. He thought finally it was an impressive thing, but maybe a little funereal. It had that compact quality of preservation and exact proportion and respectful history that can produce a mood of mausoleum gloom. They went up the stairs and walked through the shadowed rooms to the front door. Marvin stood there with his dead cigar. Men come here to see my collection. Yes? They come and they don't want to leave. The phone rings. It's the family. Where is he? This is the fraternity of missing men. I understand. What's your name? Brian Glassick. Nice to meet you, Marvin said. Brian asked about a way back to Manhattan that did not include the George Washington Bridge. There was a tunnel here and a tunnel there, and Marvin gave both sets of directions with a number of choices attached to each. Brian, the fool, narrowed his eyes and nodded yes, although he knew he would retain none of this once he was in the car. He drove along turnpikes and skyways, seeing Manhattan come and go in a Valium sunset, smoky and golden. The car wobbled in the sound booms of highballing trucks, drivers perched in tall cabs with food, drink, dope, and pornography, and the rigs seemed to draw the little car down the pike in their shearing wind. He drove past enormous tank farms, squat white cylinders arrayed across the swampland, and he saw white dome tanks in smaller groupings and long lines of tank cars rolling down the tracks. He went past power pylons with their spindly arms akimbo. He drove into the spewing smoke of acres of burning truck tires, and the planes descended and the transit cranes stood in rows at the marine terminal. And he saw billboards for Hertz and Avis and Chevy Blazer, for Marlboro, Continental, and Goodyear. And he realized that all the things around him, the planes taking off and landing, the streaking cars, the tires on the cars, the cigarettes that the drivers of the cars were dousing in their ashtrays, all these were on the billboards around him, systematically linked in some self-referring relationship that had a kind of neurotic tightness and inescapability, as if the billboards were generating reality. And, of course, he thought of Marvin. When he went past Newark Airport, he realized he'd overshot all the turnoffs and their related options. He looked for a friendly exit, untrucked and rural, and found himself sometime later on a two-lane blacktop that wended uncertainly through cattail mires. He felt a bitey edge of brine in the air, and the road bent and then ended in gravel and weeds. He got out of the car and climbed an earthen bank. The wind was stiff enough to make his eyes go moist, and he looked across a narrow body of water to a terraced elevation on the other side. It was reddish-brown, flat-topped, monumental, sunset burning in the heights, and Brian thought he was hallucinating an Arizona butte. But it was real, and it was man-made, swept by wheeling gulls, and he knew it could only be one thing: the Fresh Kills landfill on Staten Island. This was the reason for his trip to New York, and he was scheduled to meet there with surveyors and engineers in the morning. 3,000 acres of mountained garbage, contoured and road-graded, with bulldozers pushing waves of refuse onto the active face. Brian felt invigorated looking at this scene. Barges unloading, sweeper boats poking through the kills to pick up stray waste. He saw a maintenance crew working on drain pipes high on the angled setbacks that were designed to control the runoff of rainwater. Other figures in masks and butylene suits were gathered at the base of the structure to inspect isolated material for toxic content. It was science fiction and prehistory. Garbage arriving 24 hours a day, hundreds of workers, vehicles with metal rollers compacting the trash, bucket augers digging vents for methane gas, the gulls diving and crying, a line of snouted trucks sucking in loose litter. He imagined he was watching the construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Only this was 25 times bigger, with tanker trucks spraying perfumed water on the approach roads. He found the sight inspiring. All this ingenuity and labor, this delicate effort to fit maximum waste into diminishing space. The towers of the World Trade Center were visible in the distance, and he sensed a poetic balance between that idea and this one. Bridges, tunnels, scows, tugs, graving docks, container ships, all the great works of transport, trade, and linkage were directed in the end to this culminating structure. And the thing was organic, ever-growing and shifting, its shape computer-plotted by the day and the hour. In a few years, this would be the highest mountain on the Atlantic coast between Boston and Miami. Brian felt a sting of enlightenment. He looked at all that soaring garbage and knew, for the first time, what his job was all about. Not engineering or transportation or source reduction. He dealt in human behavior, people's habits and impulses, their uncontrollable needs and innocent wishes, maybe their passions, certainly their excesses and indulgences, but their kindness, too, their generosity. And the question was how to keep this mass metabolism from overwhelming us. The landfill showed him smack on how the waste stream ended, where all the appetites and hankerings, the sodden second thoughts came runneling out, the things you wanted ardently and then did not. He'd seen 100 landfills, but none so vast as this. Yes, impressive and distressing. He knew the stench must ride the wind into every dining room for miles around. When people heard a noise at night, did they think the heap was coming down around them, sliding toward their homes, an omnivorous movie terror filling their doorways and windows? The wind carried the stink across the kill. Brian took a deep breath. He filled his lungs. This was the challenge he craved, the assault on his complacency and vague shame. To understand all this, to penetrate this secret. The mountain was here, unconcealed, but no one saw it or thought about it. No one knew it existed except the engineers and teamsters and local residents. A unique cultural deposit, 50 million tons by the time they top it off, carved and modeled, and no one talked about it but the men and women who tried to manage it. And he saw himself for the first time as a member of an esoteric order. They were adepts and seers, crafting the future, the city planners, the waste managers, the compost technicians, the landscapers who would build hanging gardens here, make a park one day out of every kind of used and lost and eroded object of desire. The biggest secrets are the ones spread open before us. This was Marvin Lundy talking, filling Brian's head with that dry, staticky voice that seemed to come out of a surgical slit in his throat. The wind carried the stink from the mountain of wrack. Specks and glints, ragtails of color appeared in the stratified mass of covering soil, fabric scraps from the garment center stirred by the wind. Or maybe that teal thing is a bikini brief that belonged to a secretary from Queens. And Brian found he could create a flash infatuation. She is dark-eyed and reads the tabloids, and paints her nails, and eats lunch out of molded styrofoam. And he gives her gifts, and she gives him condoms. And it all ends up here. Newsprint, emery boards, sexy underwear, coaxed into high relief by the rumbling dozers. Think of his multitudinous spermlings with their history of high family foreheads stranded in a Ramsey's body bag and rollered snug in the deep-down waist. He watched several gulls veering in and saw 100 other gulls positioned on a slope, all facing the same way, motionless, regardful, joined in consciousness, in beautiful empty birdness, waiting for the signal to fly. Chapter 4. Marvin was out of his basement, wincing in the light. He steered his car tenaciously, choosing a lane and sticking to it. He wore a tan windbreaker with a plaid lining, because this is what he always wore when the leaves began to turn.
It was the faithful change of apparel, an adjustment to the cosmos that made his life seem regular. He wore the jacket through the decades, giving the old one to the Salvation Army and buying another just like it, the everyman tan that he could spot on a store hanger from 50 yards in one of those vast, hushed areas just before closing time, where ranks of suits are arrayed like executives in hell. He also wore a pair of latex gloves, a precaution he took whenever he went to the city. When he got to the Lower East Side, he drove through the streets a number of times before he found a space that looked okay, where he wouldn't get towed and he wouldn't get broken in. And he locked the car and then stood back and studied the parking job he'd done, and the street in general. Old furniture sold cheap, and a truck lot in which every inch of every truck was covered with graffiti. The humans walked by looking touchy and unbeloved. He saw two men in wheelchairs who scooted after cars stopped at the light to scrounge a little change. Marvin walked in his sliding step, his sort of explanatory shuffle. It was a comment on the literature of shuffles. He went down Orchard Street looking at the clothes in the windows and stalls, dry goods by the mile. He stopped to read the writing on a collection of, T-shirts, a nasty remark on nearly every item, words unprintable through history, wearing shirts in a window. A young man stood next to him, thin-limbed and tattooed, a mustache that's half-finished, glaring at him. He felt the glare, a tapered look directed straight into the side of his head. Marvin glanced over. "What? I'm looking in the window," he said. "I look means you gotta look." "I can't look? What? It's a window." "You seen me looking. Means you gotta look." "What? So I can't look?" "I'm looking." "It's a public window," Marvin said. "You want window? I give you window." "All of a sudden, this? You think you want to look? I show you look." Marvin walked away, because what else could he do? Flexing his fingers inside the latex gloves. It was impossible to live. You couldn't walk down the street, one foot follows another, because what happens? They kill you. They come out of a door and stab you because you look at them. This is the latest word in death and menace. You look at them, they kill you. One look where you catch their eye, it gives them the right to end your life. Later he crossed Essex Street and found the bakery. What he likes, the backroom business right up front, the ovens and mixing table, where they make bialys in front of your eyes. A man in a white shirt and a white apron with sifted meal on his hands and arms. And Marvin was struck by the force of the moment. A simple drama in a window, the whiteness of bread and work. He thought he could stand here all day and watch the baker shape the pasty mass. He bought for later, for his daughter, flat rolls, onion flaked, that were a thing you eat, and a city, and a religion, and a war. He walked down the street with a bakery bag warm against his ribs. He passed a playground, kids crouched and darting on the handball court. And a half-block later, it was all Chinese. When he had his stomach, he used to come here with Eleanor. It was the old mystery of Chinese things, food on steam tables, vegetables he could not identify, the secret minds of the people. He stood and watched the living fish toss in homemade tanks. He bought a fried dumpling and took a bite, more for the gesture than the taste, because he didn't taste the way he used to. It was like the memory of food, the ghost of ginger and minced chives. He shuffled back to the car. He saw the wheelchair beggars with their scraggled beards. They raced each other to a stopped car, bodied forth, hands screwing and cranking. It was a competition of gyrating arms, their eyes peering through the dusty glass for some sign of contact within. But the drivers looked away. The drivers shut their windows against the window washers, the flower sellers, the carjackers, against the medium mad, intent on conversation. You look at them, they kill you. He drove home, leaning tensely toward the wheel. An English girl from Somerset. You couldn't make it up. He played the piano elegy that was Eleanor's favorite music, once a month or so, hitting the repeat button so it never stopped. It was her voice he heard at this time of year, reminding him to get out the tan windbreaker. "Time to don the old McGregor, Marv." In that simple little sentence, word for word through the years, was all the deep dependency of two people who met during the war, wrote letters back and forth, finally got married, had a child after a while. It took some doing. Two hearts joined in the habit of the days. Dry cleaning. He dry cleaned McGregor's by the ton. The phone was ringing when he walked in the door. He went into the kitchen, put the bakery bag on the table, took off his jacket. The phone was ringing. He opened the refrigerator and got out the celery tonic and took a swig from the bottle. He was free to do that now. There were compensations, too. He took off the gloves, so tight they resisted separation, peeling them down to the wide part of his hand and then yanking each clinging finger, a process that made him feel part artificial. Then he went across the room to the phone, which was a white wall model with a photograph next to it showing President Reagan standing in the Oval Office between Bobby Thomson and Ralph Branca, which was the only baseball reference anywhere in the house above the basement, a tasseled flag behind them. Because she could be a pain in the ass, Eleanor, on the subject of drinking from the bottle. The phone was ringing. He looked at it and lifted the receiver. They call it a handset now. He was finally selling the house to go live in Clarice's apartment building. The daughter and son-in-law up on 4, the father down on 3, in an easy-to-manage flat with bananas going brown on the windowsill. He would take showers sitting down, while Clarice and Carl went running on their running machine upstairs. They were training to live forever. "I'm calling from Phoenix," said the voice. "The city or the bird?" "Some months ago, a man I know, 10 or 11 months ago, paid you a visit." "I wouldn't recall." "Named Brian Glassick." "If you tortured me, I wouldn't remember. I have people that come here 6 times. I see them on the street. They could be garment bags on the way to the airport. I function inside my mind." In any case, he recently mentioned the visit. I wonder what you can tell me about the baseball in the trunk. They would knock on his door to see if he was all right. He'd poke his head past the shower curtain. "All right, I'm fine, all right." "You're a loyal fan retired in Arizona with a heart valve they implanted with Dacron cuffs, and you developed a sweetness for the old days. You spend your career in mergers and acquisitions, made millions, but you're still dissatisfied. You want one last acquisition that's personal from the heart." Brian said it might go like this. "You want to talk about the ball? You get approximated first. The fact is, I'm ready to sell. People know this. I get calls from men with grainy voices. They have polymer packed in their gums. They have openings that were drilled in their sides for human waste to detour. They come home from the hospital echo-dopplered. I hear from men with quadruple bypass, with nitroglycerin in their bloodstream that you manufacture dynamite. I'm not a fan anymore. I don't follow the teams. I'm in the category myself where I'm undergoing tests. This means I have cancer recurring in so many parts of my body the doctor gives me group rates. Don't worry, you're not supposed to laugh. I'm trying to make you feel bad." "And you're a Dodger fan, yes?" "From before I was born." "Raised in Brooklyn?" "Raised in Brooklyn, get my cheesecake in the Bronx, go to the Lower East Side for this and that." "A Dodger fan. But you've reproduced the Polo Grounds scoreboard in your basement." "To remind me," Marvin said. "Or prepare me, I forget which. I'm not retired, and I haven't made millions, and I don't know exactly why I want to buy the ball." This was good. Marvin liked this. It was good to hear from someone who was not palpitating in his mind for the old Giants or the old New York. "They have stools you can buy in surgical supply outlets that you place in your shower so you can sit and do the far-flung parts of your body without falling and breaking a hip," which he saw one day on the hip replacement channel, with molded seats and non-skid legs. They have a channel for every body part. "You call me out of nowhere," Marvin said, "and you want to do a deal, but you don't know why." "That's right," said the voice. Good, because this was Marvin's situation for a long time. This was Marvin's exact status. For years, he didn't know why he was chasing down exhausted objects. All that frantic passion for a baseball. And he finally understood it was Eleanor on his mind. It was some terror working deep beneath the skin that made him gather up things, amass possessions and effects against the dark shape of some unshoulderable loss. Memorabilia. What he remembered, what lived in the old smoked leather of the catcher's mitt in the basement, was the touch of his Eleanor. Those were his wife's eyes in the oval photographs of men with handlebar mustaches. The state of loss, the fact, the facticity in its lonely length. This was a word he never thought he'd need to use, but here it was, crouched for years in his secluded brain, coming out to elongate the loss. I have a mushroom-shaped tumor. Yes. The doctor calls it a fungating mass. I don't know that term. I don't know it either. It's not in the dictionary, because I looked in 2 dictionaries. When they get their terms outside the dictionary, it means they're telling you goodbye. They went to Chinatown. They went to the Jersey Shore and ate harpoon swordfish, which is tastier when the fish dies unstrangled by a net, with olive oil and capers. The last great fish thing on the planet. I have to tell you first thing, I don't have the, completely established. The lineage. The lineage. I don't have the lineage all the way. He told the caller some things about the ball. He said he would make a long story short. Then he made it long. He entertained the man, why not? And he saw it coming, even as he did the bits and routines, delivered the reliable lines. Clarice would have to rent a hospital bed for the apartment. High sides, so he wouldn't tumble to the floor. Strangers would come to wash his genitals. Immigrants from countries on the Travel Channel. They had lives of their own that he could not imagine a single minute of. He would forget how to eat, how to say simple words. His body would lie there trying to put together the needed elements to take a breath. An oxygen tube in his nose, and bananas on the windowsill. He hates them when they're spotted and soft. Clarice speaking slowly, putting a cool cloth to his naked head. All right, I'm fine, all right. Carl in his pressed white shorts and tube socks, a stockbroker disguised as a boy. Do we want to talk about price? Said the voice. The word for water is water, but he wouldn't be able to say it. The body forgets the basic things. He talked on the phone to Phoenix and looked at his windbreaker hanging on a chair. They went to the Jersey Shore. They made love. They made salads. This was when the terms were in the dictionary. That night he ate half a cantaloupe with grapes clustered in the scooped-out part. This is how they sold it in the supermarket, packed in clinging wrap. Chapter 5. When people tell rat stories, the rat is always tremendous. It's a drag-belly rat the size of a cat, because this is a satisfying rhyme. There was a fair amount of rat lore in these streets when Nick Shea was growing up. Not that rats were frequently seen. They were heard on the walls and down the yards, indelible half-fictions running across rooftops in the moon. Enormous rats with rat-brown fur. There were rats in sewers and demolition sites and coal bins, a rustling in the flung garbage of empty lots. He got out of a taxi near the building where his mother lived. The building wasn't here 30, 40 years ago. A large brown structure, tall and broad, and defined by a sense of fortification, fences and ramps, cameras angled from the brickwork. This used to be a row of 5-story buildings, tenements. And that's where he saw the rat, wet and dead, lying next to a coal pile on the sidewalk. He was 9 or 10 at the time, and the incident came back to him, taxi easing from the curb with a detailed directness. Just a dead rat, but he could see it clearly, feeling a kind of doubleness, a shaped transparency, die cut, that fit him to the moment. He remembered how he'd studied the limp body, feeling a grisly thrill to be so close, able to trace a faint pink line down the underside of the tail. And the rat was brown and gray and pink and white all together and separate. But he was disappointed by its size. He would have to exaggerate the rat, put some heft and length in his story, some mouth drool and yellow eye. There was a man in a plexiglass booth. Nick signed a register and was buzzed into the lobby, which was occupied by kids, small and smaller, playing, milling, their voices shrieky in the bare space. He took the elevator to 12. The other rat was later, when he was in his 20s, also ordinary in size, your common Norway brown. But ordinary is big enough when you talk about rats. Matt opened the door. His brother Matty, still looking a little boyish, short and blocky, cowlicked, with thick glasses and a fresh haircut, and some gray, maybe, on top that seemed extraneous. Mid-40s he would be. They hadn't seen each other in a few years, and it was only an accident of timing that brought them together today. They shook hands and exchanged the wry smile of adversaries who are enjoined from mauling each other by some inconvenience of context. Nick said, "Where is she?" They talked about their mother, about medications, doctor's appointments, not unusual matters. But there was a rigor in the older brother's questions, a particularity of interest and concern that amounted to a kind of challenge. Matt said finally, "She's okay. She's good. She eats and sleeps normally. You want to know about her natural functions, you'll have to ask her yourself." "You're staying over?" "2 nights. You've totally forgotten what it's like, Nick. A night in the Bronx." But Matty had long since filled out the small boy's sketchy torso, developed some mass in his upper body, a certain sturdiness of bearing. Nick said, "I have to go to Jersey in the morning or I take her to the doctor myself." "What's in Jersey? Chemical waste eating people's houses?" "Personal business." "How's Marion?" "Fine. They're all fine." They drank seltzer and took turns looking out the window. There was a picture window with a broad view west. El Bronx. People sat on lawn chairs on the roof of a motel nearby. Nick could tell these were local men and women who'd gained entry to the roof from an adjacent building, carrying their chairs and newspapers. He knew it was evidence of brisk improvisation, people extracting pleasure from the grudging streets. But it made him nervous. It was a breach, another opening, another local sign of instability and risk. "I took her to the zoo," Matt said. "She has the zoo across the street, but it's the first time in 20 years I could get her to go. Practically forced her out the door." "You're on a mission." "She says she has more animals on television than she can handle. I can't make her see the point of living, breathing creatures." "I'm getting her out of here," Nick said. "Is that right?" "To Phoenix, that's right. There's no reason anymore for her to be here." "She has friends here. You know this." "I know this? How many friends? What friends?" "To Phoenix," Matt said. "How many friends?" "We haven't done a head count lately, but if she wanted to go, we'd take her gladly." "You don't have room." "We have room," Matt said. "Listen to me. You don't have room. We have room. We also have climate." "Climate? This is important at her age." "Janet's a nurse. You want to make a contest out of it? Janet's a nurse." "This is stupid." "Of course it's stupid. This is why we're doing it," Matt said. Nick was at the window again. "Why would they put a motel in a place like this?" "I don't know. It's a convenience, this motel, for sex and drugs. Because what else is it here for? Or homeless, a shelter for homeless people. They put them in motels now." "She likes it here, Nick. It's her life. It's what she's used to. She has her church, her stores, all the familiar things. And the friends that are still alive. Ask her for a list." "You don't know. I know. It's a convenience, this motel, for what they're doing." Nick went into the kitchen and started opening cabinets. He inspected the area under the sink. Kids were riding tricycles in the hallway.
He poured another seltzer and went into the living room. The bike bells sounded down the hall. "How's Janet? Janet's all right?" "She had a lump removed from under her arm." "Did I know this?" "It's okay. She's doing okay. The kids are okay." "These lumps are everywhere. Everybody's looking for lumps." "I read something in the paper not long ago. Made me think of you," Matt said. "Remember those machines they had in the shoe stores? Tall consoles, sort of like old radios, but with a slot down near the bottom?" "Jesus, yes. I haven't thought of that." "The clerk puts shoes on the kid's feet, and then the kid goes and stands with his feet inside the slot." "I haven't thought of that since I was... what? They stopped making them." "And the clerk looks into the viewer at the top of the device and can see the feet inside the shoes." "To check the fit," Nick said. "To check the fit. Well, the machine was a fluoroscope, and what it did was transmit X-rays through the shoe and into the foot. It's called differential transmission, and it makes a shadowy, greenish image. I just barely remember this. Jimmy's buying you a pair of shoes, and then he's lifting me up so I can look into the machine and see your feet inside your shoes and your bones inside your feet." "The question is, where are those shoes now?" "No, the question is, did you do this enough times to suffer bone damage? Because the machine was basically spraying your feet with radiation." They heard the key in the lock. "I have healthy feet," Nick said. "I'm relieved. But thanks for the scare. I'll do the same for you someday." Rosemary Shea came through the door with a shopping bag in each hand. Her body slanted toward the heavier bag. She saw that Nick was here. She stood and looked at him, eyes alive and searching. She was always searching him for something, some sign, some change. He moved toward her to help with the bags. Her face had furrows nearly everywhere, gathers and tucks, little parchment pleats above the mouth. Her hands were old. They were long and worked, milky blue veins lapping the scored knuckles. They took the bags away from her, complaining that she didn't allow them to help her sufficiently. They warned of back strain and heat exhaustion. She told them to shut up, even as she tried to take the groceries away, items passing hand to hand. Nick embraced her, laughing, and she felt unpersuadable in his arms. They ate and talked, took second helpings, corn on the cob, enormous tomatoes the grocer kept in the back room for special customers, grown in his yard on City Island. The old, deep tomato taste, summery and blood-buttery and voluptuous. "Tell him about the job," Rosemary said. "He doesn't want to know. He's your brother. Tell him." "Another job change?" Nick said. "Yes. A research institute." "Then this is not a change." "A different one. Non-profit. We draw up studies to help third-world countries develop health services and banking facilities." "Goody-goody stuff." "Yes," Matt said happily. "We produce paper. We smoke pipes, those of us who smoke." "A think tank," Rosemary said. They let this term hover above the salad. Year by year, and job by job, Matt was separating himself from the science he did in the 1970s. Work whose precise nature eluded Nick. Government work that involved classified projects and remote locations. Not that Nick was eager to reach him. It was strange, that's all, for younger brother to be the tight-lipped guy for a change, not inclined to answer questions readily. "My kid's learning the game. Jeffrey." "What game?" Matt said. "What game? What game would I be talking about? Your game." "My game." "He plays against his computer. His computer has a chess program with a take-back option, so he can undo his dumber moves." Matt said nothing. The cats came out of hiding. They curled around the chair legs, hooked their backs, rubbing against the legs of the people, undulant in the mazy space down there. And they went sway-backed and yawned, asses up. "We have room for you," Nick said to his mother. "Where did this come from?" "It was always here, you know that. We've been waiting for you to say you're ready." "Well, I'm not." "We have dessert. Who wants coffee?" she said. "I have the decaf. I know Maddie takes it."
Then she told him a story about Jimmy downtown. She told it over coffee, and they listened with a shared intensity that no other subject could remotely provoke. It was the thing that made them a family still, after all the silences and distances, the father, in his lost glory, making book. It was a funny thing. Funny strange, I mean, but the first bets he ever took were from cops. He was a plumber's helper at the New Yorker Hotel. Then he was moved into the security office, which I visited several times. We were keeping company then. A big, noisy office in the freight delivery area. And the security chief had made a space for the local bookmaker to come and do his tally every morning. He charged him rent. Very reasonable, I'm sure. Soon the bookie makes Jimmy his runner. Jimmy loved this. He made payoffs to winners. He collected money from losers. He did the rounds every day, all through the garment district this was. He was light on his feet, dodging the boys who pushed the racks. He started picking up extra action. Action for himself. Sitting on bets, it was called. He selected carefully, a bet here and there. And it was often the police he was getting his business from. So you have the security people and the police, and what else is new? Then once a month, a detective, this is the bag man, he went to the Solomon Brothers car dealer and he picked up the protection money to distribute in the precinct house. So the money's flowing back and forth and everybody's happy. The Solomon Brothers ran the bookie operation for the whole area. Arthur and, I forget the other Solomon, Arthur and Bernie. And Arthur and Bernie wore beautiful suits and had a box at the polo grounds, and new ball players and show people. And eventually Jimmy got his own small piece of the action. On the up and up, and the Solomons paid him $80 a week. This is after you were born, she said to Nick. And after he already left me once, plus a bonus for a good business month. Matt said, but who kept other gambling interests from moving in? A couple of car dealers couldn't do that, could they? They must have imported real gangsters. They didn't have to. The money they paid the police was double coverage money. They paid the police to let them operate, and they also paid them to roust the competition. When competition showed up, the borough detectives or precinct detectives came down on them like a holy terror. Gangbusters, Matt said. Like gangbusters. Which is the story I started out to tell before I got involved in the fine print. The police making arrests. They even had to arrest the bookies who were paying them off. They got pressure when people complained, upstanding citizens, or straight from City Hall. These were called accommodation arrests. The sergeant would apologize. He would book you at the precinct on 30th Street, and then you went to Center Street, where the lawyer for the Solomons was waiting, and you said, "Guilty, Judge," and paid a $25 fine and went back to work. And the day you were born, she said to Matt, your father was arrested twice. Confusion inside the precinct. They arrested him in the morning, and when he finally got released, he took the subway to the Bronx, where I was in the hospital getting ready to deliver. It was one of those steamy, sticky days, and he came in the room and mopped my brow and fanned me with a racing form and said, "Did you have it yet?" And after a while he said he has to see a man. Very important, be right back. And he went downtown and got arrested again. Different cop. Same desk sergeant. I don't know about the judge. And when he got back to the hospital, with the running around on the heat and the subway, he looked worse off than I did. But he got no sympathy, you can believe it, from me. Matt said, interesting day. It was a dizzy comedy. But we had no one to share it with, because it was one thing to take bets, but not so acceptable to get arrested for it. And I've never told this story until now. Nick watched her carefully, absorbing every gesture and expression. A depth in her eyes that she dared her sons to interpret. The gnaw, the rankling pain that sits inside the good-natured telling. And the voice in its factual carry, vowels extended and bent a bit. A sound out of the old streets, the old demotic song, gone to the near suburbs now, and a slight Irish pitch teasing the piece from somewhere deep in childhood. There was a noise in the street, a customized car speaker bombing the night with music. A car that was all sound, a mobile sound bomb. And Nick glanced sharply at his brother, who shrugged and grinned. He wants you to sit on his patio, Mama. Bright stars above, cactus outlined in the moonlight. Imagine me and cactus. No noise in the street. They arrest people for noise out there.
If your front yard isn't neat and clean, your neighbor's kids won't talk to your kids." Nick waited for her to speak again. He opened himself to everything inside her, to the past that never stops happening, and the passing minute, and what she feels when she scratches the back of her hand, pulling at the skin, then scratching. He tried to hear the rustle of her life, the fly buzzing in the room of the woman who lives alone. One of the cats rubbed against his ankle, the orange Tom his mother had found in the street. He shook it off and poured coffee all around. They sat at the table talking in low tones. Rosemary was in the bedroom, and they talked across the dishes and cups and the flick of spilt milk. "Where do you sleep?" "I make up the sofa," Matt said. "Where do you sleep?" "Park Avenue South, the Doral." "You drove down?" "Took the shuttle." "Tell me, in all seriousness, do you really want to take her out of there?" "More than ever." "You have to understand, this woman is not afraid. She lives a free life. People know her, they respect her. The neighborhood's still a living thing." "Lower your voice." "Lower my voice." "Did you see the hallways?" Nick said. "The hallways. These hallways? Which hallways?" Matt stacked some dishes and took them to the kitchen. "Listen to me. Stand at the elevator, look to your left, then look to your right. What do you see?" "I don't know. What do I see?" "You see the longest, saddest, scariest, most depressing, that feeling, you know?" "It's a hallway," Matt said. "It's that feeling. A nightmare out of some Stalinist... All right, I'm overreacting. It's a hallway. Filled, as a matter of fact, with little kids most of the time." "Lower your voice." "Look, it is well within your experience to invent a fantasy of events as you think they transpired or are transpiring. This is not up your alley." Nick couldn't look at his brother without wanting to pop him a shot across the mouth. Same reason as ever. The father, not the mother. The deep discordance, the old muscling of wills, that ungiving thing in the idea of brothers. "No one came for him, Nicky. No one got him and took him away. He left because of us, basically. He didn't want to be a father. Being a husband was bad enough. What a burden, you know, full of obligations and occasions he couldn't handle. He was a loner, to use the romantic word. Only worse than that, clinically self-involved. Not out of vanity or stupidity, but out of some fear, some inbred perspective, some closeness of perspective that amounted to fear. It made him unable to see other people except as encumbrances, little hazy shapes that interfered with his solitude, his hardness of being. He should have joined the French Foreign Legion when he was 20. Not that I'm ready to renounce my existence, but speaking honestly and realistically, that's what he should have done." "You know a lot. How do you know so much?" "She tells me things. She tells me things she never told you." "I'm looking at you saying this." "You're looking at me." "That's right. You're giving me the look." "That's right, I am." Matt was at the sink doing dishes now, running the tap at low volume so they could hear each other, and he didn't turn to check his brother's look. "He had some trouble. Some sharpshooter hit a long shot on him. A big bet at long odds. Jimmy had his own operation by then, independent of the Solomons. I even know the horse's name." "You know a lot. How come I'm not impressed?" "It was the final weight, the final pressure, and it pushed him out the door." "Listen to me. I'm confused here. Help me out. First he leaves because of us. Then he leaves because somebody hits a long shot and he can't pay off. Terra firma. Jimmy hadn't laid off the bet with bookies who could handle those sums. Maybe it was a late bet, and he didn't have time to shop it around. You know this, and I don't? She protects you. I am completely fucking unimpressed. Why is that? There was no drama of men pushing him into a car and speeding away. He owed money he couldn't pay. He was a small operator. He paid a button maker $10 a week to help figure out his tally. He dealt in small numbers. Listen to me. This is not an invitation to violence. When you owe money to someone and can't pay off? In that environment? What environment? You heard her. They didn't need enforcers.
No, they had cops, but not for this kind of situation. He left before a situation could develop. He had one foot out the door for years. You heard her. He left her once before. He was looking for an excuse to make it permanent. You know all this, and I don't. And yet I'm remarkably unimpressed. Help me out. Explain this to me. Matt turned off the tap and looked at his brother, who sat leaning over the table. He did the unthinkable Italian crime. He walked out on his family. They don't even have a name for this. He didn't walk out. They came and got him. Keep believing it, Matt said. He turned on the tap, sponging and rinsing the dishes. The car came back, the car-sized boombox, causing a fuzz storm out there. Nick leaned heavily over the table, lazy-eyed now, brows lowered and mouth open just a chink, forming a lifeless grin. He resembled a man who'd started out drinking hours ago, determined to reach a point of particular abandon. No one spoke. Matt washed and dried a dish, then tried to find the place in the cabinet where it belonged. The car moved off now, finally. Then Nick got up. He took the remaining objects from the table and carried them into the kitchen area. He didn't walk, he moved. It was heavy movement, sluggish and brooding. She has her church, Matt said. What? She has her church, her priest. We'll get her a new church. It won't be the same. We don't want it to be the same. We want it to be different. That's the point. Matt handed him a glass to dry. They worked quietly for a time, doing the dishes and putting them away, finding the right place for each item. How's the waste business? Booming. The waste business, bigger by the minute. I bet it is. We can't build enough landfills, dig enough gaping caverns. You get in there? See the stuff up close? I drive by sometimes, inspect from a distance. You smell the smell? I've done this, yes. You see the rats? It must be the planet of the rats. Nick found the place in the cabinet for dessert dishes. Did I ever tell you about the rat downtown? I don't think so, Matt said. I was thinking about it coming up here. I had a date, a jazz date. We went to see Charles Mingus. I'm trying to think. I think I was living in Palo Alto then, doing textbook work. Came back for a conference. Maybe I was 26. And my date was a German woman, a philosophy student. Yes, and the sort of future, now that I think of it, terrorist type. And we went to see Mingus on Hudson Street somewhere. And Mingus stood up there rocking his bass and glaring down at the cash register every time it rang. Mingus was big, and he was wide. He looked like three men sharing a suit. And I walked her home. We walked way across town, and then downtown. And we get to her place, a basement apartment in an old building. And we walk in the door. The second we walk in the door, she turns on the light, and then this rat. I'm standing there thinking whatever I'm thinking. Sex is not external to these thoughts. And then this rat. I see this rat go right up the wall. It runs up the wall. A very tremendous rat. And it makes a sound I can still hear. Like a whistling corpse. And my date says something in German. And picks up something from a table and goes after the rat. I stand there dead still. I'm immobilized by frozen desire. My desire has frozen in my loins. And my date is charging across the room after the rat. Matt placed a wet cup in the dish towel that Nick held in his hand. Nick could see the pleasure of the kid brother who was invited into the action, given the privileged details of some infamous event. All the more dimensional, the rarer and sweeter when the narrator allows an element of foolery to attach itself to his sober persona, some haplessness or slippery shame, all the more intimate and appealing. And the rat runs down the other side of the wall and goes zip into the bathroom like a toy on a string, only 1,000 times quicker. A phenomenal rat, big and fast, and my date goes right after it, wielding whatever she was wielding that I never actually identified. She turns on the bathroom light and goes right in. I'm feeling, frankly, a little neglected, but never mind. I stay where I am. I think, what is happening to my jazz date? It's disintegrating into a rat hunt. And then she sticks her head out the door.
Matt studied his brother's face, perceptibly moving his lips to Nick's account, anticipating a word, changing expression when Nick did. I am standing as far from the bathroom door as I can stand and still be said to occupy the apartment. I have the front door open. My date is battling the rat in the bathroom, and I can hear the rat's sick whistle. And my date sticks her head out the door and says, I am not believing this. I am killing this fucking rat 2 times already. Rat poison with skulls, and now it's coming back. And she goes back in and resumes the hunt. And I feel totally unworthy. Sleep with her. I have no right being in the same city. I can hear the rat running across the bathtub. Did you ever hear a rat run across a tub? I'll tell you, man, it's awesome. Matt was strangling with pleasure. He made a sound in his throat, an involuntary quaver. Nick finished the story, the rat squeezing neatly through a vent in the wall, the evening completely queered. They drank another cup of coffee, and then his brother found the phone book and called a cab. Nick stood by the window in the living room. He was looking for hookers in spandex tights on the motel roof. The Italians. They sat on the stoop with paper fans and orangeades. They made their world. They said, who's better than me? She could never say that. They knew how to sit there and say that and be happy. Thinking back through the decades, she saw a woman fanning herself with a magazine, and it seemed like an encyclopedia of breezes, the book of all the breezes that ever blew. The city drugged with heat, horses perishing in the streets. Who's better than me? She heard them talking out there. He wants me to go to the zoo because the animals are real. I told him these are zoo animals. These are animals that live in the Bronx. On television, I can see animals in the rainforest or the desert. So which is real and which is fake? Which made him laugh. It would have been easier to believe she deserved it. He left because she was heartless, foolish, angry. She was a bad housekeeper, a bad mother, a cold woman. But she could not invent a reliable plot for any of these excuses. But it was the sweetest intimacy. His whispered stories of the gamblers and the police, lying in bed, the two of them, his days with the garment bosses and bellhops. He made her laugh, telling these stories late at night, love nights, whispering to her afterward, lying close in bed. And even when he was flat-pocket broke, he told her funny, screwy stories in the night. She began to drift into sleep now, and said a Hail Mary, because this is what she always did before she went to sleep. Except she wasn't always sure anymore whether the last Hail Mary she said was a Hail Mary from last night or from 2 minutes ago. And she said this prayer and said this prayer because she mixed up the time and didn't want to go to sleep without being sure. She had more material things than most people she knew, thanks to sons who provided. She had nicer furniture, a safer building, doctors left and right. They made her go to a gynecologist, with Janet calling and then Marion calling. Women of the world, hooray. But she still couldn't say, who's better than me? She got the Italian without the family. The boy who just showed up like a shadow off a wall. She didn't mind that at first. She liked it. She didn't want relatives turning up with pastry and white boxes. She liked his slimness, his lack of attachments. But then she began to see what this meant. The only thing preserved in the man's dark body was a kid in empty space, the shifty boy on the verge of using up his luck. Then she slept. And then the car music woke her up. She heard their voices again, the cupboard doors shutting. She did not show her love. She showed it, but not enough. She was not good at that. But it was partly his doing. The more she loved him, the scareder he got. He was scared in his eyes, telling funny stories in the night. She heard them opening and shutting the cupboard doors. They'd never known where things belonged. Why should they know now? Jerks. She scratched the back of her hand fiercely and said another Hail Mary in case the last one she said was last night. This is how she was brought up. Go to Mass, mind your parents,
Marry the hard-working boy, the ordinary boy, the ham and egger, they used to say. And the nuns used to say, "You're a child of Mary, and you don't have to kiss him." But he wasn't ordinary, and she kissed him. She couldn't bear to think that Nick might be right. Someone came and got him. This would make her Jimmy innocent, which Nick believed from an early age. But maybe the other was worse. The truth was worse. It did not happen violent. She slept, and then woke up. She listened and knew that Nick had left, and Mattie had gone to bed. And then she listened for noises on the street, and she thought of the animals in their cages and habitats. Lions near Boston Road, coughing in the night. They were showing the videotape again, but Nick wasn't watching. He stood by the window in his hotel, looking at cars move soundlessly on the avenue, sparse traffic in the sodium glow of the street lamps. He was waiting for room service to show up with his brandy. On the trip down here, the cabbie had driven left-handed all the way, a Dominican in a net shirt, his right arm extended across the seat back. He told Nick about the murders of gypsy drivers, a regular event lately, a game of chance you play every night. Nick didn't like cats. Once he got her to say yes, the cats would have to be sent into retirement. "Either they rob you and kill you, or they rob you and let you live. Or you take them somewhere very efficient," the man said, "and either they pay you or they don't. I live a quiet life in an unassuming house in a suburb of Phoenix." Once he got her to say yes, they'd be able to spend untrammeled time remembering together. He had tipped the man nicely. What do you tip a man who risks his life when he answers a call? Nick was confident he'd tipped him nicely, handsomely, but not ridiculously. Not in a way that would have exposed him as a stranger here. He looked at the TV screen, where the tape was nearing the point when the driver waves, the crisp wave from the top of the steering wheel, and he waited for room service to knock on the door. Chapter 6. When Mattie was real small, and his brother used to sit on the pot and read comics to a pee-wee audience, neighbor kids, ages 4 and 5, supposedly being minded by a grown-up somewhere near, with Mattie in the doorway, ready to shout out "Chickie," which was the warning word, and there's Nick on the pot reading to them from Captain Marvel or the Targeteers, his pants hanging limp from his kneecaps. And he did lively dialogue, declaimed and gestured, developed a voice for villains and for women, and an airy, stabbing screech for gangster cars cornering tightly in the night, scaring the kids at times with his intensity of manner, then pausing to loose a turd that would splattingly drop, that would plop into the water, the funniest sound in nature, sending a happy awe across the faces of his listeners. It was the creepiest delight of all, better than anything he might deliver from the paneled pages. Matt walked through the neighborhood to see the old building, number 611, and wondered idly who lived in their third-floor apartment, what language spoken, how many grinding lives. But mainly he thought of 9-year-old Nicky asquat the glory seat. Who else would read the comic books to them, acting out those vibrant dramas of crime fiends and bounding heroes? He went to see Bronzini, his old chess mentor, a sweet-natured man and not-so-willing drill-master. Living now in a sad building with an entranceway marked by specimens of urban spoor, spray paint, piss, saliva, dapples of dark stuff that was probably blood. The elevator wasn't working, and Matt made his way up 5 flights, a child's sandal on the landing. He knocked and waited. He sensed an eyeball on the other side of the peephole, and he thought of his own street and house and the life of the computer suburb, those huddled enclaves off the turnpike, situated to discourage entry, and the corner store that sells 11 kinds of croissants and 27 coffees, which are somehow never enough, and the life he led before this, the weapons he studied and helped perfect, the desert experience, so completely unconnected to root reality, compared to this man, he thought, on the other side of the peephole, who watches the ruin build around him on the actual planet where he was born. The man's smile was in his eyes, a warm fizz that had an eagerness in it, a desire to know. This is what remained, his curiosity. He looked too old, too spare, his face a boxy outline, an underdrawing of the original likeness, the fleshed-out and tinted-in Bronzini. A couple of days of gray stubble surrounded his untrimmed mustache, and Matt thought the man had seized upon old age, embraced it with a kind of reckless assent. "Please, no misters. It's Albert now. And you look well, robust. I'm surprised. I remember a matchstick with a fiery head." Evidently the man had forgotten more recent meetings. They sat at a table near the window and drank brewed tea. Bronzini lived with his sister now, who'd never married, who sat in a room and spoke in chants, he said, of reduced informational range. Such compression. But once he'd learned to be patient with her repetitions and attenuations, he began to find her presence a source of enormous comfort. A rest, he said, from his own internal rant. He said, "Sometimes I take the train downtown. There's a chess club that's also a coffee house in the village, and I play a game or two. I lose, but I don't get embarrassed. Or I play down there on the playground with a neighbor. We share a bench. They leave us alone, the kids." "I don't play," Matt said, in a voice emptied of any shading. "I used to wonder about your father. He taught you the moves, but was he a serious player, I used to wonder. I didn't know him well enough to bring up the subject. Any subject. He was not a man who encouraged, shall we say, inquiries." The eyes fizzled like carbonated water. "He taught me quite a bit. We practiced openings and played many games. We played speed chess for fun. He called it rapid transit." When his father went out for cigarettes, Matty was finishing first grade. He found a book of chess problems Jimmy had kept in a bureau. It was a major discovery, and he worked his way through the book and sat in front of the board, squares and pieces, pushing wood. His brother used to walk into the room and knock the pieces off the board and walk out of the room without a word. Matty picked up the pieces and set them on the board exactly as positioned earlier. He'd studied Black's defense. His brother would walk into the room, knock the pieces off the board, and walk out again. "Your mother petitioned me, but you were a problem," Bronzini said. "I needed help to deal with you." "Hard to handle?" "Volatile, yes, and very quick to dismiss my advice. Of course, you saw things I did not. You had remarkable skills and insights. It was exhilarating for me, but also humbling. I lacked the deep feel of a master player. As a team, we were maybe a little shaky, but we managed to last a few years. We tasted a little glory, Albert. I can tell you, I don't like that little boy. I don't like thinking about him. I study theory now and then. I read a little in the history of the game, the personality of the game. This is a game of enormous hostility." "I came to hate the language," Matt said. "You crush your opponent. It's not a question of win or lose. You crush him. You annihilate him. You strip him of dignity, manhood, womanhood. You destroy him. You expose him publicly as an inferior being. And then you gloat in his face. All the things that gave me such naked pleasure, I began to hate." "Because you began to lose," Albert said. It was true, of course, and Matt laughed. All that concentrated power, the implosive life of the board, black and white, the autocratic beauty of winning. What a chestful of undisguisable pride. He defeated men, boys, the old and wise, the vigorous and quick, the bohemian cafe poets, friendly and smelly. But then at 10 or 11, he saw his edge begin to muddy, and he took some losses, suffered consistent reversals that made him sick and limp. "The competition changed. We found better opponents for you to play." "And I slowed down." "Your development hit a wall. Not a wall, but it no longer grew exponentially." Matt looked out at the playground, surprised at the desolation. The basketball court potholed and empty, only one backboard still standing.
Directly below him, the old bocce court, grown over with weeds. Everything empty. Up on the second level, the softball field empty and tar-hot. A heavy, sweltery indolence. The dark surface flashing with broken glass. 2 or 3 men, he sees them now, standing out near the left field fence, sort of mortally posed like figures in spaghetti westerns. Lean, nameless, unshaved. He didn't think they were acquainted with the language of life expectancy. He said, "I've been walking around. It's a complicated thing. I find myself trying to resist the standard response." "You don't want to be shocked. You're reluctant to blame anyone. But you went to the old streets?" "Yes. You saw your building. The squalor around it. The empty lot with a razor wire." "Yes." "The men. Who are they, standing around doing nothing? Poor people. They're very shocking." "Yes, they are," Matt said. "And these were your streets? It's a curious rite of passage, isn't it? Visit the old places. First you wonder how you lived so uncomplainingly in such cramped circumstances. The streets are narrower, the buildings smaller than you ever remembered. It's like coming back to Lilliput. And think of the rooms. Think of the tiny bathrooms shared by the family, by the grandparents, by the uncle who's slightly upats. And what else do you see? These people that you barely glance at. How can you see them clearly? You can't." "No, I can't." "And you want to ask me why I'm still here? I see your mother in the market and we talk about this. We want nothing to do with this business of mourning the old streets. We've made our choice. We complain, but we don't mourn. We don't grieve. There are things here, people who show the highest human qualities, outside all notice, because who comes here to see? And I'm too rooted to leave. Speaking only for myself, I'm too rooted, too narrow. My mind is open to absolutely anything, but my life is not. I don't want to adjust. I'm an old Roman Stoic. But then, I was always too old, too narrow. Clara used to attack me on the subject. Not attack me, chide me, urge me to see things differently." "Do you talk to her at all?" "No. Go to Arthur Avenue, Matty. Look at the shops and the people shopping and the people weighing the fish and cutting the meat. This'll restore your spirits. I took your mother into the pork store the other day to show her the ceiling. Hundreds of hanging salamis. Such bounty and fullness. A place teeming with smells and textures. The ceiling covered completely. I said, 'Rosemary, look. A Gothic cathedral of pork.'" They shook hands at the door. "You used to wear glasses, Albert." "I didn't absolutely need them. I needed them a little. They were part of my schoolteacher's paraphernalia, my accoutrement. Take the elevator." "It's not working."
"It's not working. I guess you'll have to walk. But don't tarry," Bronzini said, eyes bright. "There are dangers in the woods." Matt went shopping for dinner, and then headed back to his mother's building, walking directly toward the western end of the zoo. Out over the trees he saw the residue of a jet contrail, the vapor losing its shape, beginning to spread and rib out. And he thought of the desert, of course, the weapons range and fly paths, and the way the condensation in the sky was the only sign of human endeavor as far as he could see. A city boy out camping, taking his soul struggle to the back country, and the Mach 2 booms came sky-clapping down, and the vapor formed an ice trail in the heavens. They were showing the tape again. The TV set was on in the empty room, and they had the tape going. They had the victim at the wheel, the random man, and the medium Dodge alive again in sunlight. They were running it one more time. Matt came in, surprised to find the TV on, and he sat on the footstool near the screen. When it was running, he could not turn away from it. When it wasn't running, he never thought about it. Then he'd get online at the supermarket back home, and there it was again on the monitors they'd installed to keep shoppers occupied at the checkout. 9 monitors, 10 monitors, all showing the tape. But this time, something was different.
There was a voiceover, barely audible, and he looked around for the remote control device. He hit the button a couple of times and the voice came up, and it had something in it that matched the tape. The voice was naked the way the tape was naked. A man's voice, flat and stripped, saying something about the weather. A set of words appeared, superimposed across the bottom of the tape. Live call-in voice of Texas highway killer. The voice was asking about the weather in Atlanta. They cut from the videotape to a live shot of a face above a desk, a woman with red hair and amazing green eyes. The anchor woman. The anchor woman was telling the caller that the weather desk said rain. Then she said, "And clearly this is not a true voice we are hearing over the phone lines. This is a manipulated voice, an altered voice." And the voice said, "Well, it is a device that disguises the sound. It is a device that's a little more than 3 inches by 2 inches, and you fit it to the talk part of the telephone, and it makes the sound hard to identify as an individual." Then she said, "Just to recap, we are taking a call from an individual who identifies himself as the Texas highway killer. He has given us information known only to the real killer and to the authorities, and we have checked this information with the authorities in order to verify the caller's credentials." Then she said something to the caller about his reason for calling. Matt looked at her, half mesmerized. Those eyes were in amazement, like offshore green you see from an airplane. The voice said, "Why I'm calling is to set the record straight. People write things and say things on air that I don't know from day one where they're coming from. I feel like my situation has been twisted in with the profiles of 100 other individuals in the crime computer. I keep hearing about low self-esteem. They keep harping about this. Use your own judgment, Sue-Ann. How does an individual with this kind of proven accuracy, where he hits targets in moving vehicles, where he's driving with one hand and firing a hand weapon with the other, and he's not supposed to be aware of his personal skills?" The anchorwoman looked into the camera. She had no choice, of course. The camera was on her, not on the caller. She was a live body, and he was just a voice. Or not a voice, the odd sound, the devoicing, with contour and modulation strained out. Electronically toned, but not without a human quality, Matt thought, a trace of Jerkwater's swerve. The struggle to speak, the bare insides of the simplest utterance. The anchorwoman listened. "I keep hearing about history of head trauma, whereby an individual, can't control their behavior." They cut to the tape again. It showed the man at the wheel of the medium Dodge. "Let's set the record straight. I did not grow up with head trauma. I had a healthy, basically, type childhood." The car approaches briefly, then falls back. "Why are you doing it?" "Say what?" "Why are you committing these murders?" "Let's just say it's a nice seasonal day where I'm located here, with scattered clouds, and if that's a hint to my location, then take it as a hint. And if this is all a game, then take it as a game." On the screen, the man at the wheel does his little wave, the friendly, understated wave to the camera, and the future and all the watching world, his hand wagging stiffly from the top of the wheel. "You are aware, are you not, that one of these crimes is said to have been the work of a copycat killer? Can you comment on that for us?" Now here is where he gets it. Matt couldn't look at the tape without wanting to call out to Janet, "Hurry up, Janet, here it comes." Getting her mad. Mad at the tape and mad at him. And the more often they showed it, the more sing-song he put in his voice. "Hurry up, here it comes." An anxious joke. A joke in somebody else's voice, not meant to be funny. Janet swore at him and said enough. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. "Let's just say, okay, the police have their job, and I have mine." The eeriness of the car that keeps on coming after the driver is shot. It approaches briefly, then falls back. Which the correct term for this is not sniper, by the way. This is not an individual with a rifle working more or less long range. You're mobile here. You're moving. You want to get as close to the situation as humanly possible without bringing the two vehicles into contact, whereby a paint mark might result. The car is drifting toward the guardrail now. The odd sound of the caller's voice leveled out, with faint tremors at the edges, odd little electronic storms, like someone trying to make a human utterance out of itemized data. They cut to the face above the desk, the anchorwoman live. Her elbows rested on the desk now, hands tucked together beneath her chin. Matt wondered what this meant. Every shift of position meant a change in the state of the news. The green eyes peered from the screen, and the altered voice went on, talking in that flat graft way. He was actually chatting now, confident, getting the feel of the medium, the format. And the anchorwoman listened because she had no choice, and everybody watched her as she listened. They were watching her in Murmansk, in a fog. The voice said, "I hope this talk has been conducive to understand the situation better. For me to request that I would only talk to Sue Ann Corcoran, one-on-one, that was intentional on my part. I saw the interview you did where you stated you'd like to keep your career, ongoing, while you hopefully raise a family. And I feel like this is the thing whereby the superstation has the responsibility to keep the position open, okay? Because an individual should not be penalized for lifestyle-type choices." They began to run the tape again. It showed the man at the wheel of the medium Dodge. When his mother came in, he was scouring a frying pan with a short-handled brush. She stood there and looked at him. "You'll wear it out," she said. "I did this in the Army. I liked doing it. It was the best thing about the Army." "That was a long time ago. Besides, the pan is already clean. Whatever you think you're doing, you're not getting the pan any cleaner." "The TV was on when I walked in," he said. "You normally leave the TV on?" "Not normally. But if you say it was on, I guess it was on. Abnormally." "I always thought you were careful." "I'm pretty careful. I'm not a fanatic," she said. "You're wearing out the steel. You'll clean right through it." He made dinner for them, and they kept a fan going because the air conditioner seemed to be running at half strength. "I walked over there today. Quite a few buildings are gone. Nothing in their place. Parking lots without cars. Very strange to see this. There's a skyline suddenly." "I don't go over there," Rosemary said. "Good, don't. I don't like to go. I looked at 611. I don't want to see it." "No, you don't. Eat your asparagus," he said. He heard thunder in the west, the promise of rain on stifling nights, one of the primitive memories. "I caught Nick just before he left the hotel. Told him the doctor said you were in great shape." "Don't get carried away. They'll send me printouts of all the tests." "Does he ever say anything to you? Nick? Does he ever say anything?" "No. Not to me either." "He erased it," Matt said. "I guess what else could he do?" "What else could he do?" "I don't know," she said. They ate quietly for a while. Two of the cats came out of the bedroom. They slipped past the chairs like liquid fur. "I went to see Mr. Bronzini." "Albert. He's the last rose of summer. I told him last time I saw him, see a barber. He goes out in his house slippers, I said to him. He lost weight. What did I say? You're turning into an old eccentric." They finished eating, and Matt went into the kitchen and got the fruit he'd bought. Huge ruby grapes that did not have the seeds bred out of them, and peaches with leafy stems. "What time do you want me to wake you up?" "Don't bother," he said. "What time is your plane?" "When I get there." "You have your ticket all set?" "I'm taking the shuttle." "The shuttle? I don't need a ticket. What's the shuttle?" "I go to the airport, I get on the plane, and we go to Boston. Unless I get on the wrong plane, then we go to Washington." "Where was I when they stopped using tickets?" "I pay on the plane." "What if all the seats are taken?" "I get the next plane. It's the shuttle. One plane goes, there's another waiting." "Where was I when they did this? The shuttle. Everybody knows this but me." He waited for her to say something about the enormous grapes bunched in the ceramic bowl, or to eat one, rinsed and glistening. "What about Arizona?" "What about it?" she said. "I don't know. What about it?" The last cat came out of the bedroom, the shy white one,
and Matt scooped it onto his thigh. Scrubbing pots and pans. That was the best part of basic training, he said, because it was the most civilian part. I don't know how many nights I stayed awake when they sent you over. How many letters did I write saying I was nowhere near the combat zone? You were in the country that was near enough for me. The country's not that small. If they fired a shot in Khe Sanh, I wasn't about to get hit wherever I was sitting, comfortably indoors, doing my drudge work. You were luckier than a lot of others. You sure you don't want to go? I'm staying here, she said. They sat there with the fruit between them. He heard rain glancing off the windows, sounding cool and fresh, and he looked at his mother. She didn't see peaches with leafy stems as works of art. I'm going to early mass. Say hello to God for me. I'll have coffee waiting when you get back. He erased it, she said, because what else was he supposed to do? She said good night and went inside. The cats vanished while he made up the sofa. Nick was always the subject, ultimately. Every subject, ground down and sifted through, yielded a little Nicky, or a version of the distant adult, or the adolescent half-lout looking to hit someone. These were the terms of the kinship. He lay in the dark and listened to the rain. He felt little. He felt small and lost. His wife was little. He had undersized kids. They did nothing in the world that would ever be noticed. They were innocent. There was a curse of innocence that he carried with him. Against his brother, against the stature of danger and rage, he could only pose the fact of his secondness, his meek freedom from guilt. There was a noise near the door. He didn't move for a moment. He lay there listening. The rain hit hard now, splashy, rattling the window. He heard the noise again and got up. He put on his glasses and looked through the peephole. He edged the door slowly open. He looked into the hallway, long and prison-lit, left and right, rows of closed doors, all blank and still. And he was a grown man in his mother's house, afraid of noises in the hall. Chapter 7. How deep is time? How far down into the life of matter do we have to go before we understand what time is? The old science teacher, Bronzini, moved through the snow, slogging, dragging happily, head down, his cigar box tucked under his arm, the scissors, the combs, the electric clipper to do the nape of Eddie's neck. We head out into space. We brave space, line up the launch window and blast off. We swing around the planet in a song. But time binds us to aging flesh. Not that he minded growing old, but as a point of argument, in theory only, he wondered what we'd learn by going deeper into structures beneath the standard model. Down under the quantum, a million billion times smaller than the old Greek atom. The snow came down. Enormous star-tipped flakes, feathery wet on his lashes, stuck and gone. And he raised his head to see parked cars, humped and stunned. Nothing moving in the streets. Snow on the back of his hand. Touches flesh and disappears. He climbed the stairs to Eddie's apartment and rang the bell. No ding or buzz, no sawtooth whine. He knocked on the metal sheath that covered the door and heard Mercedes approach in her slappy shoes. She opened up, calling back to Eddie, "You'll never guess who is it." Bronzini handed her the cigar box. Garcia Vega. Fine cigars since 1882. He took off his check cap and gave it to her. He got out of the old belted greatcoat he'd bought cheap at freight liquidation, where you go for factory discounts, for irregular suits and dresses, cardigans hijacked by mistake. They thought they were getting cigarettes. He gave her the coat. He wiggled his hands to show no gloves. Then he bent to unbuckle his galoshes, stepping out of them half dizzy from the bending. "Eddie, look. He wears slippers under his boots. The man is undescribable." He embraced the woman and the coat, and then moved into the living room, rubbing his hands like a man treading across a Persian rug toward a birch fire and a snifter of rare brandy. Eddie sat there smiling. The real Eddie Robles, who lived inside the imposter, inside the haunted likeness, arthritic, emphysemic, with ulcerated veins in his legs, retired, more or less, from everything. "I woke up this morning and I knew it," Bronzini said. "You knew it. Time for Eddie's haircut." "In a blizzard? You woke up but you didn't look out the window?" "It's a gentle snowfall, old-fashioned. You should go walking." "Walking?" Eddie said. "You have any idea what you're saying? Sit down, you're making me nervous." "I can't give you a haircut sitting down. Where are my tools of the trade?" "I should give you. You're the one who needs his haircut. You should carry a violin, Albert." "You don't want to play chess with me anymore. There's no one left in the world I can defeat in chess. Trounce. I can trounce the way I trounce you. So you have to submit to the barber's moves." "It's a beautiful snowfall from out of the past. Incidentally, Mercedes, where is she? Your doorbell's not working." They sat drinking hot chocolate. What Albert wanted was a shot of hooch from an imported bottle. He imagined the warm, wincing sting of a trickle of scotch. Durable, that was the beauty of the thing. It hit you so it lasted. The chairman scotched rumors of a takeover. A wedge you stick behind a wheel to keep a vehicle from rolling. That's a scotch. So was a line drawn on the ground, as in hopscotch, he thought. "Doorbell? Only the doorbell?" Mercedes said. "The elevator, of course. But we know about the elevator." "You know about the plaster?" she said. "I put newspapers in the cracks. Someday they find this place and they know exactly when the trouble started. From the newspapers." "Let the man live," Eddie said. "Talk about something else." "My own elevator. This is a problem," Bronzini said. "Periodic breakdowns." "4 flights? 5 flights." "Let the man live," Eddie said. 5 flights with his heart?" "Talk about something else." Mercedes was heavy, disposed to gesture, swaying in the chair, hands sweeping, but ably taking care of feeble Eddie, the imposter, the aching and stiff-jointed and gasping man. The old Eddie of the subways was a robust guy, selling tokens from a booth in that cinema dimness of bad air and sprocketing trains, immune to the hell rattle of the express. And she tended him now with expert love, with knowledge and command. And when she got mad at something, it made Albert want to hide, because he was a coward of blunt emotion. Things met head-on and direct. "They put up the barbed wire to save us from drug dealers. But what about the water when it rains? Comes right in. I don't want to see winter end. I'd rather be cold. I'd rather jam newspapers in the cracks, because when the snow melts—" "The man is happy. Let him live," Eddie said. She got a kitchen chair for Eddie to sit on. She got the cigar box and put it on the table and opened it. She went away and came back with a bath towel, which she placed over her husband's upper body and then spread down around his knees. She fastened the 2 upper corners at the back of his neck loosely, and then she looked across at Albert, who shared her satisfaction with all the collateral matters, the stir of preparations, crucial to the business of the haircut. Albert took the implements out of the cigar box. He set them on the table a couple of inches apart. The short black rubberized comb, tapered for sideburns. The tortoise-shell comb with a handle and 3 missing teeth, called a rake comb. The beautiful pair of scissors, made in Italy, a family possession for generations, one of those things that turns up among the effects of the deceased, suddenly seen anew, an everyday treasure. Filigreed shanks, and a spur attached to one loop, a curved projection to support the middle finger. You put your index finger in the loop and rest the middle finger against the suitably shaped appendage. What else? The shaving brush. Not needed. The nose scissors. Let him do his own nose. The electric clipper, heavy and black. Elk Grove, Illinois. Blade still a little wispy with Eddie's shorn hair of 6 weeks ago. What else? Tube of lubricating oil for clipper. 5-and-dime whisk broom, soft-bristled. He had no idea how to cut hair. He'd done Eddie's hair a number of times, but hadn't worked out a method. He paused often to study the effect, snipping, stepping back. Mercedes didn't stay around to watch. Working slowly, snipping. The idea was to get the hair off the guy's head and onto the floor. Mercedes didn't seem to think this was a thing she had to see. "They have a new thing, maybe you heard," Eddie said, "called space burials. I like it already. They send your ashes into space." "Sign me up," Bronzini said. "They have orbits you can select. There's an orbit around the equator. This is one orbit. The Earth turns and you turn. Not you, your ashes." "Is there a waiting list?" "There's a waiting list. I saw it on the news. Plus the premium shot. This is way out there. Deep space. Way out. You and the stars. But you don't go up alone. You go up with about 700 other ashes in the same shot. Humans and their pets. You call the company, they'll put you on the list." "What if you're already dead?" "So your children call. Your lawyer calls. The important thing is, how much do your ashes weigh? Because this is costing you. Guess." "I can't guess." "Guess," Eddie said. "You have to tell me." $10,000 a pound. Eddie worked this line with a finality that had a grim pleasure in it. "A pound? What do we weigh in ashes when we're dead?" Albert said. "I think it sounds reasonable myself." "You think it sounds reasonable? Then you ruin my story." "A pound of ashes, Eddie. That could be a whole family. For burial in space, preserved forever." "You ruin my story," he said. Albert used the rake comb, working the top of his friend's head. He combed in sweeping motions, letting the hair settle, then combing again. He loved this work. He used the scissors sparingly up here because a mistake might show. He moved the comb softly through Eddie's thinning hair. He lifted the hair, then let it fall. Mercedes played the radio in the kitchen, making dinner, or maybe lunch. Albert was vague lately on the subject of time. A heartbeat, a wrist pulse, a tapping foot. This was discernible time. He lifted the hair, then let it fall. "You missed the booth, Eddie?" "I liked my job." "I know you did. All those years and never once. They never robbed you." "Never even tried," he said. That's the genius of New York. Eddie Robles with a miniature chess set, practicing moves at 2 a.m. in his token booth. And don't think people didn't pop their faces in the slot and challenge him to a game. And don't think he didn't play them, because he did, behind 5 layers of bulletproof glass with trains blowing by in the night. "I never thought today's the day they robbed me. I never had this thought, and it never happened. I had a woman vomit in the slot. My worst incident, personally. I never thought what I would do if they tried to rob me. I had the psychology, you plan for it, then it happens. She puts her hands on the ledge, and out it comes. Middle of the night? Just her and me. You have to vomit, why can't you do it on the tracks? Her and me, alone in the station, she comes right over like the coin slot they intended, just for this." He plugged in the clipper and did the back of Eddie's neck. He went down under the towel and the shirt collar and did the hair that grew up from the shoulders. He cleared the neck completely and dusted with the brush and asked Mercedes for some talcum powder, which was the one thing he didn't have in the cigar box, and he made a mental note to resupply for next time. Space burial. He thought of the contrails on that blue day out over the ocean. 2 years ago, if that's when it was. How the boosters sailed apart and hung the terrible letter Y in the still air. The vapors stayed intact for some time, the astronauts fallen to sea, but also still up there, graved in frozen smoke. And he lay awake in the night and saw that deep Atlantic sky, and thought this death was soaring and clean, an exalted thing, a passing of the troubled body into vapor and flame, out above the world, monogrammed, the why of dying young. He wasn't sure people wanted to see this, willing to see the system's failure and the human suffering. But the beauty, the high faith of space, how could such qualities be linked to death? 7 men and women, their beauty and ours, revealed in a failed mission, as we haven't seen it in 100 triumphs. Apotheosis. Yes, they were God-statured, transformed in those Swanee streaks into the only sort of gods he cared to acknowledge, poetic and fleeting. He found this experience even more profound than the first moonwalk. That was stirring, but also a little walkie-talkie, with ghosted action, movements that looked computerized. And he could never completely dismiss the suspicions of the paranoid elite, the old grizzled Gurkhas of the Corps, that the whole thing had been staged on a ranch outside Las Vegas. In the spring, they were still there, Albert and Laura. How was it possible his sister had not fallen into some calamitous illness? You sit there, you let your body go weak and slack. You don't walk, you don't see people or mingle, or feel the blood flow of inquisitive interest. But he was grateful for her presence. There had always been a woman close to him. One woman, at least. A woman or a girl, sharing the bathroom, the kitchen, long ago the bed. He needed this company. Women and their pride of time, their vigorous sense of the future. He married a Jew and loved her. But Clara's future did not include him. He took care of his mother, a Catholic of the old eloquence, wearing a scapular, blessing herself and touching her thumb knuckle to her lips, and he loved her and watched her die. He raised his daughter to make her own fate, to be a worthy individual outside compliance with religious rites, and he loved her. She lives in Vermont now, very much. And his sister, drifting in and out of the past, but knowing him always in uncanny ways, seeing straight into his unadorned heart. And he loved her, for all the stammered reasons you love a sister, and because she'd narrowed her life to a few remarks that he found moving. He had a portable phonograph, sleek-seeming once, advanced design. Now looked drab and squat, but still played music after all these years. He found the record he was looking for and polished the vinyl with a treated cloth and placed it host-like on the spindle. Saint-Saëns, piano works, gentle and pensive, a change of pace from the gorgeous torment of Bronzini's operas, the tabloid sensation that shatters teacups. He turned to make sure Laura was here, shapeless in the armchair, head resting against the hand-knit antimacassar, face lifted to the chords. He clicked the dial and watched the tone arm rise and the record descend, a jerky downslide to the turntable. Then the tone arm shifted laterally, and the disc began to spin, and this series of laboriously linked actions with their noises and pauses and teeterings, their dim-wit delays, seemed to place him in some lost mechanical age with the pendulum clock and hand-cranked motor car. The needle slurred some notes, but he was used to that. He sat at the edge of the room where he could feel the kitchen sun and look at Laura's face. The music joined them edgewise. He believed he could enter her reverie. He could know her, almost know her, feel her innocence through the music, know the girl again, the spinsterly 12-year-old who walked behind her parents in the street. He could see her in the face of the somber older sister. She was almost there, the girl, in the pouches and moles and smoky hair. There was a brief moment in one of the pieces, after passage-work of mellow recollection, when something dark seemed to enter, the soloist's left hand urging the tempo, and it made her raise an arm, slowly, a gesture of half-shock, thoughtful and fraught. She'd heard a boding in the bass notes that startled her. And this was the other thing they shared, the sadness and clarity of time. Time mourned in the music. How the sound,
The shaped vibrations made by hammers striking wire strings made them feel an odd sorrow, not for particular things, but for time itself. The material feel of a year or an age. The textures of unmeasured time that were lost to them now. And she turned away, looking past her lifted hand into some transparent thing he thought he could call her life. "You have to tell me, Albert, when you're going out, so I know." "I did tell you." "You never tell me." "I do tell you." "I don't know if you forget, or what's the reason." "I will tell you." "If you tell me, then I know." "I will tell you. I will be sure to tell you." "But I forget, don't I?" "Sometimes, yes." "You tell me, and I forget." "Sometimes. It's not important." "But you have to tell me." I will tell you." "So this way, I know," she said. He took his coffee black, with a stab of rye in the morning, a nip, a pin drop. And with anisette in the afternoon or early evening, a shot, a jolt of the licorice sap. And maybe a beady tongue taste of rye again before retiring. Without coffee this time. Medically forbidden, of course, but just a driblet. A measured snort. The briefest swig in the history of guilty drinking. "You have to tell me so I know." "I will tell you, I promise." "This way I know." "This way you know." "If you tell me, then I know." "That's right." "That's right, isn't it?" "Yes, that's right." "But you have to tell me. It's the only way I know." He cleaned the kitchen windowsill. Dust, hair, fly heads, flakes of plaster. Stony little spalls. When they made dinner together, she hit Albert's hand every time he got in the way. A jurisdictional tap on the back of the hand. He set his 3 pills next to his plate on the table, lined up for consumption. His heart pill, his fart pill, and his liver pill. He spent more time indoors when there were people in the halls. He'd seen a hypodermic syringe on the second-story landing, and now there were people in the halls, busy and inert at the same time. Busy inside their eyes, but also body dead, barely able to drag a hand through the air. When it stops raining, he thought, they'll go to the playground or empty lots. And the elevator was stuck between floors, so he was better off not leaving the apartment anyway, because it was not a good idea for him to be climbing stairs. He slipped her glasses off her face and cleaned them with a tissue and put them back. And when he went out, they were on the front stoop, muttering something that sounded like Wall Street. And Albert finally surmised this was a brand of heroin for sale. Wall Street, Wall Street. And he could hear them in the halls, strangers in the building, breathing in and out. He told her he was calling his daughter Teresa long distance. He announced every phone call to keep Laura involved, including weather and time, and because he liked to make announcements. His daughter ran a child care center in a small city and had expenses and 2 children of her own, and a lapsed husband trying to start a new career, and Albert sent her a little money now and then out of his teacher's pension. A long-distance call was an act of pre-deliberation that filled a span in his mind much more extended than the length of the call. He planned an evening around it, waiting for the hour of the rate change, and then placing a chair by the telephone and working the numbers carefully, his face down in the rotary dial. He heard them breathing in the halls, and knew he had food for 2 days easy. And when the milk went sour, he could open a can of peaches and dump the fruit and syrupy juice on the breakfast cereal. Clingstone, flesh that clings to the pit, to the stone, as with a peach. He heard them late at night, and he knew he could stretch the chopped meat, bulk up the tomato soup with macaroni. And they didn't live in the building, and would find another place. When his daughter answered the phone, he looked across the room to Laura and nodded. Contact made. The century of progress marches on. Apples and cheese. They had apples and cheese. That was a meal in itself. He was taking a book back to the library. Another spring or early summer, a mild-hearted day, and he saw a familiar figure crossing the street and going toward the convent that was part of the Catholic grammar school. Anciently familiar, a figure from the land of the past. He hadn't realized she was still alive. Sister Edgar. How remarkable. The same blade face and bony hands, hurrying, a spare frame shaped by rustling garments. She wore the traditional habit, with long black veil and white wimple, and the starched cloth piece over the neck and shoulders, an iron crucifix swinging from her waist. She might have been a detail lifted from a painting by some 16th century master. He watched her open the convent door and disappear. This was a nun who'd been notorious for the terror she spread among the children, 5th graders or 6th graders. Beatings, vituperations, keep them after school, send them out to clap erasers in a rainstorm. He'd never exchanged a word with Sister Edgar, but felt half an urge to knock on the convent door and speak to her now. Find out who she was after all these years. He'd been proud to teach in a public school. Never mind the lax discipline. He worked among humane colleagues and heard stories about this nun and her routine cruelties. He walked with a cane now, and it gave him a feeling of professor emeritus. At the local library, named after Enrico Fermi, there was a photograph on the wall showing the scientist with an early model of the first atomic bomb. Years ago, Albert used to entertain the idea of certain affinities between himself and the great Fermi. Illness in early childhood, marriage to a Jewish woman, science itself, of course, cultural heritage, the allowable flush of Italian pride, only not so rousing in this case, attached to such destruction. The library was a movie house then, known to neighborhood kids as the dumps for its sour odors and unswept debris. Let's not forget how some things get better, he thought. Books now, the hush of decimaled stacks. He walked to the social club, where he played cards sometimes, less than he used to, and took an occasional glass of wine. Some pictures on the wall, old days, fishmongers in aprons and caps, waiters outside a restaurant with sharply parted hair, dignified by time. He heard the church bell at Mount Carmel, half a block away, and poured himself a glass of red. He sat alone at a formica table and studied the legs of the wine, the trickles of swirled liquid that run down the inside of the glass and tell you how much body the wine has. This wine had legs. It was all legs. It had the legs of a sumo wrestler. The videotape was running on the TV set in the corner. He'd seen the tape only once before, right here, and knew that they would keep running it until everyone on the planet had seen it. And when they started running it again after an interval of not running it, he knew it meant the shooter had shot someone else, someone new. And because there was no film or tape of the new shooting, they had to show the old tape, the only tape, and they would show it to the ends of the earth. Steve came over. Silvera, one of the Silvera brothers. He wore a suit and drove a hearse. Albert always asked, "Who died?" "You drink that wine?" "I tried talking to it, but that didn't work," Albert said. "Sit down and join me." "I got a funeral." "Who died?" "What's his name, from the fish market." "Bury or cremate?" "They put him on a wall nowadays. It's a popular thing." "Encrypted," Albert said with satisfaction. When the church bell rang again, Steve hurried out. Albert could lean a bit and see the other drivers and pallbearers put out their cigarettes and start up the steps. It was nearly time for them to carry out the coffin. Another fishmonger. One more photograph that will seem decades hence to be an emblem of a certain stately innocence, some old, lost, sweet-tasting time. How memory conspires with objects of human craft, pressing time flat, inciting a tender reminiscence. Later he went into the empty church and sat in the last row to spend a moment alone with Eddie Robles. A pigeon flew across the transept and landed on the edge of a swivel window near a bank of candles. He admired this old church,
Corinthian columns and niched saints, lighted candles in rosy glass containers. The neighborhood changes, the church remains the same. In the days that followed Eddie's Mass, he began to see again how the loss of a friend, how any loss, was an aspect of Clara's departure, repeating the impact, the devastation. The pigeon was aloft again, fluttering up near the dome. He thought he recalled that the Holy Ghost took form as a dove, was it? Every ghost is holy, he supposed, but you'll have to point one out to me before I genuflect. Still, he liked to sit here alone, brood and mourn amid the architectural details, the faith of stone and wood, pigments mixed in glass. When Clara left him, it turned something loose. A rant, an unworded voice that incited feelings so varied and confused and bled together, so resistant to separation and scrutiny, that he felt helpless in its surge. It was a hindrance to living. It made him distrust the man he was supposed to be, soft-spoken, well-spoken, gently reflective. Oh, that bitch! And how unworthy of him to think of her that way. It was his sister, eventually, who kept him from despair. Another kind of voice, a woman marooned in introversion, only oddly loving. He needed to walk, shake his muscles loose, and he went out into the street. Yes, people talking, eating, the loyal shoppers. They came from other boroughs, other counties. The double-parked cars, the coronary throb of the immediate streets still palpable. He walked west across Arthur Avenue and then edged warily north, an old route lately forsworn, toward the high school where he'd taught for 30 years. Eddie dead, Mercedes in Puerto Rico now. Stop walking and you die. When he entered a street behind the high school, he was surprised to see it was closed to traffic. A play street, the pavement marked with painted game grids, with the numbered spaces of hopscotch and skelly, bases for slapball, and Albert was delighted. He'd thought this old custom of closing off streets for children's games was long dead, decades dead, a mind relic of life not yet dominated by cars and trucks. He stopped and watched the kids play, holding his cane across his waist as if gripping a stadium rail. Small children, slim and quick, Jamaican cadence in some of the voices, and a girl with mottled skin, maybe Malaysian or South Indian, he was only guessing, who jumped the hopscotch boxes with a measured deftness, doing a mid-air whirl so economical her hair was barely ruffled. Bronze skin that went darker and lighter, olive drab beneath the eyes. He wanted to stop her in mid-jump, stop everything for half a second. Atomic clocks, body clocks, the micro-world in which physicists search for time, and then run it backwards. Unjump the girl. Rewind the life. Give us all a chance to do it over. He recalled the word for do it over, a word that kids used to shout during a game interrupted by a rare passing car or a lady crossing the street with a baby carriage. Indu, someone cried. Indu, or Hindu, he wasn't completely sure. The Indian girl in sneakers and jeans. Cheeky Chose always goes. That's what the kid said when he got a second chance and did the same thing he'd done before the interruption. Hit a homer, kicked the can, shot a marble on target through the gutter dust. Cheeky Chose always goes. He saw a vendor selling sugarcane from an open-sided van, mangoes in wooden crates and tall canes sheaved with twine. Some things get better, Albert thought. A library, a play street. Prods to his optimism, block by block. But what does do it over mean? He didn't want to lose his soul over compromises, second chances that turned him inside out. And anyway, we don't depend on time, finally. There is a balance, a kind of standoff between the time continuum and the human entity, our frail bundle of soma and psyche. We eventually succumb to time, it's true, but time depends on us. We carry it in our muscles and genes, pass it on to the next set of time-factoring creatures. Our brown-eyed daughters and jug-eared sons? Or how would the world keep going? Never mind the time theorists, the cesium devices that measure the life and death of the smallest silvery trillionth of a second. He thought that we were the only crucial clocks, our minds and bodies, way stations for the distribution of time. Think about it, Einstein, my fellow Albert. He walked around to the front of the high school, tempted to go up on the portico and talk to the boys and girls standing there, but no, they didn't know him and didn't care. Then why come here? The old squat pile of limestone and brick held his teacherly corpus. A million words spun into tepid air. And there was no reason to think he'd need to pass this way again. One documentary look to freeze the scene. He made a circuit of the block and headed home. In one of the bare streets, he came across a large stray dog that looked diseased, all ribs and flecked slaver, and he sidled away from it. In a culture of guard dogs, there are always a few that fall from grace and end up haunting the streets. The trick is to skirt the animal without publishing your fear. Festina lenti. Make haste slowly. He cleaned the windowsills with a damp rag. Fly wings, fly parts, the crumpled husks of glassy green beetles. He had his teacher's pension and a small tax-deferred annuity, and an old passbook with interest posted in cozy, broken type. Seasons ran together. The years were a stunned blur, like time in books. Time passes in books in the span of a sentence, many months and years. Write a word, leap a decade. Not so different out here, at his age, in the unmargined world. He put a record on the turntable and Laura sat in the chair, seeming not to hear the music so much as see it. Bread was dependable. Bread with nearly every meal. Bread fresh from the brick ovens. He kept library books stacked by the bread box so he would be sure to return them by the due date. Are we moving, Albert? No, we're not going anywhere. Someone told me. I don't remember. We're moving. Maybe we'll go see Teresa again. We'll take the bus. It's a beautiful ride. That's the only move we're making. Did you tell me you were going out? You like the ride, Vermont. We'll go when the leaves turn. You like it then. Albert? What? If you tell me, then I know. Seasons and years. Laura read a soap opera digest to keep track of TV characters, even though the TV had gone on the blink so long ago it was another life. Oatmeal bubbled on the stove. He came along and took her glasses off and cleaned them with a tissue, then placed them on her face again. Chapter 8. The old nun rose at dawn, feeling pain in every joint. She'd been rising at dawn since her days as a postulant, kneeling on hardwood floors to pray. First, she raised the shade. That's creation out there. Little green apples and infectious disease. Then she knelt in the folds of the white nightgown, fabric endlessly laundered, beaten with swirled soap, left gristled and stiff. Sister Alma Edgar. And the body beneath, the spindly thing she carried through the world, chalk pale mostly, and speckled hands with high veins, and cropped hair that was fine and flaxy gray, and her blue steel eyes. Many a boy and girl of old saw those peepers in their dreams. She made the sign of the cross, murmuring the congruous words, Amen, an olden word, back to Greek and Hebrew. Verily, the most familiar of everyday prayers, yet carrying 3 years' indulgence, 7 if you dip your hand in holy water before you mark the body. Prayer is a practical strategy, the gaining of temporal advantage in the capital markets of sin and remission. She said a morning offering and got to her feet. At the sink, she scrubbed her hands repeatedly with coarse brown soap.
How can the hands be clean if the soap is not? This question was insistent in her life. But if you clean the soap with bleach, what do you clean the bleach bottle with? If you use scouring powder on the bleach bottle, how do you clean the box of Ajax? Germs have personalities. Different objects harbor threats of various insidious types, and the questions turn inward forever. An hour later, she was in her veil and habit, sitting in the passenger seat of a black van that was headed south out of the school district and down past the monster concrete expressway into the lost streets, a squander of burnt-out buildings and unclaimed souls. Grace Fahey was at the wheel, a young nun in secular dress. All the nuns at the convent wore plain blouses and skirts except for Sister Edgar, who had permission from the mother house to fit herself out in the old things with the arcane names, the wimple, the cincture, and gimp. She knew there were stories about her past, how she used to twirl the big beaded rosary and crack students across the mouth with the iron crucifix. Things were simpler then. Clothing was layered, life was not. But Edgar stopped hitting kids years ago, even before she grew too old to teach, when the neighborhood changed, and the faces of her students became darker. All the righteous fury went out of her soul. How could she strike a child who was not like her? "The old jalop needs a tune-up," Gracie said. "Hear that noise?" "Ask Ismail to take a look." "Coo, coo, coo, coo." "He's the expert." "I can do it myself. I just need the right tools." "I don't hear anything," Edgar said. "Coo, coo, coo, coo. You don't hear that?" "Maybe I'm going deaf." "I'll go deaf before you do, sister." "Look, another angel on the wall." The two women looked across a landscape of vacant lots, filled with years of stratified deposits, the age of house garbage, the age of construction debris and vandalized car bodies, the age of moldering mobster parts. Weeds and trees grew amid the dumped objects. There were dog packs, sightings of hawks and owls. City workers came periodically to excavate the site, and they stood warily by the great earth machines, the pumpkin-mudded backhoes and dozers, like infantrymen huddled in their advancing tanks. But soon they left. They always left, with holes half dug, pieces of equipment discarded, styrofoam cups, pepperoni pizzas. The nuns looked across all this. There were networks of vermin, craters chalked with plumbing fixtures and sheetrock. There were hillocks of slashed tires, laced with thriving vine. Gunfire sang at sunset off the low walls of demolished buildings. The nuns sat in the van and looked. At the far end was a lone standing structure, a derelict tenement with an exposed wall where another building had once abutted. This wall was where Ismael Munoz and his crew of graffiti writers spray-painted a memorial angel every time a child died in the neighborhood. Angels in blue and pink covered roughly half the high slab. The child's name and age were printed under each angel, sometimes with cause of death or personal comments by the family. And as the van drew closer, Edgar could see entries for TB, AIDS, beatings, drive-by shootings, measles, asthma, abandonment at birth, left in dumpster, forgot in car, left in glad bag, stormy night. This area was called the Wall, partly for the graffiti facade and partly the general sense of exclusion. It was a tuck of land adrift from the social order. "I wish they'd stop already with the angels," Gracie said. "It's in totally bad taste. A 14th century church, that's where you go for angels. This wall publicizes all the things we're working to change. Ismail should look for positive things to emphasize. The townhouses, the community gardens the people plant. Walk around the corner, you see ordinary people going to work, going to school, stores and churches. Titanic Power Baptist Church. What's the difference? It's a church. The area's full of churches. Decent working people. Ismail wants to do a wall. These are the people he should celebrate. Be positive." Edgar laughed inside her skull. It was the drama of the angels that made her feel she belonged here. It was the terrible death these angels represented.
It was the danger the writers faced to produce their graffiti. There were no fire escapes or windows on the memorial wall, and the writers had to rappel from the roof with belayed ropes or sway on makeshift scaffolds when they did an angel in the lower ranks. Ismail spoke of a companion wall for dead graffitists, flashing his wasted smile. "And he does pink for girls and blue for boys. That really sets my teeth on edge," Gracie said. They stopped at the friary to pick up groceries they would distribute to the needy. The friary was an old brick building wedged between boarded tenements. 3 monks in gray cloaks and rope belts worked in an anteroom, getting the day's shipment ready. Grace, Edgar, and brother Mike carried the plastic bags out to the van. Mike was an ex-fireman with a Brillo beard and wispy ponytail. He looked like 2 different guys, front and back. When the nuns first appeared, he'd offered to serve as guide, a protecting presence, but Edgar firmly declined. She believed her habit and veil were safety enough. Beyond these South Bronx streets, people may look at her and think she's a quaintness of ages past. But inside the strew of rubble, she was a natural sight, she and the robed monks. What figures could be so timely, costumed for rats and plague? Edgar liked seeing the monks in the street. They visited the homebound, ran a shelter for the homeless. They collected food for the hungry. And they were men in a place where few men remained. Teenage boys in clusters, armed drug dealers, these were the men of the immediate streets. She didn't know where the others had gone, the fathers, living with second or third families, hidden in rooming houses, or sleeping under highways and refrigerator boxes, buried in the potter's field on Hart Island. "I'm counting plant species," Brother Mike said. "I got a book I'd take out to the lots." Gracie said, "You stay on the fringes, right?" "They know me in the lots." "Who knows you? The dogs know you? There are rabid dogs, Mike." "I'm a Franciscan, okay? Birds light on my index finger." "Stay on the fringes," she told him. "There's a girl I keep seeing, maybe 12 years old, runs away when I try to talk to her. I get the feeling she's living in the ruins. Ask around." "Will do," Gracie said. When the van was loaded, they drove back to the wall to do their business with Ismail and to pick up a few of his crew who would help them distribute the food. Ismail had teams of car spotters who ranged across the boroughs, concentrating on the bleak streets under bridges and viaducts. The nuns represented his North Bronx operation. They gave him lists that detailed the locations of abandoned cars along the Bronx River, a major dump site for stolen, joy-ridden, semi-stripped, gas-siphoned, and pariah dog vehicles. Ismail sent his crew to salvage the car bodies and whatever parts might still be intact. They used a small flatbed truck with an undependable winch and a motif of souls in hell graffiti on the cab, deck, and mud flaps. The car hulks came here to the lots for inspection and price setting by Ismail, and were then delivered to a scrap metal operation in remotest Brooklyn. Sometimes there were 40 or 50 cannibalized cars dumped in the lots, museum quality, a junk world sculpture park. Cars bashed and bullet-cratered, hoodless, doorless, and rust-ulcered. Charred cars, upside-down cars. Cars with dead bodies wrapped in shower curtains. Rats a-scratch in the glove compartments. The money he paid the nuns for their locational work went to the friary for groceries. When the van approached the building, Edgar felt along her midsection for the latex gloves she kept tucked in her belt. Gracie parked the van, the only operating vehicle in human sight. She attached the vinyl-coated steel collar to the steering wheel and fitted the rod into the lock housing. At the same time, Edgar force-fitted the gloves onto her hands and felt the ambivalence, the conflict. Safe, yes, scientifically shielded from organic menace, but also sinfully complicit with some process she only half understood. The force in the world, the array of systems that displaces religious faith with paranoia. It was in the milky, slick feel of these synthetic gloves, fear and distrust and unreason. And she felt masculinized as well, condomed 10 times over. Safe, yes, and maybe a little confused. But latex was necessary here.
protection against the spurt of blood or pus and the viral entities hidden within, sub-microscopic parasites in their Soviet socialist protein coats. The nuns got out of the van and approached the building. Squatters occupied a number of floors. Edgar didn't need to see them to know who they were. They were a society of indigents, subsisting without heat, lights, or water. They were nuclear families, with toys and pets, junkies who roamed at night in dead men's Reeboks. She knew who they were through assimilation, through the ingestion of messages that riddled the streets. They were foragers and gatherers, can redeemers, the people who yawed through subway cars with paper cups, and doxies sunning on the roof in clement weather, and men with warrants outstanding for reckless endangerment and depraved indifference. And there were shouters of the spirit. She knew this for a fact. A band of charismatics who leapt and wept on the top floor, uttering words and non-words, treating knife wounds with prayer. Ismail had his headquarters on the 3rd floor, and the nuns hustled up the stairs. Grace had a tendency to look back unnecessarily at the senior nun, who ached in her movable parts but kept pace well enough, her habit whispering through the stairwell. "Needles on the landing," Gracie warned. Watch the needles, sidestep the needles, such deft instruments of self-disregard. Gracie couldn't understand why an addict would not be sure to use a clean needle. This failure made her pop her cheeks in anger. But Edgar thought about the lure of critical risk, the little love bite of that dragonfly dagger. If you know you're worth nothing, only a gamble with death can gratify your vanity. Gracie knocked on the door. "Don't get too close to him," Edgar said. "Who?" "Ismail." "Why?" "He's not well." "I saw him 3 days ago. I was here. You weren't, sister. How do you know he's not well?" "I can sense it." "He's well. He's fine," Gracie said. "I've sensed it for some time." "What do you sense?" "AIDS," Edgar said. Gracie studied old Edgar. She looked at the latex gloves. She looked at the nun's face, emphatic of feature, eyes bird-bright. She looked and thought and said nothing. One of the kids unlocked the door. Latch bolts, deadbolts, steel shafts. Ismail stood barefoot on dusty floorboards in a pair of old chinos rolled to his calves and a parrot-print shirt worn outside his pants, smoking a whopping cigar and resembling some carefree islander wading in happy surf. "Sisters, what do you have for me?" Edgar thought he was quite young, despite the seasoned hair, maybe mid-30s, sparse beard, a sweet smile complicated by rotting teeth. Members of his crew sat around on scavenged sofas, improvised chairs, smoking and looking at comic books. Too young for one, too old for the other. She knew in her heart he had AIDS. Gracie handed over a list of cars they'd spotted in the last 2 days. Details of time and place, type of vehicle, condition of same. He said, "You do nice work. My other people do like this. We run the world by now." Edgar kept a distance, of course. She looked at the crew, 7 boys, 4 girls. Graffiti, illiteracy, petty theft. They spoke an unfinished English, soft and muffled, insufficiently suffixed, and she wanted to drum some hard G's into the ends of their gerunds. "I don't pay you today, okay? I got some things I'm doing that I need the capital." "What things?" Gracie said. Retroviruses in the bloodstream. Acronyms in the air. Edgar knew what all the letters stood for. Azidothymadine. Human immunodeficiency virus. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Komitet Gosdarstvenной Безопасности. Yes, the KGB was part of the multiplying swarm, the cell blast of reality that has to be distilled and initialed in order to be seen. "I'm making plans I get some heat and electric in here, plus pirate cable for the Knicks." Here on the wall, many people believed the government was spreading the virus. Our government. Edgar knew better. The KGB was behind this particular piece of disinformation, and the KGB was responsible for the disease itself, a product of germ warfare, making it, spreading it through networks of paid agents. She'd stopped talking about these things to Gracie, who rolled her eyes so far up into her head she looked like science fiction. Edgar looked out the window and saw someone moving among the poplars and ailanthus trees in the most overgrown part of the rubbled lots. A girl in a too-big jersey and striped pants, grubbing in the underbrush, maybe for something to eat or wear. Edgar watched her, a lanky kid who had a sort of feral intelligence, a sureness of gesture and step. She looked sleepless but alert. She looked unwashed but completely clean somehow, earth-clean and hungry and quick. There was something about her that mesmerized the nun, a charmed quality, a sense of something favored and sustaining. She gestured to Gracie. Just then the girl slipped through a maze of wrecked cars, and by the time Gracie reached the window, she was barely a flick of the eye, lost in the low ruins of an old firehouse. "Who is this girl," Gracie said, "who's out there in the lots hiding from people?" Ismail looked at his crew, and one of them piped up, an undersized boy in spray-painted jeans, dark-skinned and shirtless. "Esmeralda. Nobody knows where her mother's at." Gracie said, "Can you find the girl and then tell Brother Mike? This girl, she be real quick." A murmur of assent. "She be a running fool, this girl." Heads bobbing above the comic books. "Why did her mother go away?" "She be a addict. They predictable." All street, these kids. No home or school. Edgar wanted to get them in a room with a blackboard, and then buzz their heads with spelling and punctuation. She wanted to drill them in the lessons of the Baltimore Catechism. True or false, yes or no, fill in the blanks. Ismail said, "Maybe the mother returns. She feels the worm of remorse. But the truth of the matter, there's kids that are better off without their mothers or fathers, because their mothers or fathers are endangering their safety." "Catch her and hold her," Gracie told the crew. "She's too young to be on her own. Brother Mike says she's 12. 12 is not so young," Ismail said. "One of my best writers. He does wild style. Age 11 or 12. Juano. I send him down on a rope to do the complicated letters." Edgar knew about Ismail's early career as a graffiti master, a legend of spray paint. He was the infamous Moon Man 157, nearly 20 years ago. And he told the nuns how he'd marked subway cars all over the city, his signature running on every line. And Edgar believed this was where he'd started having sex with men, in his teens, in the tunnels. She heard it in the spaces in his voice. "When do we get our money?" Gracie said. Ismail stood there coughing, and Edgar moved back against the far wall. She knew she ought to be more sympathetic to the man, but she was not sentimental about fatal diseases. Dying was just an extended version of Ash Wednesday. She intended to meet her own end with senses intact, grasp it, know it. Finally, open herself to the mystery that others mistake for something freakish and unspeakable. People on the wall liked to say, "When hell fills up, the dead will walk the streets." It was happening a little sooner than they thought. "I'll have some money next time," Ismail said. "I make practically nothing on these cars. My margin is very minimum. I'm looking I might expand out of the country. Don't be surprised my scrap ends up in North, Korea." Gracie joked about this, but it was not a thing Edgar could take lightly. She was a Cold War nun who'd once lined the walls of her room with Reynolds wrap as a safeguard against nuclear fallout. The furtive infiltration, deep and sleek. Not that she didn't think a war might be thrilling. She often conjured the flash, even now, with the USSR crumbled alphabetically, the massive letters toppled like Cyrillic statuary. They went down to the van, the nuns and 5 kids, and they set out to distribute the food, starting with the hardest cases in the projects, just outside the wall. They rode the elevators and went down the long passageways, unknown lives in every wallboard room. Sister Grace believed the proof of God's creativity eddied from the fact that you could not surmise the life, even remotely, of his humblest shut-in. They spoke to two blind women who lived together and shared a seeing eye dog. They saw a man with epilepsy. They saw children with oxygen tanks next to their beds. They saw a woman in a wheelchair who wore a "Fuck New York" t-shirt. Gracie said she would trade the groceries they gave her for heroin, the dirtiest street scag available. The crew looked on, angry. Gracie set her jaw. She narrowed her pale eyes and handed over the food. They argued about this, and it was Sister Grace against everybody. Even the wheelchair woman didn't think she should get the food. They talked to a man with cancer who tried to kiss the latexed hands of Sister Edgar. She backed rapidly toward the door. They saw 5 small children being minded by a 10-year-old, all of them bunched on a bed, and 2 infants in a crib nearby. They went single file down the passageways, a nun at front and rear, and Edgar thought of all the infants in limbo, unbaptized, babies in the semi-nether, and the non-babies of abortion, a cosmic cloud of slushed fetuses floating in the rings of Saturn, and babies born without immune systems, bubble children raised by computer, and babies born addicted. She saw them all the time. 3-pound newborns with crack habits, who resembled something out of peasant folklore. They handed out food, and Edgar rarely spoke. Gracie spoke. Gracie gave advice. Edgar was a presence only, a uniformed aura in regimental black and whites. They went down the passageways, 3 boys and 2 girls forming one body with the nuns, a single sway-backed figure with many moving parts. And they finished their deliveries in the basement of a tenement inside the wall, where people paid rent for plywood cubicles worse than prison holes. They saw a prostitute whose silicone breasts had leaked, ruptured, and finally exploded one day, sending a polymer whiplash across the face of the man on top of her. And she was unemployed now, living in a room the size of a playpen. They saw a man who'd cut his eyeball out of its socket because it contained a satanic symbol, a 5-pointed star. And Edgar talked to this one. He'd popped the eyeball from his head and then severed the connecting tendons with a knife, and she talked to him in English, and understood what he said, although he spoke a language, a dialect none of them had ever heard, finally flushing the eye down the communal toilet outside his cubbyhole. Gracie dropped the crew at their building just as a bus pulled up. "What's this? Do you believe it?" A tour bus in carnival colors with a sign in the slot above the windshield reading, "South Bronx Surreal." Gracie's breathing grew intense. About 30 Europeans with slung cameras stepped shyly onto the sidewalk in front of the boarded shops and closed factories, and they gazed across the street at the derelict tenement in the middle distance. Gracie went half berserk, sticking her head out the van and calling, "It's not surreal! It's real! It's real! Your bus is surreal! You're surreal!" A monk rode by on a rickety bike. The tourists watched him pedal up the street. They listened to Gracie shout at them. They saw a man come along with battery-run pinwheels he was selling, bright-colored vanes pinned to sticks, an elderly black fellow in a yellow skullcap. They saw the ailanthus jungle and the smash heap of mortified cars, and they looked at the 6-story slab of painted angels with streamers rippled above their cherub heads. Gracie shouting, "Brussels is surreal! Milan is surreal! This is real! The Bronx is real!" A tourist bought a pinwheel and got back on the bus. Gracie pulled away, muttering. In Europe, the nuns wear bonnets like cantilevered beach houses. "That's surreal," she said. A traffic jam developed not far from the wall. The 2 women sat and waited. They watched children walk home from school, eating coconut ices. 2 tables on the sidewalk, free condoms at one, free needles at the other. "Granted, he may be gay, but this doesn't mean he has AIDS." Sister Edgar said nothing. "All right, this area is an AIDS disaster, but Ismail's a smart man, safe, careful." Sister Edgar looked out the window. A clamor rising all about them, weary beeping horns and police sirens and the great saurian roar of fire engine claxons. "Sister, I sometimes wonder why you put up with all this," Gracie said. "You've earned some peace and quiet.
You could live upstate and do development work for the order. How I would love to sit in the rose garden with a mystery novel and Old Pepper curled by my feet. Old Pepper was the cat in the mother house upstate. You could take a picnic lunch to the pond. Edgar had a mirthless inner grin that floated somewhere back near her palate. She did not yearn for life upstate. This was the truth of the world, right here, her soul's own home, herself. She saw herself, the freighty child who must face the real terror of the streets to cure the linger of destruction inside her. Where else would she do her work but under the brave and crazy wall of Ismael Munoz? Then Gracie was out of the van. She was out of the seatbelt, out of the van, and running down the street. The door hung open. Edgar understood at once. She turned and saw the girl, Esmeralda, half a block ahead of Gracie, running for the wall. Gracie moved among the cars in her clunky shoes and frump skirt. She followed the girl around a corner where the tour bus sat dead in traffic. The tourists watched the running figures. Edgar could see their heads turn in unison, pinwheels spinning at the windows. All sounds gathered in the dimming sky. She thought she understood the tourists. You travel somewhere not for museums and sunsets, but for ruins, bombed-out terrain, for the moss-grown memory of torture and war. Emergency vehicles were massing about a block and a half away. She saw workers pry open subway gratings in billows of pale smoke, and she knew she ought to say a fast prayer, an act of hope, 3 years' indulgence, but she only watched and waited. Then heads and torsos began to emerge indistinctly, people coming into the air with jaws skewed open in frantic gasps. A short circuit, a subway fire. Through the rearview mirror, she spotted tourists getting off the bus and edging along the street, poised to take pictures. And the school kids going by, barely interested. They heard shootings all the time out their windows at night, death interchangeable on the street and TV. But what did she know? An old woman who ate fish still on Friday, beginning to feel useless here, far less worthy than Sister Grace. Gracie was a soldier, a fighter for human worth. Edgar was basically a junior G-man, protecting a set of laws and prohibitions. She had a raven's heart, small and obdurate. She heard the yammer of police cars pulsing in stalled traffic and saw 100 subway riders come up out of the tunnels accompanied by workers in incandescent vests. And she watched the tourists snapping pictures and thought of the trip she'd made to Rome many years ago for study and spiritual renewal. And she'd swayed beneath the great domes and prowled the catacombs and church basements. And this is what she thought as the riders came up to the street. How she'd stood in the subterranean chapel in a Capuchin church and could not take her eyes off the skeletons stacked there. Wondering about the monks whose flesh had once decorated these metatarsals and femurs and skulls. Many skulls heaped in alcoves and hidey-holes. And she remembered thinking vindictively that these are the dead who will come out of the earth to lash and cudgel the living, to punish the sins of the living. Death, yes, triumphant. But does she really want to believe that still? After a while, Gracie edged into the driver's seat, unhappy and flushed. Nearly caught her. We ran into the thickest part of the lots, and then I was distracted. Damn scared, actually, because bats. I couldn't believe it. Actual bats, like the only flying mammals on Earth. She made ironic wing motions with her fingers. They came swirling out of a crater filled with red bag waste. Hospital waste, laboratory waste. I don't want to hear it. Dead white mice by the hundreds with stiff, flat bodies. You could flip them like baseball cards. Cars starting to move, Edgar said. Ever wonder what happens to amputated limbs after the doctor saws them off? They end up in the wall, dumped in a vacant lot, or burned in the waste incinerator. Drive the car. And Esmeralda somewhere in those shrubs and junked cars. I bet anything she's living in a car, Gracie said. She'll be all right. She won't be all right. She can take care of herself. Sooner or later, Gracie said. She's quick. She's blessed. She'll be all right. Gracie looked at her, and drove, and looked again, hearing the engine knock, and said nothing. Edgar was never known to take an optimistic position. Maybe this worried her a little.
And that night, under the first tier of scratchy sleep, Edgar saw the subway riders once again. Adult males, females of childbearing age, all rescued from the smoky tunnels, groping along catwalks and led up companion ladders to the street. Fathers and mothers, the lost parents found and gathered, shirt-plucked and bodied up, guided to the surface by small, faceless figures with day-glow wings. Weeks later, Edgar picked up a copy of Time on her way out of the refectory, and there she saw it. A large color photo of a white-haired woman seated in a director's chair beneath the old weathered wing of an Air Force bomber. And she recognized the name, Clara Sachs, because she recognized everything, because people whispered names to her, because she felt stirrings of information in the dusty corridors of the convent or the school's supply room that smelled of pencil wood and composition books, because she sensed some dark knowledge floating in the smoke of the priest's swinging censer, because things were defined for her by the creak of old floorboards and the odor of clothes, a man's damp camel coat, because she drew news and rumors and catastrophes into the spotless cotton pores of her habit and veil. All the connections intact. The woman once married to a local man. The man a tutor in chess to one of Edgar's own former students. The boy with necktie ever askew, Matthew Aloysius Shea. Fingernails bitten to the pink. One of her brainier boys. Male parent missing. She knew things, yes. Chess. All those layers of Slavic stealth, those ensnarements and ploys. She knew that Bobby Fischer had all the fillings removed from his teeth when he played Boris Spassky in 1972. It made perfect sense to her. So the KGB could not control him through broadcasts made into the amalgam units packed in his molars. She put the magazine in her closet with the old fan mags she'd stopped reading decades ago when she lost her faith in movie stars. The faith of suspicion and unreality. The faith that replaces God with radioactivity. The power of alpha particles and the all-knowing systems that shape them. The endless fitted links. That night she leaned over the wash basin in her room and cleaned a steel wool pad with disinfectant. Then she used the pad to scour a scrub brush, cleaning every bristle. But she hadn't cleaned the original disinfectant in something stronger than disinfectant. She hadn't done this because the regression was infinite. And the regression was infinite because it is called infinite regression. You see how fear spreads beyond the pushy extrusions of matter and into the elevated spaces where words play upon themselves. She cleaned and she prayed. She said brief prayers while she worked, simple pious pleas called ejaculations that carried indulgences numbered in the days rather than years. She prayed and she thought. She went to bed and lay awake and thought of Esmeralda. They'd spotted her a number of times but hadn't been able to catch her. Not Gracie or the monks or the agile writers in Ismail's crew. And Edgar's sense of her safety was beginning to grow less assured. She welcomed every breath of knowledge that came her way, all the better for its element of disquiet. But this time the foreboding shook her strongly. She sensed something out there in the wall, a muddled, shuffling danger that waited for the girl on her lithe passage through car bodies and discarded human limbs and acres of uncollected garbage. Mother of mercy, pray for us. 300 days. Chapter 9. Nick was trying to find the magazine he'd been saving to take to Houston. He saved certain kinds of reading for business trips, things he never got around to looking at otherwise, magazines that stacked and nagged and finally went to the sidewalk on the designated day. There was a noise that started, a world hum. You began to hear it when you left your carpeted house and rode out to the airport. He wanted something friendly to read in the single, sustained drone that marks every mile in a business traveler's day. The magazine was Time, missing about a month. He found it finally in the bathroom,
stashed in a basket that Marion kept filled with mostly glossy fashion books, every shadow brushed to an anatomical polish, contoured against crumble and waste. Just the thing to browse when your body is squatted and your pants are down. The copy of Time had an article on Clara Sachs he wanted to read. Not the first such piece he'd spotted through the years, but maybe more interesting than most. Some desert project she'd started, bristling with ambition. His suitcase was on the bed, small enough for the overhead bin, and he zippered the magazine into an outer pocket and finished packing. Marion walked in wearing her Catwoman shades. They came with the job. She worked for the city's arts commission now and wanted a sleeker look. "Don't you need to hurry?" "The car's not here. I trust the car," he said. "The car is dependable." "The car knows things we don't know." "The car is never late." "The car and the plane are in constant touch." She always looked great when he was walking out the door. Why is that, he thought? Some soft-bodied mood. Some tone that half insisted on being noticed, but was also a shy secret, afraid of disturbing the air between them. He moved her into the wall and put his hands on her thighs, kiss-biting her mouth and neck. She said something he didn't quite catch. He put his hands between her ass and the wall and moved her into him. Her skirt slid against her parted legs, fabric stretched out and up, the tensile whisper of friction he counted on to carry him through life. He stepped back slightly and looked at her. "Why is that?" he said. "What are we talking about?" "And why is it that when I get back, the whole thing's gone and lost and forgotten?" "What thing?" He took off her sunglasses and handed them to her. When he walked out the door, seconds later, the company car was waiting. A few hours later, Marion stood in a small room in a 2-story pale brick building near Jack-in-the-Box and Braco. Cars were parked under a lopsided shed out back, and there was a man's abandoned shoe in one of the empty slots. She stood naked in the room by the edge of the window. Then she walked to the long mirror and edged her hip against the surface of the glass, feeling some small, coiled chill of body and object. She looked all right. All the exercise, the diet, the exercise, all the butt repetition, the toilsome boredom she endured in the name of keeping fit. She was not the twisted, perfect woman she used to be, but she still kept fit. Fuck you, keep fit. She stood squared up to the glass. Nothing she could do about the needle nose, but otherwise not bad. She never looked at herself so closely at home. It was easier to see herself out here, inside strange walls. She let her nipples touch the glass, and when she backed away, she saw they'd left a moistness, a pair of pressed kisses like winter breath. When Brian arrived, she was wearing a robe she'd found in the closet. "I shouldn't be here," he said. "Neither should I. This is the point, isn't it?" He sat on the edge of the bed, taking off his shoes, a little like the class crybaby undressing for gym. "Whose place is this?" "My assistant's." "Are you serious?" "Why not? We need a safe place," she said. "But your secretary?" "My assistant. And it's better than a hotel." "I shouldn't be here." He walked around the room barefoot, unbuttoning his shirt. He had clown feet, long and bunioned, and he didn't loosen his tie until he'd pulled his shirt out of his trousers. "Is she young?" "How do you know it's a woman?" "Seriously, young?" "Yes," she said. He walked around touching things, looking at photographs and matchbooks. "Good looking?" "You want to check out her underwear? Look, I'm wearing a robe. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me," she said dryly. "She can't afford better?" "We're under-budgeted. It's a roomette." "Small but intense," Marion said. She was standing against the wall, arms folded, and he stepped into her. She freed her hands and worked at his pants. She liked having sex with Brian because she could handle him, turn him, get him to match her mood,
Rouse him easily, or make him talk. Talk. Acid, candid, shameful stuff. Bitter funny. "I think he knows," she said. "What?" "I think he knows." "He doesn't know." "I think he knows." She had her hands in his pants and a smile on her face. He moved the robe off half her body, smeared it, rubbed it against her shoulder and breast before he got it off her, almost off her, pulling her arm through the hole and letting the garment drag. They eased onto the bed. She tried to get clear of the rest of the robe, but he wouldn't let her. He wanted a woman in half a robe. The phone rang, and they stopped to listen. Every time a phone rang in a borrowed apartment, they stopped and thought about the thing they were doing, and maybe at some level about the life of the person whose apartment they were using. It made them feel the wrong kind of guilty trespass, she thought. The bed, the mystery of the other person's life and medicine cabinet and bed. It was the one thing she didn't like about this, one among others, and she couldn't have sex to a ringing phone. She felt around for her handbag, which was on a chair at the side of the bed. The ringing stopped. Brian got off the bed and finished undressing. "You trust her to keep quiet?" "She keeps quiet about everything else." "This isn't everything else." Marion found her cigarettes and lit one up, and he handed her an ashtray. "I thought you stopped." "I'm down to 5 a day." "I thought you were wearing the patch." "I'm not," she said. He stretched out next to her, on his side. The ringing phone had brought them prematurely to a lazy state of small caresses and mellow bends of conversation and streams of smoke. He said, "This job of yours, real or fake?" "I work with structural engineers, urban designers. I fight with citizens groups all the time. But I get things done, pretty much." "I had lunch in a mechanical mist the other day, in some mall somewhere." "We don't do malls. We do parkways." "What do you do to a parkway?" "Make it livable, bearable. Tell little stories. Sculpture on the road dividers. Piers that are shaped like animals." "What's your secretary's name?" he said. She tipped a length of ash onto his pubic hair. "Long hours, single-minded devotion. Stuck in that Japanese thing," he said. "Death from overwork." "Disappear in the company and die. Only I don't do it to disappear. I do it to be visible and audible. And I'm not sure what you mean by real or fake." He picked the ashes out of his crotch and blew them off the tips of his fingers. "Most jobs are fake," he said. They'd been late starters and had never developed a reliable pace, only 3 or 4 apartments in all this time, and they'd used each apartment only once or twice. She'd learned not to notice her disappointment. This was an aspect of being twistedly perfect. But Brian's reluctance was fairly maddening. She had to arrange the apartments, make the assurances, calibrate the timing, and then wonder if he'd show. They talk about demon lovers. She had a demon husband. Her lover was a loose-jointed guy with a freckled forehead and nappy hair. But this was the dare she had to take, a way into some essential streak of self, some possibility that felt otherwise sandy and scanted and unturned. These times were hers, however brief and infrequent. And he was enormously easy to be with, and growing dear to her. She liked to tease and scare him, but didn't want to think about giving him up. "Blow smoke my way," he said. "I want all the aromas. Tobacco, bedsheets, women." She was herself with Brian, whatever that meant. She knew what it meant. Less enveloped in someone else's figuration, his self-conscious shaping of a life. "And don't let me forget I have a meeting at 3, he said. "I'm a little put off by the fact that you haven't, sort of dangling the words, fallen in love with me, Brian." "You're my age, you're my height. I fall in love with small, brisk women I see from a distance." "And they have to be young." "They have to be young. You and I, we're buddies. And I'm too guilty to fall in love with you. I'm very guilty. I'm guilty as shit." Then why are you doing it? Because you want it so much, he said. She bent the cigarette into the ashtray. And you're that accommodating? Because I want it, you're willing to do it? I want it too. But you want it like life and death. She didn't like him when he was serious. It was outside the rules. He let his head flop toward her, whispering, "It's stupid, and it's reckless, and we shouldn't do it anymore. Because if he finds out," he whispered. "What if your wife finds out? She's the one who'll cut your balls off." "Nick will only kill me." "And he doesn't have to find out. He already knows." "He doesn't know." "I think he knows," he whispered. "Let's make this one last happy farewell fuck." She started to tell him something, but then thought, no. They fell together, folded toward each other. And then she leaned back, arching, shored on her back-braced arms, and she let him pace the occasion. At some point she opened her eyes and saw him watching her, measuring her progress. And he looked a little isolated and wan. And she pulled his head down to her and sucked the salt from his tongue, and heard the soft breast slap, the splash of upper bodies, and the banging bed. Then it was a matter of close concentration. She listened for something inside the blood rush, and she spun his hips and felt electric and desperate, and finally home free. And she looked at his eyes, stung shut, and his mouth stretched so tight it seemed taped at the corners, upper lip pressed white against his teeth. And she felt a kind of hanged man's coming when he came, the jumped body and stiffened limbs. And she ran a hand through his hair. "Be nicer if we did it more often." She waited for their breathing to settle so she could ease free and get her handbag off the chair. He went to the kitchen and drank a glass of water. It was a fairly large bag, a drawstring bag, and she pulled out a length of aluminum foil and unrolled it and spread it on the bed. Brian stood watching from the kitchen entrance. Then she took out a small transparent packet. It looked like a pleated sandwich bag, only smaller, and it carried a stick-on label reading "Death Trip Number 1. "Come here," she said. She opened the packet and let the contents, half the contents, spill onto the aluminum sheet. It was a resinous substance, chunked up, nubbed up. She told Brian to sit on the bed and pick up the sheet and hold it straight. Hold it by the edges so the stuff, the tar-like chunks, didn't run off the ends. "What the hell is it? How can it run off if it's solid?" Then she went into the handbag again and took a small, rolled-up straw of some kind, a foil straw a few inches long. "Yo, Marion, what are we doing here?" Then she reached for her matches and lit one and held it under the aluminum sheet in Brian's hands, heating the substance on the sheet. "It's heroin," she said, watching the tar slowly begin to liquefy. "It's heroin," he said. "What am I supposed to say to that?" When the tar started evaporating and smoking up, she shook out the match and put the foil straw in her mouth and trailed the curling smoke, sucking it up and holding it in her lungs conscientiously. "Okay, where'd you get it?" She watched the tar melt and run and evaporate, and she followed the smoke off the stretched foil and sucked it through the straw. "Mary Catherine." "Who's that?" "My assistant." "Whose bed we're on? Your secretary's your dealer? When did you start doing this?" "I never actually thought of her." She trailed the smoke off the sheet and put her head right into it and sucked it through the straw. "I never thought of her as my dealer. But I guess she's my dealer and I'm her whatever." "This is something new?" "Fairly new, yes. Here, take a chase." "No, thanks." She trailed the smoke into the air. "I'm, completely prudent. I use it rare. I don't get out of bed puffy-eyed or pain or nausea. Take a chase." She sucked up the smoke. "Nick knows this?" "He can't know this." "Are you crazy? He'd kill me. Take a chase." "Get the hell away from me." "I want to get you in deeper. Take a chase. I want to get you in so deep you'll stop eating and sleeping."
You'll lie in bed thinking about us, doing our things in a borrowed room. You'll be able to think about nothing else. That's my program for you, Brian. Mary Catherine. I like the name, he said. Sexy. They sat on the bed, side by side, listening to traffic roll by on Thomas Road. When she was finished, they cleared the things away and brushed off the bed and lay back talking. I think he knows, she said. Where is he? On his way to Houston? Or there already? Then he drives out to that nuclear waste site, wherever it is exactly. The Salt Dome. At the mercy of the Texas highway killer. He doesn't know, Brian said. But we ought to think about ending it. We ought to make this the end. I'm not nearly ready, so just keep quiet. You're making me feel like some old dowd barely hanging on. You're not a dowd, you're a bawd. Be nice to me, she said. The day had slipped down to a drowsy pulse located somewhere near her eyes. When she stretched, she felt the jismic crust in her pubic hair speck out and crackle slightly. He whispered, Let's have a civilized final fuck and get out alive. She listened to the traffic and wondered what she would say in the movie version. He whispered, Let's fuck the sayonara fuck and get into our suits and dresses. She smiled faintly. The air had the feel of some auspicious design. She was feeling faintly L.A.-ish. And she rolled over on Brian and talked while they were doing it, on and off, sweetness, dearness, blowing the words, sensing an unseen design of completely auspicious things. When they were side by side, he raised up on an elbow and looked at her. You have that molten ball of defiance in your eye. Just don't talk about ending. It's not yours to end. He laughed. When Brian laughed, he became semi-transparent. You could see blood racing under his skin, a freshet of rose pink. He got up and began to dress. He picked up a fashion magazine and held it open to a looming photo of some casually muscled bisexual. Maybe a white guy, maybe not. Dangled it over the bed as if to indicate how dated he was in his own body, his very life, Brian himself, a man without a fitness video to sling in the oblong groove. Underwear. Everything suddenly is underwear, he said. Tell me what it means. He checked the time and got a little panicky. She attempted to help, handing items of apparel across the bed, and he fumbled things intentionally. He wore a sock inside out, and tied his shoes together so he could scuttle and lurch to the door. The later it got, the more he capered. It was Brian at his best. But what if he knows? He doesn't know, she said. She had a demon husband, if demon means a force of some kind, an attendant spirit of discipline and self-command. The little flick of distance he'd perfected, like turning off a radio. She knew about his father's disappearance, but there was something else, hard and apart. This is what had drawn her in the first place, the risky and erotic proposition. Brian was looking at the photographs on the wall by the door. Which one is her? Get out, she said. She made the bed and bagged the dope and put the robe back in the closet. She washed the glass Brian had used, standing naked in the kitchenette. And it seemed completely reasonable and natural, all of it. Earned, needed, naked. And she took a shower and got dressed. She was feeling pretty good. She felt lazy-daisy, you know. You know the way something's been nagging and dragging and then it gets unexpectedly sort of settled. She felt all the good things would find her, which they usually don't. She would know them when she saw them with her L.A.-type eyes. She stood before the mirror, adjusting her sunglasses. Because if she didn't have this thing to do, to plan and maneuver and look forward to, this far too infrequent Brian, and this is what she almost told him earlier, she would become lonely and shaky, driving along the decorated highway under the burning sky, and maybe a little indistinct. She felt well-liked. She liked who she was today.
She felt a little lazy-souled. She thought anything L.A. seemed right today. She'd even say she was more or less euphoric, although she wasn't ready to commit to that completely. Before she left, she inspected the room one last time. These were the things that opened the world to secret arrangements. The borrowed flat and memorized phone number and coded notation on the calendar. Childish spy games, really, that made her feel guiltier than the sex did. A sheepish kind of self-reproach. She patted down a pillow to remove the indentation. She wanted things to have an untouched look, so Mary Catherine would not mind when she asked to use the place again. Chapter 10. He spread the mayonnaise. He spread mayonnaise on the bread. Then he slapped the lunch meat down. He never spread the mayonnaise on the meat. He spread it on the bread. Then he slapped down the meat and watched the mayo seep around the edges. He took the sandwich into the next room. His dad was watching TV, sitting in that periscope stoop of his, crookback, like he might tumble into the rug. His dad had infirmities still waiting for a name. Things you had to play, one against another. If one thing required a certain medication, it made another thing worse. There were setbacks and side effects. There was a schedule of medications that Richard and his mother tried to keep track of through the daily twists of half doses and warning labels, and depending on this, and don't forget that. Richard ate about half the sandwich and left the rest on the arm of the chair. In the kitchen, he called his friend, Bud Walling, who lived 40 miles into nowhere and wasn't really his friend. He drove out to Bud's place through old fields marked off for development, with skivvy strips on narrow posts running stiff in the wind. Out here, the wind was a force that seized the mind. You left the high school a quarter of a mile behind, still hearing the big flag snapping and the halyard beating nautically on the pole, and you powered your car into the wind and saw dust sweep across the road, and you drove into a white sky, feeling useless and dumb. Bud's place could have been something blown in from the hills. It had a look of being deposited in a natural spree, with lumber warping in the yard and sprung open doors and an unfinished porch on cinder blocks. One of those so-low porches the house looked sunk in sand. Bud had a cow dog that lived in chains in a ramshackle hut out back, part coyote, part alley mutt. Richard thought this dog was less dangerous than legend would have it. Richard thought Bud kept this dog basically for the juvenile thrill of having a chained beast that he could feed or starve according to his whim. He realized he'd forgotten to give his dad 2 glasses of water to take with the blue and yellow capsule, despite the bold-faced reminder on the prescription bottle. These little failures ate away at his confidence, even when he knew it was his father's fault for not managing his own intake, or his mother's for not being around when she was needed. There were constant little wars of, whose fault is it? And, okay, I'm sorry, and I wish he'd die and get it over with, all taking place in Richard's inner mind. He did the dumb joke thing of knocking on Bud's door and saying, "Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms." Nothing happened. He went in and saw Bud in a large open room sawing a 2x4 that he'd set between benches of unmatching height. The house was still mainly framework, although Bud had been working for many months in a conscientious struggle that Richard thought had less to do with gutting and reshaping a house than destroying some dread specter, maybe Bud's old drug habit, once and for all. "Your phone's out of order," Richard said. "I thought I'd drive on out, see if everything, is okay." "Why wouldn't it be okay?" "I reported it to the phone company." "My only feeling about the phone, sometimes they correct the problem from the office. It brings more grief than joy." Bud finally looked up and noted his visual presence. "It brings personal voices into your life that you're not prepared to deal with." Richard kept to the edges of the room, running his palms over the planed sills, examining the staples that kept plastic sheeting fastened to the window frames. It was empty distraction of the type that forestalls the pain of ordinary talk. "I'm putting in parquet," Bud said. "Herringbone, maybe."
Should be good.
Better be good, but I probably won't ever do it.
The sound of the wind and the plastic sheeting was hard on the nerves. Richard wondered how an ex-addict could work all day in this scratching and popping. The sheeting popped out, it whipped and scratched. Crack cocaine fools the brain into thinking dope is good for it. He thought of something he could say.
I tell you, Bud, I'm 42 years old next week. Week from Thursday.
It happens.
And I still feel like I'm half that, pretty much.
That's because it's obvious why you living as you do.
What do you mean?
With your folks, Bud said.
They can't manage alone.
Who can? My question to you is...
Bud tossed half the length of sawed wood into a corner. He studied the other half as if someone had just handed it to him on a crowded street.
What?
Richard said.
Don't they smell?
What?
Old people. Like bad milk.
Richard heard the plastic windows pop.
Not so I notice.
Not so you notice. Okay. You want to feel your correct age? Get yourself a wife. That'll do it for you. It's horrible, but true. A wife is the only thing that saves guys like us. But they don't make you feel any younger.
Richard fidgeted happily in his corner. He liked the idea of being included in the female salvation of wayward men.
Where is she?
He said. Working the late shift now.
Bud's wife worked on the line at Texas Instruments, mounting microchips on circuit boards, Bud said, for the information highway. Richard thought he was half in love with Bud's wife. It was a feeling that came and went, secret and sort of semi-pathetic, like his heart was made of some cotton product. If Etna ever had a clue to what he felt, what would she think? The fear this question carried made him experience actual physical symptoms, a heat, a flush across his upper back, and a tightening at the throat. He thought of something else to say.
Left-handers. I read this the other day.
And he paused here, trying to recall the formal sentences in the narrow column of type.
Left-handers, which I am not one of, live typically shorter lives than right-handers. Right-handed men live 10 years longer than left-handed men. You believe that?
We're talking this is mean lifespan?
Left-handed men die typically at age, I think, 65.
Because they jerk off facing the North Pole,
Bud said, in a remark that Richard could not analyze for one shred of content. He watched Bud pry nails out of the old floorboards and offered to help, looking around for a claw hammer.
So, Richard?
What?
You drove 50 miles to tell me my phone's not working?
Richard didn't know if this was a setup for a scathing type of Bud Walling remark, or maybe just an ordinary thank you.
40 miles, Bud.
Well, that's a relief. I'd offer you a beer, but...
No problem.
Maybe it's Etna who drives 50 miles. I forget exactly.
It was not outside Bud's effective range to say something personal about his wife, maybe her sex preferences or digestive problems. And whenever he mentioned her name, old Richard caught his breath, hoping and fearing something intimate was coming. And even though he knew Bud did this to shock and repel him, Richard absorbed every word and image and smell description, watching Bud's long, creased face for signs of mockery.
She'll be sorry she missed you,
Bud said, looking up from the wood rot and hanging dust. He was not left-handed, but taught himself to shoot with the left hand. This is what Bud would never understand. How he had to take his feelings outside himself so as to escape his isolation. He taught himself, based on the theory that if you are driving with your right hand and sitting snug to the door, it is better, practically speaking, to keep the right hand on the wheel and project the left hand out the window, the gun hand, so you don't have to fire across your body. He could probably talk to Bud about this, and Bud might understand. But he would never understand how Richard had to take everything outside, share it with others, become part of the history of others, because this was the only way to escape, to get out from under the pissant details of who he was. Bud was saying,
So, cop says, feet together, head back, eyes shut, please.
Which Etna starts to laugh when he says, please. Now spread your arms wide, he says. Now bring your left hand around and touch your nose with your index finger. Which I'm standing there in sheets of rain, and he's advising from the car. Touch your nose with your index finger, he tells me. You're a left-hander driving a car. You're 5 times likely to die in a crash. Then a right-hander. Then a right-hander, Richard said, religiously convinced. Bud ripped a board out of the floor. Not my problem. Mine neither. I'd die from stress, Bud said. I'll tell you where my stress level's at. Richard waited for the rest. He used to sit in a glass booth at the supermarket, batching personal checks and redeemed coupons and giving out rolled nickels to the checkout personnel. But he seemingly messed up somehow and was out at the counters again, running items over the scanner, keying fruit and vegetables into the register, subject to the casual abuse of passing strangers in the world. We have to do our business outside because the toilet's not ready for human habitation. So I built a thing outside where this is the only workable method, pending I figure out the toilet. And Etna, well, you can imagine. Coming home from work? The stress builds up real personal. Driving that drive? Richard said. And she has to go. And then she remembers there's no working toilet in the house. And she looks at me, outright murderous. They said unbelievable things. Obese women in the express line. With him having 2 sick parents at home. Or 1 sick and 1 bad-tempered. Like that 16 cents off the tomato paste. Oh, that's not a red pear, that's an anjou. They forced him to ask across the aisle. Can't you see it's not red? He charged me for red. This here's an anjou. He had to speak across the aisle to the other checkout, where any person on either line could hear what he said. For myself, I don't mind, Bud said, because it makes a certain amount of sense to take your business outside. When you think about what's involved. They talk about head trauma. They talk about, is he adopted or was he abused? The problem is all in the spacing. If you fire out the window on the driver's side, which you have to do if you don't want to shoot across the width of your own car and the space between your car and the other car, you still face the problem of having to fire across the space between cars and the width of the other car, because the other driver's side is the far side in relation to your position at the wheel. You're not going to shoot a passenger. If you shoot a passenger, then the driver is liable to take evasive action and note your license number and make a car and color of hair and so on. So you're going to shoot lone drivers, and you're going to fire out the window on your side, using the left hand to hold the weapon. But the fact is, as he eventually figured out, that if you shoot with the right hand, the natural hand, your projectile travels the same distance across the same spaces, pretty much, as the self-taught method of the left hand. He figured this out after victim 5 or 6, he forgets which, but decided to stick with the left hand as the shooting hand, even though it made more sense to steer with the left hand and shoot with the right, because the right hand was the born hand. I just noticed what it was I couldn't figure out, Bud said. They heard the dog barking, and Richard looked through the dusty sheeting and saw the animal thrust up on hind legs at the end of its chain, dog balls taut, and he hoped it might be Etna come home early. Etna made a pie for them once that had a latticed crust. This was something he remembered. Seeing it wasn't her coming home, but likely some critter in the woods that roused the dog, he felt a sadness out of all proportion. But then, everything was out of all proportion. The wind beat at the sheeting, making it shiver and pop. Crack cocaine is supposedly the cravingest form of substance abuse, according to studies made over time. You're wearing a tie, Bud said. Richard paused, wary about how to take this, peering inwardly ahead for a setup, a possible remark. Well, that's from work, he said. I went home from work and didn't change. But you wear ties? To check out groceries? It's a company regulation. Statewide, pretty much. Be calm, he thought. And there's the thing Etna said, which she's right for a change. That you look like a guy that wears glasses. Except you don't. Except when she said it, we weren't sure. We said, does he or doesn't he?
Never did,
Richard said. When he first walked in the house and Bud barely noticed him, it was like the normalcy of dying. It was the empty, hollow thing of not being here. A 40-mile drive into being transparent. Awful, but not unaccustomed. But now this scrutiny as to what he wears and what he looks like. A panic set in. He tried to think of what to say. There might be something he could say about the dog. He searched for a glimpse of the dog through the sheeting. How nothing gets dirtier than plastic sheeting, retaining, absorbing the dirt. Well, maybe you should. Glasses give appearance to a person. Get yourself some thick, dark frames that match your tie. He didn't know why Bud would want to talk to him this way. Bud sat cross-legged over the narrow rent in the floor. He held the hammer at rest on his shoulder and looked directly into Richard's face. Richard tried to smile, make the whole thing humorous. He felt the stupidity of the look on his face, as if a turn of the mouth can alter the outside world.
I can think about it.
You do that.
I should probably be getting back.
She'll be sorry she missed you.
Tell her I said,
I'll be sure and do that.
The only person he ever talked to from the heart was Sue Ann. She made him feel real, talking on the phone. She gave him the feeling he was taking shape as himself, coming into the shape he'd always been intended to take, the thing of who he really was. It was like filling out. Did you ever feel things pouring out from the center of who you are and taking the shape of the intended person? Well, that's what Sue Ann did. And you can disbelieve it or disrespect it, but he was never really who he was until he talked to her. He heard Bud ripping up wood as he walked out the door to his car. With mental killers roaming the earth, the checkout boys wear neckties. That's what he thought Bud might say. He made the call to Sue Ann from a house he broke and entered, switched on the TV and called the superstation in Atlanta and touched things with a hanky and placed the voice device on the phone that he'd ordered from the back pages of a mercenary magazine. This was not a publication Richard normally perused. He was not a surveillance man or gun lover. His gun was his father's old .38. It did not have massive knockdown power, and it didn't shoot through concrete blocks or make fist-sized holes in silhouette targets. It just killed people. He drove out of the wooded area and into the open sky, where the road dropped down to the floodplain, and he felt the true force of the wind. He made the call and turned on the TV, or vice versa, without the sound. His hand wound in a doubled hanky. And he never felt so easy talking to someone on the phone, or face-to-face, or man-to-woman, as he felt that day talking to Sue Ann. He watched her over there and talked to her over here. He saw her lips move silent in one part of the room while her words fell soft and warm on the coils of his secret ear. He talked to her on the phone and made eye contact with the TV. This was the waking of the knowledge that he was real. This alien-eyed woman, with raving hair, sending emanations that astonished his heart. He spoke more confidently as time went on. He was coming into himself, shy, but also unashamed, a little vain, even, and honest and clever, evasive when he needed to be. Standing there in a stranger's house near a lamp without a shade, and she listened and asked questions, watching him from the screen 10 feet away. She had so much radiance, she could make him real. This was an untraveled road. Travel 30 miles on this road and you may not see another car. You see power lines extended to the limits of vision, sinking toward the earth as a matter of perspective. When the wind dies, there's a suspense that falls across the land and makes you think about the hush before the judgment. Then they cut away to the tape. He was suspicious of the tape, because it had a vista different from his experience. And he kept thinking the girl was going to move the camera and get him in the picture. He'd watched the tape a dozen times, sitting with his pain-racked dad, and every time he watched the tape,
He thought he was going to turn up in his own living room, detached from who he was, peering squint-eyed over the wheel of his compact car. He called Sue Ann twice after that, but the switchboard wouldn't put him through because many others were trying to reach her now, and the switchboard was leery and abrupt and unbelieving. He needed her to keep him whole. He probably would have told her his name. She would have broken him down completely over a number of calls, over a number of days, watching him from the screen. He would have surrendered to her in a blaze of lights. Richard Henry Gilkey hustled down a hallway with Stetsoned men all around him, and Sue Ann Corcoran by his side. He drove past the flagpole with the banging halyard. The wind was banging the halyard against the pole, and it made him weak somehow, the repeated meaning of this noise. He went in the house and saw his dad twisted whole in front of the TV set. Mother was in the kitchen running a beater inside a white bowl. "Look what got dragged in by the scruff." "I went out to Bud's." "Do we have time for you to go out to Bud's?" "We need to give Daddy his nitrospan." "Well, go ahead and do it." "Well, aren't we supposed to call about the new dosage?" "I didn't call. Did you call?" she said. The glass booth had a talk hole where you talked, but they sent him out to the checkout and forced him to talk across the aisle. "I'll call," she said, "but he's not there." "You get the answering service." "I'll get the answering service, and they'll tell me he's not there." "I meant to call," he said. "I'll call," she said, "and you do the ointment." After dinner, he did the ointment on his father's chest. His father lay back on the bed with the stubbled look of an old man turning into a castaway, a reject of the islands. Except for his eyes, they were moist and deep, pleading for time. Richard spread the ointment and buttoned his father's pajama tops, and he thought about the time, any day now, when he would have to wipe his behind. Pending notification of next of kin. He came alive in them. He lived in their histories, in the photographs in the newspaper. He survived in the memories of the family, lived with the victims, lived on, merged, twinned, quadrupled, continued into double figures. He stood at the kitchen door watching her stir some solution for his father's first intake of the next day. "Well, you have a good night now." "You sleep well," she said. He went to his room and sat in a chair to take off his shoes. All the meaning of a given life was located in the act of leaning over to untie your shoes and set them in a designated place for the start of the following day. He thought about the other person. When he was stationed on the booth, he had the talk hole to talk through. When they put him back at the checkout, he had to talk in the open space where anyone could hear. He kept the gun hidden in the car. And he thought about this as he drifted near sleep. And he thought about the other person who'd shot a driver on one of the highways where he had shot a driver just one day later. The so-called copycat shooting. He didn't like to think about this, but found it was lately more and more a taunting presence in his mind. He was an early riser. He heard the rain on the roof, and he dressed and ate a muffin standing up, a hand cupped under his chin to catch the crumbs. He had 3.5 hours before it was time to report to work. He heard the rain dripping off the eaves and hitting the pie tin where he left food for a stray cat when he remembered. I know who I am. Who is he? He zipped up his jacket. Then he put the glove on his left hand, a woman's white glove, and he went out to the empty street, where his car sat waiting under the sheet metal sky. Part 3. The Cloud of Unknowing. Spring, 1978. Chapter 1. I've always been a country of one. There's a certain distance in my makeup,
A measured separation, like my old man's, I guess, that I've worked at times to reduce, or thought of working, or said the hell with it. I like to tell my wife, I say to my wife, I tell her not to give up on me. I tell her there's an Italian word, or a Latin word, that explains everything. Then I tell her the word. She says, "What does this explain?" And she answers, "Nothing."
The word that explains nothing in this case is lontananza.
Distance or remoteness, sure. But as I use the word, as I interpret it, hard-edged and fine-grained, it's the perfected distance of the gangster, the syndicate mobster, the made man. Once you're a made man, you don't need the constant living influence of sources outside yourself. You're all there. You're made. You're handmade. You're a sturdy Roman wall. I was in Los Angeles thinking about these things. People say L.A. is only half there, and maybe that's why I was thinking about my father. And also because my brother Matt. It was Matt's endless premise, his song of songs, that our old man Jimmy was living somewhere in Southern California under the usual assumed name. I told him Jimmy was dead under his own name. We were the ones with assumed names. But the curious thing, the contradiction, is that I was standing in the middle of a fenced enclosure in a bungalow slum, looking up at the spires of the great strange architectural cluster known as the Watts Towers, an idiosyncrasy out of someone's innocent anarchistic visions. And the more I looked, the more I thought of Jimmy. The towers and birdbaths and fountains and decorated posts and bright oddments and household colors, the green of 7-Up bottles and blue of milk of magnesia, all the vivid tile embedded in cement, the whole complex of structures and gates and panels that were built, hand-built, by one man, alone, an immigrant from somewhere near Naples, probably illiterate, who left his wife and family, or maybe they left him, I wasn't sure, a man whose narrative is mostly blank spaces, date of birth uncertain, until he ends up spending 33 years building this thing out of steel rods and broken crockery and pebbles and seashells and soda bottles and wire mesh, all hand-mortared, 3,000 sacks of sand and cement. And who spends these years with glass specks crusting his hands and arms, and glass dust in his eyes as he hangs from a window washer's belt high on the towers, in torn overalls and a dusty fedora, face burnt brown with lights strung on the radial spokes so he could work at night, maybe 90 feet up, and Caruso on the gramophone below? Jimmy was an edge-seeker, a palmist, inferring the future out of his own lined flesh. But he looked at his hand one day, according to my little brother, and it was blank. And did he become... could I imagine him as a runaway eccentric? In a way, yes. A man who doesn't wash or change his clothes, bummy-looking, talks to himself on the street. And in another way, maybe, I could imagine him rising this high, soaring out of himself to produce a rambling art that has no category, with cement and chicken wire. This was the contradiction. Jimmy's future closed down the night he went out for cigarettes. Why would I even try to imagine him in an alternative reality, coming out here, half here, escaping to the Angelino light, the Mediterranean weather? I walked among the open-work towers, 3 tall, 4 smaller ones, and saw the Delftware he'd plastered under a canopy, and the molten glass and mother-of-pearl he'd pressed into adobe surfaces. Whatever the cast-off nature of the materials, the seeming off-handedness, and whatever the dominance of pure intuition, the man was surely a master builder. There was a structural unity to the place, a sense of repeated themes, and deft engineering. And his initials here and there, S.R. Sabato Rodia, if this was in fact his correct name. S.R. carved in archways, like the gang graffiti in the streets outside. I tried to understand the force of Jimmy's presence here. I saw him shabby and muttering, but also unconstrained, with nothing and no one to answer to, in a shoebox room somewhere, slicing a pear with a penknife. Jimmy alive.
And then I thought of a thing that happened when I was about 8 years old. And it was a memory that clarified the connections. I saw my father standing across the street watching two young men, greenhorns, trying to lay brick for a couple of gateposts in front of someone's modest house. First he watched, then he advised, gesturing, speaking a studied, broken English that the young men might grasp. And then he moved decisively in, handing his jacket to someone and redirecting the length of string and taking the trowel and setting the bricks in courses and leveling the grout, working quickly. And I didn't know he could do this kind of work, and I don't think my mother knew it either. I went across the street and felt a shy kind of pride, surrounded by middle-aged men and older, the fresh air inspectors, they were called. And you've never seen happier people, watching a man in a white shirt and tie do a skillful brickwork bond. When he finished the towers, Sabato Rodia gave away the land and all the art that was on it. He left Watts and went away, he said, to die. The work he did is a kind of swirling, free-souled noise, a jazz cathedral. And the power of the thing for me, the deep disturbance, was that my own ghost father was living in the walls. The waitress brought a chilled fork for my lifestyle salad. Big Sims was eating a cheeseburger with 3 kinds of cheddar, each described in detail on the menu. There was a crack in the wall from the tremor of the day before, and when Sims laughed, I saw his mouth cat's-cradled with filaments of gleaming cheese. We heard the test flights shrieking out of Edwards. Sims said they had aircraft that bounced off the edge of space and came back, born again. We were at Mojave Springs, a conference center some distance from Los Angeles. I'd recently gone to work for waste containment, known in the industry as WHIZCO, and I was here in the spirit of freshman orientation, to adjust to the language and customs, and my unofficial advisor was Simeon Biggs, a landfill engineer who'd been with the firm for 4 or 5 years. There were a number of waste-handling firms represented at the Springs, and we were sharing seminar space with a smaller and more committed group, 40 married couples, who were here to trade sexual partners and talk about their feelings. We were the waste managers, they were the swingers, and they made us feel self-conscious. Sim said, "The ship's been out there sailing port to port. It's almost 2 years now." "And what, they won't accept the cargo?" "Country after country." "How toxic is the cargo?" "I hear rumors," he said. "This isn't my area, of course. Happens in some back room in our New York office. It's a folk tale about a spectral ship, the Flying Liberian." "I thought terrible substances were dumped routinely in LDCs." An LDC, I just found out, was a less developed country in the language of banks and other global entities. "Those little dark-skinned countries. Yes, it's a nasty business that's getting bigger all the time. A country will take a fee amounting to 4 times its gross national product to accept a shipment of toxic waste. What happens after that? We don't want to know." "All right, but what makes this cargo unacceptable? And why don't we know what the shipment actually consists of?" "Maybe we're trying to spare ourselves a certain amount of embarrassment," Sim said. The tremor had hit at cocktail time, when I was standing in the hospitality suite with a number of colleagues who peered over their drinks in the slow lean of the world. The room whistled and groaned. I worked at controlling the look on my face, waiting for the situation to define itself. It wasn't a mild shock. It was in the middle fives, we later learned, a 5.4, and I felt justified in my sense of potential alarm, seeing the crack in the restaurant wall when we sat down to lunch. "You think what? It's a drug shipment, disguised as toxic waste? Because I hear rumors, too." "Tell me about it," Sim said. He sat across the table, meat face and wide body, the jut underlip, the odd little unlobed ears, round and perfectly worked, the tiny mannered ears of a sprite child. "I'm eager to hear your version," he said, a trace of sweet condescension in his voice. "1, it's a heroin shipment, which makes no sense. 2, It's incinerator ash from the New York area. Industrial grade, mainly. 20 million pounds. Arsenic, copper, lead, mercury.
Dioxins, Smith said agreeably, biting into the middle of his mesquite grilled beef. 4 couples took the round table nearby, and Sims and I observed a pause. We wanted to be amused and slightly derisive. These were swingers, of course, dressed assertively in the third person, and they leaned back in sequence when the boy poured water.
They take time out for lunch. I respect that, Sims said.
I hear things about the ship.
The ship keeps changing names. You hear that?
No, I don't.
The ship left a pier on the Hudson River with one name. I don't know what it was, but it got changed 3 months later off the West African coast. Then they changed it again. This was somewhere in the Philippines.
Enormous quantities of heroin, I hear.
But why would heroin get shipped from the U.S. to the Far East? Makes no sense. Makes no sense, Sim said. Except it ties in with another rumor. You know this rumor?
I don't think so.
Mob-owned.
He liked saying this. He rounded out the words, popped his eyes a little.
What's mob-owned? The company that owns the ships we lease. The mob has a lot of involvement in waste carting. So why not waste handling, waste shipment, waste everything?
There's a word in Italian, I said.
Maybe it's not just the shipping company. Maybe it's our company. We're mob-owned. They're a silent partner. Well, they own us outright.
He liked saying this even more. Not that he believed it.
He didn't believe it for half a second, but he wanted me to believe it, or entertain the thought so he could ridicule me.
He had a hard grin that mocked whatever facile sentiments you might be tempted to shelter in the name of your personal conspiracy credo. There's a word in Italian, dietrologia. It means the science of what is behind something, a suspicious event, the science of what is behind an event.
They need this science. I don't need it.
I don't need it either, I'm just telling you.
I'm an American. I go to ball games, he said.
The science of dark forces. Evidently they feel this science is legitimate enough to require a name.
People who need this science? I would make an effort to tell them we have real sciences, hard sciences. We don't need imaginary ones.
I'm just telling you the word. I agree with you, Sims, but the word exists.
There's always a word. There's probably a museum, too. The Museum of Dark Forces. They have 10,000 blurry photographs. Or did the Mafia blow it up?
This is where Sims laughed, showing a mouth crisscrossed with cheddar. I checked the round table. 2 of the women smoked.